And banks are doing it too, because they're the big purchasers of gold.
Like, just to recap on that, what he was just saying, it took until 1971 to get to 1,000, 71 to 2012 to get to 2,000,
yeah.
and 2012 to
25
an hour ago to get to 3,000 essentially. And we're already at 3,300. So
yeah, and so the math is by 27 we'll be at 4,000. But again, I think it could be any day now.
I mean, it's $700 away. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All that said, we were going to talk about energy names here, because energy obviously not strong in that sense, but heading in the opposite direction, broke some key levels.
Yeah.
It continues to come back to the downside. From a high level standpoint here, what do we need to know?
Yeah, so I think from a high level, we've got two different things that are occurring. You've got OPEC Plus, who controls the supply, and supply is starting to move up. And you've got demand, which is, just people like us, whoever. Demand for oil is starting to drop because we don't know what's happening with the economy. How much money do you want to spend on your car, your gas, your flights, all of those things. So when you've got a problem where demand is dropping, you've got supply just continuing to push up. And oil now is, what are we at, $62, if we're lucky, at $62. The Biden administration had previously put in kind of safeguards and interventions in place to keep oil around that $69, $70 mark. And it looks like there is no real safeguard in place with the Trump administration to keep oil above, above 50 for sure, but above 60, we're not really seeing that impetus there. And there are a number of countries that are kind of skirting around their OPEC requirements, which is what's pushing up the supply. And that's causing an issue for anybody that's energy adjacent, including Canada and the US.
Right. So if we come down a level then and look at some individual names, the price action definitely nowhere near as volatile as the rest of the market, even though we are seeing the underlying come off and continue to leak a little bit here. You brought a few interesting charts here. SOBO, dual listed here, so TSX and NYSE in the US. What do you see here? Yeah,
that's a newer name. It went public in October of 2024. It's a spinoff from TC Energy. So it's had a nice chart up. And again, energy names, these kinds of energy names, because they don't have that kind of high friction, they're not really, small cap trader. That's where we all run to. So actually, shout out to my dad who told me about this one a few months back. He said he had bought some, and he said, "What do you think of it?" And I said, "Never even heard of it." Looked it up months ago, and I'm like, "Yep, we'll put a little bit of that and put it away." And it's one that you probably won't think about. And if it goes up 10%, great. If it goes down 10%, it's not a big number, but you've got some good energy exposure there. And again, because it did spin off from TC Energy. So they control about 3,000 miles of pipelines between Canada and into the US. They go into Illinois, North Dakota, and into the Gulf Coast. The reason I thought this one was interesting for everyone out there was they had a small oil spill last week, and oil spilled at one of their pipelines in North Dakota. So you would think that might be an issue. But apparently there have been 3,500 oil spills in North Dakota since 2010 with over 1 million barrels. So apparently...
Didn't hear about those ones.
You didn't hear about those ones. And this is not a big deal, apparently, because the stock traded down a bit off of it. So there was a small buying opportunity there. So anyway, something to take a look at. 21 billion in revenue, massive companies. And these are ones, again, because they have those pipelines that run through the Keystone pipeline. They're going to be ones, given what happens with Canada, US, what US does, what Canada does, just names to look out for, depending on which side of the pendulum, political-wise, you see.
From a fundamental standpoint, I mean, you've probably looked at all of these charts. Is it the pipeline side or is it the producer side that's looking a little bit better right now?
It's a great question. I guess it sort of depends. Are you the guy that farms the chickens, or are you the guy that brings the eggs to the store, right? So it's the same question. It depends on where you lean on that. I think that the ones that might have a little bit more price friction might be the ones with the pipeline exposure, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be, they rely on the producers. If Canada gets its act together and builds pipeline and builds exposure that allows it to ship its oil and gas to different parts of the world, then the whole world's a different story. And maybe that's, again, we talked about it a little while back. Maybe this is the impetus to get the Canadian government to do things. But the pipeline companies are definitely ones that are going to have that net exposure, because their market might potentially get smaller.
Yeah, just at a very first glance level, I mean, Cenovus, the next one here, CVE, again, NYSE, TSX, dual listed here, definitely nowhere near as strong.
Yeah, again, it's fallen off because of the fact that people are unsure about where it's going because we don't know what's happening. And most of their exposure is oil and natural gas in Canada. They refine in Canada and the U.S. So companies like that are going to have that sort of exposure. They do believe in themselves, like we've always said, if you love yourself, you buy yourself. So they have announced an additional 125 million shares of a share buyback this year. So that's one of those things where they do still believe in what they're doing, and they're doing that on top of 133 million shares they did last year.
Another pipeline here. Let's jump down to PPL. Interesting chart as well. Again, relative strength coming into play here, back to almost highs.
Yeah, getting right back up to it. It traded up as high as $60 this year. It's trading around, what, 57, I think, right now?
Yeah.
$30 billion company. But this one is just focused on pipelines, logistics, terminals. Like, that's all that this company does. They don't have any real oil and gas exposure per se, where they own assets and they do things like that. So just focus on the pipeline infrastructure. So if you look at that curve, on that chart over the year, it's a beautiful chart. I can't believe I just said the word beautiful like that. I like the bond market is. Sorry.
Maybe not quite, but
it's a nice looking chart, and we've seen a nice lift. And again, you saw that dip down just on the back of the uncertainty. So if you want to play that uncertainty volatility, some of these names might be where you might get a little bit of that torque.
One that's probably more familiar to a lot of people, Suncor, breaking down here. I mean, a lot of these, again, on the producer side, tend to follow maybe the price of the underlying a lot more closely than the pipeline side. But Suncor looking a lot like crude oil here. Yeah,
no, exactly. And again, we don't know, is crude going to dip below this kind of $62 mark? And so if you want to play a name that is very, very correlated to the price of oil, then Suncor is definitely one that follows that trend where you don't actually want to buy an actual barrel of oil. This is one that's going to follow that. And it depends on what your take is. Like I said, there is a lot of supply coming online. There is no real impetus to push demand up. So where does the price of oil go? Does it have legs to get back to 70? I just don't see it at this juncture, which is why I think the delta is a little bit smaller. But again, your bottom side protection is much higher.
A lot of support coming into play. Great stuff. I think we're early days as well, obviously, on the energy side of things. Drill, baby, drill wasn't too long ago, it feels like, at this point.
Yeah, it depends on the weather. It depends on,
we'll see.
Who's stroking the check.
Rahim Alani, Managing Director over at OCI. Great to see you.
Likewise.
Thank you very much, Rahim. Look,
yeah, I know.
You're absolutely allowed to say that that's a beautiful looking chart on PPL. There is nothing wrong with that. You show me something that's closer to its highs than the recent dip that we just had, which hasn't even broken an uptrend in this market, that's respecting the major moving averages on the right side of it, because you don't want something which is respecting the moving average underneath. It's a beautiful looking chart, and I have no issue saying I looked them up. They're not terribly expensive relative to their peers. It was like a 18 or 19 PE, and the rest of the spaces was at forward PE, I should say, and then the rest of the space is at a 22. So yeah, you got to pick and choose, because with energy, it kind of cuts both ways. Like, you do have, and I know that CVE chart doesn't look all that great. It was Cenovus trending to the downside. Like, you've definitely got winners and losers, so you should acknowledge where things look good and where they look strong, because everyone's always trying to pick a bottom or interested in picking bottoms, but like, I'd rather just be in a boring uptrend in something than be picking bottoms. That's why I own Enbridge here in Canada. Like, I'm not messing around with anything in that space that I'm not feeling comfortable about or that looks like this. So great look on that PPL. I think it actually looks like pretty constructive. I don't know too much about it. I've never been in a pipeline play, but yeah, thank you, Rahim, for that one, because it is a beautiful looking chart. Say it every day.
Yeah, there's lots of good names out there, and it's good to highlight, energy names that are going the other way, because there are always winners and losers, and that's why we like to have Rahim, Alani to come through here and discuss, potential catalysts, what these stocks are looking at, future, especially when we talk metals and stuff like that, different projects that are coming down the line, and yeah, it's just the market. There's thousands of companies. A handful of sectors that you want to invest in at any given time. It's always nice to dig down, pick the winners and pick the losers as we go. And right now, tech is been a big loser, so it makes sense that we do go in there and go to something that you can actually, either drill, find somewhere, rare earth. I mean, we talked about that company MP Metals going crazy. Those material stocks also going to the upside right now. So yeah, lots of different value to be found in this marketplace. You just got to be patient and look for it. And as Raheem said, gold was just down to 275 GLD, now back up over $300 one more time here and starting to go higher, 3,300. I mean, 3,000, we were just talking about it, and that was a huge number. Well, it's 10% higher. Like,
you can't just print gold.
Yeah, nothing seems to be stopping right now. Peter Schiff looks like he's finally getting the way here, and it's been a good year for the gold bug, that is for sure. So, yeah, look, we're excited to get this day going. It's 9 o'clock right now. We'll get some of the dark pool prints coming through. Then we'll get those imbalances closer to 9:30, and then we'll be on like Donkey Kong, because right now the NASDAQ is now at lows of the morning, down now 1 3/4 percentage points.
But
so it's not good.
But spirits are up for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you for the super chat. Love the name. Neil Sean made a killing yesterday trading one stock Palantir options long. Rinse and repeat. And huge credit to the show. Please keep up the great work, fellas. You can never learn too much. Love the little. We all need to be thinking about that. It's April. It feels like it's the winter again, and I refuse to wear my winter jacket. So shout out to the West Indies and shout out to St. Vincent and Grenadines. Shout out to Palantir for having such a strong upward day. PLTR. It was a rocket. It didn't quite get to that 100 level. Kind of felt like it was inevitable at one point in the afternoon, but it got real close, man. It got real close. Unfortunately, thank you, Nvidia. Thank you, ASML. Thank you, the overall market. Otherwise, we'd be testing 100 today.
Yeah, thank you. Palantir is like single-handedly saving my account. So I'm very, very happy with Palantir. A monster stock just keeps on going. Probably the only tech name that I could stamp a buy on right now, I think, would be Palantir. So yes, my love affair for Palantir does not stop. So thank you for the super chat. Let's keep on going and go back to the desk.
All right, lots to understand here this morning as we get going. Individual movers, and also keep in mind there's always going to be the headline risk today coming through as well. So we'll keep that, or keep an eye out for that. The market back downside right now. Let's get a look at the futures.
54.29, Brendo. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. Well below that at the moment, with the headline coming in about chips overnight pushing the market substantially down. The overnight high 54.25, excuse me. The overnight low 53.40. We're somewhere in between here at 53.75. So we're going to use 5400 as resistance until we can clear it. If we do, we're looking at 54.25 as support. If we continue selling off, Brendo, we're looking at that overnight low 53.40 as support.
Day lows right now coming into play here for Nvidia. Let's get into it. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's free. Why not? Just go grab it. All you need is your email address. Nvidia, top of the list here this morning, as it should be, dragging down the entire market. As I mentioned, we're touching at least new lows currently here for Nvidia. I mean, finally we get this confirmation. It was kind of floating around in the ether the past couple of days, and after the close last night, that was the big move if you missed it.
It was big. It's real big here. $5.5 billion, guys, is a charge you're going to have to take for their Q1 export restrictions on the H20 AI chip to China and other regions, excuse me. As of April 9th, the U.S. government requires now a license to export that H20 chip, effectively ending shipments to China, Brenda. So the H20 chip was designed specifically for China back in 2022, 2023, and it's generated about $12 to $15 billion in revenue in 2024 alone. It's basically a scaled down version of the H100, the H200, their Hopper chip, the widely used chip, Brendo. A couple of tweaks in there to make it exportable to China. China has fallen now to number 4 for Nvidia's sales market after the US, Singapore, Taiwan. We talked about that Singapore story. Revenue from China halved after the export ban. And starting next month, though, new AI diffusion rules may restrict even more exports beyond the current specific chip bans. And that's had a whole bunch of different rating agencies drop Nvidia's price target today.
I was reading an interesting take on this whole tariff thing. And there was a time way back when where Mexico was the jumping off point for products and goods coming into the U.S. because there was no taxes involved. Do we just get to a point where a Singapore becomes the more significant exporting hub versus China just because their tariffs are less than China or,
a great point.
you know, so we'll see what happens, obviously.
And
but,
you saw, remember some of these tariffs that he put on random islands?
Yeah,
I think that's specifically to get around that.
yeah, and preemptively targeting that type of idea. Not good. When I first saw the story last night, I actually, just a quick glance, I thought it said 55 billion. Ooh. And then I took a double take and it was like, no, it's 5.5 billion, but still, it's a B, guys, for Nvidia.
5 Bs. Shout out to Raheem. 5.5 Bs, and it's bad. Bad, 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 bad. I can't do half of that. Anyway.
What are you, Michael Jackson over there? You know I'm bad.
My daughter loves that song, but she just thinks it's just Despicable Me to her. I try to explain, like, that was a really famous song before that Despicable Me movie. She's like, no, it wasn't, Daddy. I'm like, okay. I'm like, you'll learn someday, but she does love.
It wasn't, Neil.
She does love Michael Jackson. So Blue Ocean, this time, now when I talk about Blue Ocean.
Billie Jean.
Okay, so.
That's one of my jams.
Billie Jean is better than Thriller. Thriller's
I like
a great,
Man in
great
the Mirror.
video.
I mean, I like.
But.
Right. That's a good
Human Nature is my favorite Michael Jackson song. And Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. That's another one. Wanna Be Starting Something is up there as well. I go all.
Well, the Jackson 5 stuff is great.
Oh my God. Oh yeah.
I like Free Willy.
Free Willy. Joe starts talking about Free Willy.
I don't know even the song. Want to be there.
No one knows the lyrics to that song.
Like the River Jordan.
And nobody knows the rest of it, though. I don't know the rest of that.
That's it. And then there's a whale jumping around.
He jumps. So what's the kid's name?
Yeah.
Yay.
And
like that whale wouldn't land right on his ass.
You know, that's the other thing, man. Anybody that goes and watches, like, dolphins that have been captive and all that kind of stuff, down with you. All of that stuff, man. Free all those dolphins.
Hold on a second.
Free all those whales.
Hold on a second.
That's a
hold on a second.
See, what is it called? World or whatever?
If you go down to
short marine land,
down in Florida, when I'm in
down.
spring training every single year, and I go to the aquarium at St. Pete's, it is a rescue aquarium where they save dolphins, and while they're nursing them to health, you can go check them out. Like, they even show you the prosthetic fins and stuff.
Just people that capture dolphins, they can ride them.
There's a difference between going to an aquarium that's helping animals and then releasing, trying to nurture them back, and then you can go see them and see what they're doing, as opposed to like marine land. I think so. I always try to support. I love the aquarium. I love the aquarium out in St. Pete's.
We're not. I mean, we have a great aquarium here too.
I love St. Pete's.
But, you know, it's more like when you go down to the islands and stuff like that, and these guys are captivating these dolphins just so people could pay $100 to swim with them.
Which is silly.
Give me a break.
All right. Nvidia, Nvidia want to look short today, but I'm happy that Blue Ocean's working, so I can show you overnight. Overnight had a 106 top in here, so it was a nice upward trend. You'll see like the futures caught some bids, and then you had like Nvidia and a lot of the chip names were able to catch a bid. Now we can go back on over, and the 106 ends up being already resistance here. I wrote down on my note I also liked 107.5, which was like the prior low from last week, or from Friday, I believe it was. Yeah, so I still like that, but 106 first. We're shorting into the 106 level. I mean, I also had, Intel, obviously the gap down off the 20 level as well. I don't know if we'll get any kind of a pop that gives us a shot at that one at 20. So the pivot on Intel is just looking at the 19. The target from yesterday in the short was like a 1975. So that and the 20 level, looking to short pops in the chips today. I won't trade ASML. $700 stock. Its primary listing is over in Amsterdam. There's just a lot about it that I wouldn't necessarily want to trade unless I was taking it in Amsterdam. So it's going to be Intel and Nvidia for me.
All right, I logged into Apple Music. I will be playing Free Willy song pretty soon. Okay, so I had written down here AMD. It's called Will You Be There? So I'm going to get that in a second. All right, so I had written down here on the sticky note that we wanted to trade AMD short. So I don't think we're going to get to that 92 marker at all. I just said, these curbs that are being thrown on these shipments, I just want to fade pops as usual in this space today. Again, when we're writing the note down, AMD's up here at 89. Just got news in my ear about AMD.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Oh, some sort of an assessment of a new license. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with that story. But at the end of the day, I just don't think that AMD has the juice to get anywhere near back to positive. Like I was saying, the 200 period moving average, $92. We're going to wait to see if that happens. It looks like it's more going to be a short near in and around 91. Remember, when we're writing the note, like this is 830. Right? So that's where we're at 92. Now we're coming down into 91. I like the fade here in AMD. I don't think this gets green. I don't even think it gets half back. So in trouble here, Advanced Micro Devices. It's been we called it Advanced Money Destroyer up at 150. So what is it now at $80, right? And so there we go. Nice move to the downside also in Nvidia. If it's a sort of an Nvidia story, AMD getting hit, even worse. So we'll have to wait to see. I want to fade the worst name in the building, and that's going to be Advanced Micro Devices. So for me, it's a short. You just saw it on the sticky note. Let's ride.
2 days in a row, 2% right now, back to session lows, essentially 153, trying to hold. I mean, there's a couple of analysts with negative notes on this. I was reading a couple of opinions last night after the close. You and I were just having the simple conversation of search as a thing has fundamentally changed. Yeah. Whether or not that's, forever for Google, or they'll find a way to bring Gemini back to the forefront. Yep. Apparently 2.5, 2.5, I haven't used it, but 2.5 is actually really good. That said, the traditional ad revenue business for Google has fundamentally changed.
Brando, here's how I know things are changing. My old man is using ChatGPT, okay? So if he's using ChatGPT, well, then we're on to something. No, seriously, though, guys. I mean, I rarely go into Google search, unless I'm looking for a specific website. But if I have any sort of informational query, it's ChatGPT or another LLM. Yeah. But let's talk about what happened today with Google. So they're being sued, Brando, for 5 billion quid, 5 billion sterling pounds, which is about 6.6 billion US dollars, for allegedly abusing its dominance in search advertising. It was filed by the competition law professor Orr Brook. He's representing hundreds of thousands of UK businesses. It's a class action lawsuit who have been using Google Ads from January 1st, 2011 to present. The lawsuit is claiming that Google overcharged advertisers by restricting competition in search and advertising services. The key allegations is that Google forced Android phone makers to pre-install Chrome and search. They paid Apple billions to be the default search engine in Safari, and they gave preferential functionality to its own ad tools. It also asserts that Google search dominance limited options and drove up ad prices unfairly. But just, this is more European fines on American companies. Here's a bit of a timeline there. Google fined $4.3 billion back in 2018. Brendo, Meta facing an FTC trial. Microsoft and Amazon are under a UK probe. And the new Digital Markets Act out in England has been kind of the precursor that they've been using. Yeah,
we'll see how things play out here. The Apple story, I mean, that's been around for a long, long time. And it was many, many, many years they were just paying Apple. So what do we do here, guys? Google 2+ already this morning, back to last week's levels.
Yeah, everything is gapping down, and you're just continuing to make lows after losing VWAP on the NASDAQ. The good news for Google is it's going mostly sideways here, but that's at the end of the good news. It wasn't part of the trading plan. I don't know that I'd want to swing it in there because I see Tesla in there, China's already there, so I like Alibaba, and we'll be getting to that, and then we just talked about the chip names. So at the open, it won't be Google that's the first place I'm looking. I strongly want to quickly show something. See that little overnight dark pool wick? It's going to skew and make that look like a heck of a reversal yesterday, but no, the resistance has been at the 160. It just seems to me, and for a lot of names, and look, I like Google. I own a bunch of Google in my account as well, and lots of people do. And I like what they're at least able to do. I love what's going on with YouTube. I think that's fantastic for them. I think eventually Quantum, they'll be a good player. They'll be a big player there as well. They should be fine, but we're trending right back into some of these lows. And you just did the little bit of a U-turn. At least trend to 150 today would be the place. Like, it's in the 147 to 150 area, like that bottom, and then these closes 147 to 150. I think that's kind of your target area for the next potential bounce on Alphabet. But I doubt I'll be trading Alphabet today.
Yeah, I'm a buyer of Alphabet down in that 140 area. I mean, it's been getting really, really clubbed down here. And I mean, I think the play for quantum is something that we have to pay attention to because that's going to get hot at some point. It's going to be the talk of the town. This is here. Here it is right here. Here we go, Joe. I'm listening to this right now. This is what I'm talking about here. You know, you get the Free Willy right there. What's up, Sharif? I mean, it's either this or we talk about Google. I mean, I think that this is probably the better stuff right here. So there it goes right now. Michael Jackson. We'll be listening to Michael Jackson all morning long in the background. You got to enjoy yourself as you trade. So yeah, 153. Like it's not really on my radar, but the story is a pretty good one there for the short story. And you didn't really get back to the 50-period moving average. We're well under everything right now. This name really fell from graces real hard. And real quick right there. As competition, ChatGPT is still going to be an issue. 173, 175. That's the 200-period moving average. We'll see where we go from there. But for me, it's a huge downside push right now. I do think we get back into this area, and I'll buy some Google down here. I mean, I am overexposed to this name. But again, I do think there's going to be some value here at some point. To think that these American companies that have overcome many challenges from the FTC, from DOJ, from many different spots in Europe, through Asia, they're going to get it figured out at some point. It's just this is the bleed, right? So right now there is concern, obviously, in the space. You can see what the NASDAQ is doing. This name continues to go lower. Not too much volume, 500,000 shares, when a lot of that is coming from this dark pool. I'm short Google, but I'm not short Google, but I would be short Google today. And I think you just got to wait for 153, 154. I mean, that's where you are right now. Wait for a little bit of a pop and play off VWAP. But for me, down 2% here. I'm going to choose the chip names that are down 7 to look short, and I'm going to look long on a name like Palantir. So I'm just going to wait for Google to settle down. Maybe we get into that 140. Maybe you put a bid down there somewhere at 145 or so. Maybe you do get a flush in the next couple of days. But there's a capitulation coming in the space at some point for these tech names. And I think we might have had one little flush there to 140. Let's see if we can get another one. That, to me, would be a buy zone for Google, back up to 200 on better days.
Right, AMD, there's a note on AMD here, move over Nvidia and your $5.5 billion. AMD going to take $800 million in potential downside action here as a part of this new U.S. export control. That just coming through here. So AMD with a slight downtick there, now 7.5% for AMD on the morning. Let's talk about UAL trying to turn back downside as well. Up nicely though, 6% here on a beat.
Very unusual here, Brendo. They dropped two different guidance pieces, one recession focus and one non-recession focus. Let's talk about what they're doing here. So they maintained their full-year EPS guidance of $11.50 to $13.50. However, they introduced a recession-adjusted range, guys, chart please, at $7 to $9 EPS, citing economic unpredictability. The company declared the macro environment impossible to predict, which is a rare move in earnings. Starting in Q3, United plans, Brando, to cut domestic flights capacity by about 4% to match weaker U.S. travel demand. However, international and premium bookings remain strong, with premium up 17%. Looks like the rich are not hurting right now. And international up 5%. Domestic units still dropping 4% year over year. How they did in the current earnings, 91 cents adjusted EPS beating, revenue 13.21, missing the 13.26, and they swung a $387 million profit after last year's quarter, $124 million loss.
But no mention of free Wi-Fi.
Oh, I know. That's American Airlines.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to come through with it too. AAL yesterday said free Wi-Fi for everybody.
I hope they're using Starlink.
I'm down.
No, eventually everybody does it. You're just going to get to that point. It'll happen. One of the rare charts that looks good today, that's not like, obviously, reverse ETF is going to look pretty good right now. Gold is going to look pretty good. Like the VIX will probably look pretty good as well. But this is a nice gap up. All I would say is 72.5. You got a wick in here, but that's a pretty distinct. You break away from this, and UAL has a chance to go. It's not just any old resistance. Like this has been here pre-lows, like before the dump. We had resistance at that 72.5, and you got the 200 period standing in your way as well. So I do think because of that, you probably dip first in UAL. But if we go dipping, I look to be short some other things early. But if this breaks, if the opening range closes above 72.50, this is a trend long. today.
All right, we talked about this a little bit last night there with Brian Shannon. Shout out to Brian Shannon. Oh, by the way, I just tweeted this out. It was really hilarious. Thank you, Brian, for retweeting our Trader TV research note there yesterday. Over 20,000. There it is. Look at this. Look at this handsome gentleman. Yo, what kind of shirt you got on there, my guy? Right there. There it is. So there we go. We are twinning last night there. Brian Shannon and myself yesterday twinning. We talked about that. I can't compete. I already tweeted that out right there. Strong fashion or weak fashion. But there's Brian Shannon. A big shout out to him as we talked all about airlines. You can go find that segment there. But anyways, I was mentioning to him the Jets ETF, and that was the fact that, you know, it is starting to curl up a little bit from those bottoms. We did have that move in Delta. We had that move in American Airlines, as we just talked about. Now it's UAL's turn. 1750 looks like a good bottom, all the way up to 1950, and now trying to get a little bit higher off of that as well. Let's see if we can get through 20 bucks. But this gives you exposure to the top 5 airlines. So if you like the story, more to come, right? I mean, UAL, we just looked at AAL. A lot of these names have been beat up as people worried about, first of all, we in Canada, you know, there's travel advisories. There's all these things that are happening right now. People want to stay in their countries instead of moving outside. But American Airlines, again, just near these bottoms, this could be a long as well, only up 1%. Maybe we do get that bump up to $11.50, $12. So for me, I don't love the airlines, but with oil prices coming down, we just sort of saw that. Maybe there is a chance here to grab some American Airlines, all said and done. So, yeah, I don't mind the spot there for AAL. Under 10 bucks is interesting, but, you know, we'll see. It's a key level there. NASDAQ pushing lower now, almost down 2%. Let's go figure out what's going on with those cyber trucks.
Yeah, Tesla going to pause bringing parts for Cybertrucks from China in an effort to get around some of these tariffs as well. Not really reacting to this. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people were expecting this to come at some point anyway. That being said, as we were talking about right off the bat this morning, it feels like there's a ton of these things around anyways, and still tons of inventory as well.
There is, Brendo, and I saw it with my own eyes, so, you know, there's no denying that. So Tesla has halted, as you mentioned, Brendo, imports of key Chinese components due to obviously Trump's latest tariff hike. The 145% U.S. tariff on Chinese good has made importing parts prohibitively expensive, despite Tesla previously absorbing that 34% tariff that was on. The move could delay trial production planned for October 2025 for some Cybercab and some semi-truck projects, and push back mass production, sadly, into 2026 or beyond. The Cybercab was set to be built in Texas, while the Semi was going to be manufactured in Nevada. Tesla has gradually, though, been shifting their sourcing to North America, especially over the past 2 years, in anticipation of these tariffs, which were obviously touted by Donald Trump during the campaign. Some core EV and autonomy components, though, Brendo, still are sourced from China, making it difficult to fully de-risk exposure. Piper Sandler, excuse me, cutting Tesla's price target down from 450 to 400, citing the following: weak Q1 deliveries, gross margin compression, lack of clarity and specs on the Model 2 pricing, and tariff-related disruption.
I was reading last night, I was telling you a little bit earlier, I was reading last night, they're still targeting June to start the cyber taxi in Austin. So that's coming. Robots are coming pretty quick here. So a lot more to this story, I think, still this year. We're working into a really, really tight range here after that big update going back to last week. Tight range, guys.
A lot, everybody, especially if you're going to try and bring more manufacturing to the U.S., a lot of it's going to be in robotics. But just before we go into Tesla, thank you, Chris L, for the super chat. We didn't miss it. And sorry we didn't get to it sooner. Lower highs on McD. McShorted, that's a good one. I like it. This is what you're talking about in McDonald's, obviously. So shout out to you. It's a strong, McDonald's has been a good, strong, stable stock. So I get it for like why in a day trade, this is like a pop and fade at those price levels, but it is incredibly strong and holding up well. Good defensive stock. So in a general sense, I'm more bullish on McDonald's than I would be in other sectors, like what we'll talk about here with Tesla. But I understand what you're looking at there for a day trade. Tesla, it's got the downward channel is obvious. It just did a death cross. You've had a pretty distinct range the last 4 sessions, 260 up top. We crossed 255. I was looking to fade the top end of that range. So on the note, it's like, how many times did it have to get up there and fade the same level before you try to take it? So I'm looking trend short, resume trend short, but I want to short pops in Tesla. It's doing a good job of getting to those highs this week.
All right, so that's Tesla. I don't have any notes for Tesla today. Apple, though, continues to go lower right now. I'm going to I am going to be short Apple. I wrote this down here at 201. So right now you can see the 200 period moving average is coming back in right now. China's not going to buckle on this. Apple is going to have a problem, obviously, getting these shipments through. The price of the iPhones. Just downside, man. Just more downside here for Apple. I think this continues through. They had a nice bump through $200. We said that if we stayed above 200, we wanted to go long. Now that we're below it, we want to go short. So for me, Apple is a pretty big short here today. And we're going to be fading any pops. And it's too bad because I see some of you in the chat were like, as soon as I write down the sticky note, I should just take the trades. But you know what? I mean, sure, that would be $1.50 in the money. But you never know where these imbalances are going to come out as. And they're out right now. So here we go to see if there is anything coming for Apple. It looks like a nice sell side imbalance. So there it goes. Apple down another. We got Smooth Criminal in our ear right now. And Apple, are you okay? Apple, are you okay, Apple? Because we are going downside right now as a nice little sell imbalance there of over 400,000 shares. NVDL with a sell. So that's not going to be great for that name either. Obviously, it's NVDA, but there we go. The little ETF or the 2X, I believe there. Yeah, that's it. So I don't really see too many other names on here that we've even talked. There's AMD's a bid. So that's nice. Get up, AMD, so we can short the you-know-what out of you. But yeah, there's Intel as well with a small buy. These are just 100,000 shares. So at this point, we're getting desperate looking for more names. Not much on there, but instead of Tesla, I'm all over Apple today right now. So we'll be that smooth criminal with this name and going short.
Now, the final topic here, we got Q1 GDP and we got more financial information coming out of China, and it was a beat everywhere. It looks like they're not really hurting over there. GDP for Q1 rose 5.4% year over year, easily beating that Reuters expectation of 5.1, driven by a stimulus-led recovery that began in late 2024. Retail sales as well did very well, 5.9% increase year over year, well above that 4.2% expectations. Industrial output, 7.7% year over year, well above that 5.8% expected. You guys see a theme here? Fixed investment rose 4.2%. The only sticking point, which remains to be really tough for China, retail investment fell 9.9% year over year. Their retail, or sorry, their real estate industry, guys, continues to suffer.
Yeah, I mean, fine. They have some good numbers out of China. I'm not too concerned with that. I'm concerned with what's going on with Alibaba. 115 got faded. 113 was big in the aftermarket yesterday in Blue Ocean, and then 113 was a good short yesterday. In the aftermarket tonight or last night, 110 was the level on Alibaba. So I'm shorting in the 110 on Alibaba. Try to keep it simple. It was also a sell imbalance of about 130,000 shares. Not a huge number, but I did see it on the list as another one of these sell imbalances. It feels like that's what the wave is right now. So you ride the waves, and the waves are headed lower. So we get a pop in Alibaba. That's what I'm looking for at that open. I looked at NEO, and this was like the last time this happened, it was the same kind of backup idea on NIO. That 350, it's like low 350s area, yesterday's lows. If there's a pop and fade on NEO and not Alibaba, like can't get into Baba and NEO sets up, yeah, then I would probably go in and take that off of yesterday's lows or fade. But it's Baba first for me.
The spotlight, I wanna rock with you. And I wanna rock with you, BTC, right now, because this name here, we'll go over a 15-minute chart here. Bitcoin, nice little downside move. Looks like it's trying to test $83. We'll see if it can hold that, but under $83, yeah. That would be a problem. Shout out to Michael Saylor. But right into here, 84,000, 84.5. That level that we always talk about with the 200 period moving average. So right now we're spending a little bit of time underneath it. So we'll see if we can break below this 83 and then we get going on that one. So for me on IBIT, another one of those names that is on today's sticky note, and it's a 48 short. So this could come in closer than anything else. So right now we'll look for that IBIT short with only 1 minute to go. almost 1 minute to go. These is what we're looking at. We'll have a quick letter look at some of the plays. So AMD, I'm already offering AMD, but we're offering 91s. No, we might have changed that now as the 200 period coming back in. AMD is dead to me. That is for sure today. Apple, we're going to go short. We're offering 200 right now. That's, again, it's only $1.50 away. We could get up there. We just went down $1.50 in 1 minute, so maybe that comes back up. The TQQs, again, another big futures opportunity today. It's been like that. The TQs, the futures have been an amazing trading vehicle around here for the last couple months. $48 short. Let's see if we can get that. Again, it's going to need to fade any pops that are to the upside, and then Intel, we'll see where that can go in and around $20. I don't know. It's only down 3%. Probably should be down more. So we'll short it if it gets going. So those are my 4 or 5 plays that we're going to be rocking with all morning long.
And we are now going to the opening bell on a hump day. It is brought to you by Worksport WKSP over there on the NASDAQ. Let's get this party started in 2 and 1. Adara, let's go. It was actually a small spike on Intel that just got faded on the imbalances and now right back in through the lows. Nvidia first move up, so it's making a concerted effort to try to go higher, maybe test that 106. But it's, wow, Intel just really accelerated to the downside. I looked over. Yeah, that's already broken the low of the day. All right, 19.4, forget about 19.7. Sometimes you got to make the pivot. I always say this when Intel's first move is down. That's just how it is. We'll play off the pre-market highs if we don't get a shot at that 19.4. Tesla not really doing a heck of a lot, just slightly heading into the downside here on Tesla. Apple. Yeah, market's trying to bounce here a little bit.
Yeah, here goes Apple. So we're short Apple. First trade of the day is now in for everybody right there. We're short Apple. We had written down 201, right? So we'll go short it tonight. I just said, like, Apple probably has that move of $1.50 to the upside right now. So we're short here at $200. We're just going to chill out and relax. Whoops, sorry, that's Intel. There's Apple. We're going to be short Apple right now. Oh, look at that move higher right there. AAPL, we're going to be short that one and wait to see if it can get up to that 201. We have some more shares waiting for us at $200.50. Hey, man, maybe the market does go back upside, and maybe we're wrong, which there it is. Now we are short at $200.50 on Apple. We'll give it a little bit more than 201, but it looks like it wants to go real early right now. This market is back with some vengeance here this morning. So, yeah, so far so good. We'll just continue to hold on to this. The NASDAQ is making that move higher, so no surprise that Apple's trying to go. We just put our stop in above 201, so if it does get up there, then that is a stop out for me. So we'll see if we can get something going here, short at $200.16.
Nvidia just popped to the upside as well. Oh, charts froze. I'll have to give the black chart in here for you so you can actually see it. We just came into that 206. I have my stop at the quarter or just above the quarter area. Tried to pick some up on the way back to the downside. Like it broke 106. Came right back in, thought we'd be able to pick some up on the way down, hitting it, but I'm going to try and bid out the $0.50, see if I can get something in the 90 range to the south side. Hopefully my other chart is now good. Yeah, it's good now. All right, so there you go. This was me trying to get it on the downside. So Nvidia popping with the market, NASDAQ's at VWAP, so we're at obviously a crucial point. If we break out the top, 107.75, 107.50 to 108. Is essentially the next level up that I'm looking at. Intel also just popped into the pre-market high, so Intel just came in as well.
Oh, Apple, let's go. Here we go, man. A nice little early victory dance, but who knows? There it goes. Let's go. Let's go. We're bidding 79s right now there it is. Go. Did we get that? No, we did not yet. Get down, Apple. There it is. Let's go, man. The first banger of the day is in the building. We'll see if Nvidia and Intel obviously can follow suit here as the market looking to get faded, but we're already short Apple. It's a big one right there for us. When your trades hit, man, you have to put them on. You got to put them on with some sides there, guys. Especially at this time of day. You never know what kind of move you're going to have, but we still have our stop out ready to go above that 201. So here we come back in. That's Intel, that's the TQs. But there's Apple right there. We got some bids there at 50. We actually got a 59 right now as we look for other trades, which is why we were on the TQQs. We're nowhere near that 48. I just thought maybe we'd get going similar to what we did with Apple. I think it's a good idea to not layer into shorts rate completely right now. We already have Apple. This should be a good one. I guess you cashed out of Nvidia, so let's go back over and see what's going on over there. I'm just short Apple probably for a while.
I am out of Nvidia. It did break that 106.25. Intel's pressing higher. I'm trying to get back into this bad boy. It's going to probably bounce off VWAP. We did not go over Palantir, everybody, and that's much to my chagrin. I like 93.5 on PLTR, so 91.5 and then 93. Those are the names I have. Those are the numbers I have in my note. It is starting to head to the downside, but I did favor a dip buy in PLTR. That's one name that we did not go over. Alibaba's doing absolutely nothing right now, so I'm not going to trade into that. We're trying to pick Intel back up if we can get some 40s. I'm short at 36, and I want to be able to get over 106 on NVDA. Tesla not doing much. It just broke 250 and came back to the downside. And yeah, not really seeing too much of anything outside of a couple of chip names, although BABA is starting to go higher. I just looked down at that chart, trying to get to VWAP. Yeah, it's not pressing into that 110 level off of the open, and the volume pretty light here on Alibaba. As I said, Intel's trying to get to 19.4. Like, I got it on the way back down. I wanted fills in here at 40. Obviously, we didn't get any. I'm going to pop right back on the offer. Sometimes you get the opening range twice here on Intel.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't realize Nvidia had gone up there. I thought this market was coming back in, but we do have Apple right now, which is your first right there, dollar club. So we're going to start to take a little bit out here, but still try to get a little bit greedy as well, right? I mean, that's what we've been doing, is trying to figure this all out. We still have 70% of this trade on right now. And yeah, man, we've hit it. We've hit a goal here. We'll wait to see how much lower we can go right now on the play. So we've got man in the mirror in our ear right now. We just had Pretty Young Thing, and Apple right now is a pretty good short as we come back in right now. Man, I didn't realize how good of a song this Man in the Mirror is. This is crazy. Okay, so 199.25. We're starting to go lower, man. This is exactly as it was written right there. It's a good position for me as we get to the downside. We do want to look at AMD because we don't have to just rest on... Man, I better turn this music off because I'm going to be on one very soon. There's AMD back up to 90, so we will have to have a quick little look over here at what we're thinking about doing. We wrote down again 92. Let's give it some gas and see if we can get back somewhere up there. 200 period right here, 91 coming into play. It looks like we'll be wrong looking to go short AMD, but that don't matter because we've got Apple, which is an absolute monster right now to the sell side there. Like I said, believe in your trades, take them, and hopefully send yourself to the moon right now, just like Katy Perry goes to the moon. We're going to the moon right now with this. Let's go to the downside as Apple mooning the net, but it is a downside play there. It's the only one we do have on. We were also looking, I didn't miss a thing for Adara, did I? Yeah? Test my
Keep an eye here on TGL. This is Treasure Global, small cap with about a 750,000 share float, about almost 9% of that float is sold short. This one's rallied in the past, almost taking out pre-market highs here, announcing that they secured now we're above pre-market highs. This company announced it has an exclusive partnership with Mezify to become the sole distributor of its digital coupon platform. They're looking now for $2 to $4 million in annual recurring revenue, I guess, as a result of this partnership. TGL, small float, decent short float, and a news catalyst this morning. And back to you.
The other things that are going right now, those materials names are absolutely flying. That MP is going nuts. So just look, we're going to reload at the high, same place we got it before on Intel. But MP up now 11%. This is $28. That's where it rejected yesterday. It was a ridiculous candle. Oh, great. That chart crashed too. So I can't look at my 15, but 28 level was where it rejected yesterday. Big one for MP, 11% the upside. All those materials because of the stockpile that they were talking about in the U.S. That's brought a lot of the rare earth names and alike are headed to the upside. So shout out to anyone that's looking at those. We're just going to try to short these pops right back into that prior high. Alibaba does not seem to want to cooperate here. All it's doing is holding the low of the day. So VWAP looking like it's going to be the play. 110. That's a number that we might not be able to get. So the opening range is clearly headed lower on these Chinese ADRs, at least this one. And I said if I didn't get Alibaba, then I would look over at NEO off the 350 level. That seems like a much more realistic possibility. It's at VWAP as we speak.
Oh, man. Yeah, we're... If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change, Apple. So we're bidding down here 119.14 199.14, sorry. As here comes, go, 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 go. Oh, it just was at 15. Ooh, we're waiting for a bid. Let's get that bid one more time. Look, if the market is rallying here and Apple is tank city, then we've got another one on our board today. We had this yesterday. Hey, Warren, don't worry, my guy. We ain't buying this stock yet, because there it goes. We are approaching, Sharif, almost $2 right now in the money on that one, as we get to go lower and lower and lower right now in the market, man. We've got good vibes here today. We've got another one on Apple. We took $4 yesterday on this name. Let's see what we could do here again today on AAPL. So, man, we are watching out for this. Again, one of our top idea was AMD, but that didn't even come close to hitting our spot yet. So we'll be ready for that very, very soon. An AMD short. But right now, oh boy, Neil, and everybody else, what a day to trade. One more time here today. You got to stick with what you're doing. Apple, downside, ciao, Bella. We'll see how much lower. Yeah, over 10,000 people are watching right now, and you're watching the best of the best right now, as Neil and I are in these names right there. Neil's been in Nvidia. He's in Intel right now. He's got NIO on here. But we've got over $2 on Apple. Webull here up 5%. Let's go over and find out what's going on. Intel, Neo. That's all I'm looking at. If there's anything else in the chart or in the chat, you guys go. We did have Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is absolutely BTC.
Flying, hopefully?
Flying. No, I have it to the downside.
Oh, really? Okay, it's IBIT's up right here. Since
well, it's down. It's down on the day, but it just turned now is what I was sort of getting at. It was flying, but it just did a heavy turn at the highs on IBIT. I did get into NIO. Alibaba's finally starting to come back up. We want to grab that. I just don't believe. Look, I know they had good numbers in China, but we know about the economic numbers in China. And sometimes you get a pop on those, and I'm usually not a believer, and it's trend down. So we're getting into VWAP on Alibaba, down 3.5 points. Just wanted to get to that 108.70 to 75 for sure. That ML still flying to the upside. And RCP Sear, I do see it. That one from yesterday, that OST we were trading in the afternoon, halted up. So this is when we try to go long. I mean, it wasn't a losing trade. It just didn't really go very far off the 320 level. But gap down 33% and a halt up. Day two plays I never expect to be as good when you've already given up the gap. So just be careful. It lost it in the afternoon at about 3 and showed resistance there. So if you're into that short or into that long, just remember what happened yesterday at that $3 level. So NIO we're in. BABA we haven't been able to creep into. Don't mind being patient with this NVIDIA because it's actually trending up. Like some of the chip names, Sans Intel, are putting in higher highs and higher lows. Like Intel, at least for now, is still putting in lower highs and lower lows. That's what you want out of a short trade. And you're right, Keith Kelthais. BTC hasn't done anything yesterday. We're still range bound in that as well.
All right, let's go back over and have a quick checkout. Again, another big shout out to my good friend Brian Shannon. Thank you for coming through last night as we had a crazy recap show. Every Tuesday, join us every night for recap. We also posted up some gold there. Let's go over what we looked at. Apple 201. I mean, that's the short that we have on. It's $2 from in the money on that, almost $2.50 on that one. We have AMD waiting for 92. We have the TQs at 49, and IBIT at 48, and Intel at 1975. So those are the plays that I'm sort of waiting for. The only one that came in early was this one, and the rest is history. You got to be starting something here with Apple. Let me go check over what's going on in Intel for myself. So absolutely nothing, so I'm not going to do this right yet, although you do have 1950 coming into play there, maybe for Intel as a possible short. The other name would be, and we just talked about IBIT. Let's just check out what the TQs are doing. I see on the NASDAQ right here that we are starting to pump a little bit higher, and that's 48, right? So that could be a decent level to go short right now on the TQs. If you're looking at a little bit, the problem is I'm already short. So now only, by the way, I only have 1/3 left now of Apple as we get some out underneath this 199, which was pretty cool. Yeah, just looking up here, right? This is why we wrote down 49. It looks like there was some support down here, but then we've broken lower. So I was looking to go short in and around 49, which is that level right there from yesterday. So we'll see if we could get back up there on the TQs. If we do, then it will squash our Apple trade. But for right now, we're $1.70 in the money as Apple just goes lower and lower, man. You look at the market ripping, and this is why you have to tune in to Trader TV Live. Like the market is up here since the open, and we've got this banger on right now on this short. So, Apple, different names, different moves. There it goes. What's up? I mean, this is what we're talking about, Apple, man. Marty, traders got to trade. You see us in these positions. That Apple trade rocked. We appreciate that. So we'll give you props up, man. You took a full position. We'll give you props up. That's what we're talking about. Take positions in things you believe in. So we go props up. We spin this for you, Mr. Marty, right there. Going to go diving. Hey, man, well, I'm here for you guys, but that's the whole point of what we're doing here, showing you what's possible early. Marty, enjoy your dive, my guy, and congratulations. I'll see you tomorrow. Great trading over on that side.
Yeah, go dive and do whatever it is that you do. Do you. Just keep the dolphins out of it, as Sean said. You don't want to do that. No, Nvidia just curled heavily. We just went for the ad on Intel. It's continuing to trend down. Tesla just lost 250. That's starting to look a little bit nasty. I thought for a second Palantir was going to catch a bid. It looked pretty good off VWAP for a second, but it didn't. That's still Tesla. Hit enter again. Looked pretty good off VWAP for a second, and then all of a sudden it was like 70 cents lower. So let's let Palantir calm down a bit. If I like $93 on Palantir, don't want to jump into this too early. If you're underneath the volume weighted average price on the market, then I don't want to be rushing into anything to the long side right now. So let's be a little bit patient with that. Obviously, we're still not in Alibaba, as it's now allergic to VWAP. I don't want to chase this too far down. We're still in the midst of the opening range. And when that's a chance, I want to give us an opportunity to go like 30, 40 cents higher and get ourselves a good price on this name. As I said, the only things that we're in, Neo, that's kind of chilling out. Intel, I prefer getting in on the way down, so I wasn't able to add. That's me. When it tags the top, that's me trying to get the shorts above VWAP. Well, it just lost a bid. Going to bid in front of the low of the day. Yeah. But remember on Intel yesterday, you had ample opportunity. You had all morning range to get the highs. You had afternoon to get VWAP. You had afternoon to get lower highs. This is the plan of action. When it trends down, and that's just how it rolls. So we'll stick with this one and also get a refill on the Joe from Randy.
Refill on Joe.
Yeah, let's go, Randy. Let's go. Apple is the trade of the day so far there. As we go down now, $2 now in the money. I know Randy's probably going to some clubs tonight, so we'll shout that out for Randy right there. But yeah, there goes Apple to the downside. We talked about it in our note that, you know, this China story is nowhere near being done. And there goes Apple to the downside. We're short right there, $200.50. Yeah, we all have some concerns, my guy.
Think?
How much is it going to cost them to move a big chunk of their supply chain back to the U.S.? Like, what's the price tag on that?
Very expensive.
Your new device, Mac, phone, iPad, whatever. How much more is it going to cost? And how much of that cost are they going to pass on to the consumer? So
it's going to cost a little less if you shorted Apple today because you get that money in your pocket. But you're right. I mean, you're a big Apple guy.
I am.
I mean, but the thing about Apple product is you don't need to upgrade.
You can just hold. You
know, like my phone is the 12 Pro, and I haven't even. It doesn't even. There's no glitch, nothing as you continue to go. So I think it'll be okay. And like I said, man, the American ingenuity, you know, the way these stocks have flourished over the last 20, 30 years, especially these big tech names, they will get this figured out, man. This, maybe they're not the smartest guys in the room, but they're pretty smart. They'll be able to figure out how to navigate through these this turmoil. So I think it is going to be a temporary issue, but there it goes, breaking down through $200 again.
Temporary is just painful.
Yeah, exactly. A little painful short there, and that's why we go short. So $2,000 entry iPhone, yeah, that may be the case for many of us. Very soon.
They said 21 to 23 for that fold. I think the fold is an issue because that's like a new thing that people were excited for. But at the end of the day, look, it's only a few years. There's even a decent chance that like tomorrow, maybe not tomorrow, but like in weeks, you can have some kind of a deal get done, and then Apple's going to go screaming to the upside. But until then, they're just under pressure, as is the rest of the market. Let's get on over to the desk. We've got Adara.
Here's the 1-minute chart for the Canadian dollar against the US dollar. Nice little push here. Canada holding its interest rates here, 2.75%, exactly as expected. And again, just a hold, so the same as the previous. They did warn, though, tariffs could be pushing prices higher. For its part, the U.S. actually having an economic data release at 10 a.m. for the first time in what feels like a little while. At 10 a.m., we'll get the NAHB Housing Market Index and the month-over-month change in business inventories. Stay tuned. For about 10 minutes, we will get those numbers back to you.
numbers have mattered. Like, remember, we started the day off with a great retail sales number, and I'm using the word great because I don't care. You can't look at it any other way. It was like 4.6 versus like 2 something. But there was a little muted bounce off the bottom here, so we double bottomed on most things. The NASDAQ just hit a low and popped back up there. I saw Tesla manage to make a low. But I look over at Nvidia, and we were in it early. It tried to come back and hold VWAP, but it is holding the bull flag. So until this either does a real big break of the volume-weighted average price with this little trend or flag that it's got going on, do not want to fight that name. Because I look on over, you know, I see Micron, load. I see Micron, and it's doing the same thing. You're seeing chip names that are showing some somewhat relative strength. Now, I know Intel's going to be a different story, but that's just it's its own beast. This ML stock that everyone is going ham about, whoops, not ML. I meant MP, the materials name, pulling back into VWAP. Didn't hold that 28, but still up 10%. This is the one that was absolutely hammed 2 days ago, a bit of a pullback yesterday, but looking to hold on to a very key prior high, that 27.5. So if you're trading that, when in doubt, always zoom out. It's an obvious level. It's where it kind of crested yesterday before falling apart. If it holds that, it's a good contrarian play if you're only into longs.
All right, big shout out to my guy, Obi. Thank you so much for the kind words on the Apple trade, because right there, now it is $2.50 in the money as we get riding to that downside right now as we go here for Apple. So we'll just wait to see what exactly is going on right now with this name. But there it goes, downside right here for Apple. And we just posted it up. Make sure you guys do check us out all on our socials as we give you these trades live right there. This actually, it's funny because I got bad in my ear right now. So we say, who's bad? Apple. Nice downside movement. We wrote it down on today's sticky note that we wanted this trade with China not backing down. Well, there it goes. Apple. Bye-bye for AAPL. We're now basically 2 times our goal here for the day. As there it goes, Neil, it's now $1, $2, $3 now in the money on Apple. Good trade by you over there on Intel. We wanted this trade. Well, I guess it's a good short, but not doing anything right there for Intel. I did want to look at AMD actually as well. We had written down this short, but we had wrote down 92. So let's just stay very, very patient and see if we can get that. We'll also look at some Nvidia here as well. What a catalog, obviously, Michael Jackson has. Just keeps on hitting these bang. Now I remember the time in my ear right now. Another great joint.
That's
yeah, there's so many good songs, man, that we have on right now. Here it is right here. Remember? Oh, yeah, I remember this album cover, too. This album cover is hot right here. Let me just pull this down. I don't think we're going to get in trouble for showing this. There it is right there, man. Dangerous. Great cover there. Wow. Yeah, all right. That's pretty good. All right, so anyways, as we go, that's what we're trading right now. Wow, now Apple is, man. So we only have about 20% left. So we'll have to do a little better for holding it on. But, yeah, Dirty Diana, maybe we got to get that next time as well, man. We might be listening to some tunes every day if we got these kind of things going on for us right now. Nice downside play here for Apple. It's the only name that we have, and you guys were shouting at me, Sean, maybe get in the TQQs. Yeah, for sure. But, again, it doesn't hit my level. But there goes downside the NASDAQ. All we had written down here was short ideas today. We actually had IBIT written down as the short as well at 48. Ooh, that was definitely a missed opportunity because I get to 47.90. I actually have an offer at 47.95 right there for IBIT. That does not get hit. That's right there. So we missed. That's the 90. We're a little bit higher. We wrote down 48. We wanted that trade, so we'll see if that can hit. We'll put another bid down right now near 197.40. But there it goes, man. It's just a. We talk about this every single day, man. Like when the market opens up, like my eyes just lighting up. Many opportunities here every single day to trade. And this is a perfect example. Neil, this is $3.50 here, still going lower. It does matter, you know, what stocks you're looking at on a daily basis. Some go up, some go down. And right now, down goes Apple. The king has hit the mat.
The king has hit the mat. Well, I don't know.
Appreciate you, David.
If you hit the mat, you can't go any lower. You can go through the mat. This never really happened, but I think you have an opportunity to now, just because we just broke the low of the day. And if you're breaking the low of the day on the NASDAQ, sorry, I just got into Alibaba. Baba finally got to VWAP, so we get into VWAP on Alibaba for the first time here today. We're already in NEO. You saw Apple breaking lows. I just saw NQ break the lows. I just saw Tesla also breaking the bottom in here and not looking very, very healthy. Intel already, it already tested this low once, and it's testing it again. So I want it to break through. You just cancel those offers. We didn't get those on the way back up. If it bounces off the bottom, now we've got to respect VWAP. Remember what I said about that trend. You don't want to let something off the hook. Just because it was a good short here doesn't mean you don't want that and that and that and that. So if we get any kind of a pop, we want to be adding to this position. That's the idea. I want to add if we get VWAP. I want to add if we get that high of the day to continue to head to said downside. Palantir actually has a decent chance of getting into the target zone for a bounce. It's about $2 away now. 93 is the first look for me, and then 91.5 as Palantir, like everything else. I mean, it doesn't matter how strong you were yesterday. It's a different day today. So only new position was Alibaba off of VWAP. We'll bid 108s. We're in front of the $0.50, so every $0.50 into the low is an out.
$9.54. All right, what do you guys want to talk about right here? We're now $4 in on this trade. It's funny though, because Neil, yesterday we said we had a $4 winner on Apple, 204 to 200. It looks like right now here today we get the exact same trade, but this time it's 200 down to 196.50 right now for Apple as goes boom right there. Yeah, so Neil be in, well, you see the three positions that he's in there. I'm just in the one. It's only been one. Oh, no. Now it's Thriller in my ear. Are we about to go a lot lower right now? I'm going to get another piece out here at 68. Ooh, missed the 68. But our best fill down here, though, on this has been 88s. So there it is. We didn't miss it for long. Oh, no, the werewolves are in the background right now. All right, I'm going to go over. I mean, I've wanted Intel today, too. So just nice move down into 918 right here and still going lower for Intel. So that's going to be a good look there. We should have shorted it as well at 1940, but again, too obsessed with the trade that we do have on. Because you know what, man? I know you can't hear the music. I've asked if they could pipe this in, but they cannot pipe it in from my PC there. But yeah, we've been listening to Michael Jackson all morning, and it's been nothing but
what's a copyright thing?
Good vibes. Yeah, you could do 9 seconds, I think. Nothing but love today for the shorts. Glad that we have some of those plays on for you right now as well. I'm just gonna. Again, it's $4. We're in this game. I'm trying to focus on it. We are putting on shares, man. We're making days with one trade, and I think that's important. That's the style that I've been doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 snipes, as Obi says. And again, Obi, thank you so much for the respect there in the back. But yeah, we're talking about making sniping trades, right? Picking levels that we like, hitting them for good value, and then watching it go. So we've made our day right now. It's almost 10 o'clock, and yeah, we're on this trade. We've got it. Our confidence is there. It is. All it does is take one, right? And so we've been doing it though over and over again with just consistency and making sure that you stick to what you had. We had yesterday, we had that Boeing trade yesterday short. Let's check out Boeing right now. We had this thing short at 158.75, got stopped out at 159, and then it went down immediately to 156 or 155 yesterday on that Boeing trade right here. We were stopped out right at this little wick right there at about 12:30. That's where we got stopped out, and then this happened. And we just bled down $4. Sometimes you're trying to hold for bigger moves and you'll get stopped out. So, but yesterday on Apple, for example, we had the same note. I mean, I have the sticky note right here. We can show it to you. We had Apple written down. And now, by the way, we're into about 14% or so left. Yesterday's Apple trade was something very, very similar, but the other way around. We had this move right there at 204. Where was it? Right into here, I guess, all the way down into 200. And then that huge climb into the end of the day. And then it gave it up on the NASDAQ back in. And there's 200 coming into play at yesterday's close. So when we saw that today, it was like, thank you, come again. There, Apple to the downside. So, yeah, I mean, that's just the talk there. I'm in this because of China. We wrote that down. We're getting weaker or lighter and lighter on our position as the market's trying to battle back. Alibaba, probably another play there. I know you're on that to fade this China move.
So, speaking of China, because you just mentioned it in Alibaba, it just bounced off the even dollar, so half dollar VWAP into the even dollar 108. If it comes back in, holds the same high, then we reshort it. If it breaks that high, the original plan was 110. Obviously, if it doesn't get to your level, you adjust the plan. If you still like it, you don't have to. I chose to because I like VWAP. But if you break it, then I'll just wait till you get to that high of the day. But I don't want to let Intel off the hook here, as with this bounce in the, okay, fine, the market was bouncing. A second ago, the market was bouncing. Trust me, it was happening. And Intel was really close to testing the volume-weighted average price. It no longer is. Now you're just resolving at that pre-market low. So the re-entry I want is back in here at 1930. I think if you get to the highs, we'll cross that bridge if it's even possible for us to get there. There were some small cappers. My HALT scanner is gone. I'll have to reopen that up. I usually have a HALT scanner open up. A couple of things crashed on me this morning. But WIMI, just be careful with this. This has done 200,000 shares, everybody, and it's already 10 o'clock this morning. So liquidity is at a big time premium. We've always said if you get these things early, that's your best shot. So it's the first halt of the day, but this thing dumped at like 650, and there was no buying on the way down 2 days ago on it. So just be careful. Liquidity is pretty nasty on that bad boy. So as I said, we're in BABA, we're in Intel, we're going to go to happening now. I'd love to be able to short the pop into VWAP, but if we don't get it, then we just hold to the low of the day here, which is at 106 and a half. Adara?
Ready here for these numbers. We have in just about 5 seconds now the NAHB Housing Market Index and business inventories month over month. They just came out. Business inventories flat here, exactly in line with expectations, 0.2%. Versus 0.2% expected, slightly lower than the previous print of 0.3%. NAHB Housing Market Index coming in a little bit higher than we expected, 40 versus 38. NASDAQ finding a little bit of a temporary bounce level here perhaps, but not moving too much here. Still at low of days for the NASDAQ, and semiconductors certainly on watch just as a group. Here's ASML at its days lows, much like the market on day one earnings. They did have a miss on sales and their guidance a little bit mixed to negative as well, with their Q2 net sales guide completely missing estimates. Then we have NVDA. This one actually bounced a little bit nicely off the open, but still removed from highs, basically announcing they're going to be taking a $5.5 billion charge here with regards to China chip export restrictions on its H20 chips. So NVDA on watch here, all of these chips on watch. As we also want to remind you guys, 1:30 p.m., Fed Chair Powell will be taking the podium, so keep an eye on that. I'll be watching that, delivering that for you guys. Back to you.
It looks like we, thank you, Adara. It looks like we were right on AMD, but I think if you're going to look to go short, it might be in and around now, trying to break through the 50-period moving average right there. Let's go. I mean, Apple's still trying to go lower right now as well. If this market does crack, we're bidding 197. Someone's really phoning me now. I wish it was this guy. Yeah, I told him this has to be off the show, but I don't want to get any. We don't want to get any investigations over here, Joe. Like, we shouldn't be picking up.
He's got time, and he's got time.
But there it is. He was probably wondering about this Apple trade. But the thing is like we're just covering some more here at 44s. That is so now it is a clean $4 right now in the money to the downside. So we're just covering more. We just got a good bid there at 50. So we're getting lighter and lighter now. 10% exactly. 10% left on this trade. Sorry, Marty. I'm not sorry at all. I'm really glad that you made your day 2 times your daily goal. But I wish, hopefully, you were still in it, at least still in a little bit. Always worth holding. Shout out to Adam. And just shout out to everybody here who's in the chat. Make sure you do hit, excuse me, that like and that subscribe, because right now I do want to give you a big shout out right here. What's up to Mike DeRider, Imperial Music fan, Sam, Jesse. It's 10 o'clock, baby. Everybody's in the building now. Martin, God Emperor, Mo Bro. What's up, Mo Bamba? Right there. Hey, Adam, how's it going, man? Wave to you too, my guy. Dick Tracy. Yeah, we solved that problem yesterday when we guessed that Edge X. What's up, Dan McIsaac? What's up, Jacques? What's up, Conservative Momentum? Hasib. Yo, Chef Joe's in the building. Now the chat's getting going. Adolfo is here as well. Yezer is here. What's up, Yezer? Christopher, Common Sense, everybody that's in the chat. Jay Lee. Hey, this guy's still short. Way to go, Jay Lee, as well. Moonshot Zin. Everybody that is in the chat. Yo, 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 says Ezekiel. What's up, Ezekiel? Everybody. There it is. Ozan. Ozan is once again in the building. So there we go for you, my guy, Ozan. We are getting it. What's up, Pillsbury? What's up to everybody today? Oh boy, we've got MJ in the ear. We've got the dubs on the board. We're ready to go, man. Neil crushing it over here. We're putting up number. I don't need to keep talking about this one trade because you guys can see that is clear as day. What's up, Anurag? You're in here. Hey, you're short AMD. Great trade over there as well. So yeah, man, a big shout out to everybody. AMD was the number one trade idea on the board. I hope you guys hit that short. So there it goes, man. Weemy now halted again at the highs, and you guys are really making my day. We love the fact that everybody's on board with us here. And yeah, I just should have shorted AMD, but you know, caught in deer in headlights with what we've been doing here on Apple. So I just go salute to you guys. We're here every day. The sticky note is what's good, and we've got that. It is that sticky, icky note.
I see you guys, everybody in there. Shout out to Sam. And a lot of people saying Tesla, you're throwing names out there. Trust me, it's probably falling. But Tesla is oddly enough not one of them. Tesla already bounced off the low. I'm staring down, look, we're holding the shorts, but I'm staring down Palantir because I did like this for a long dip buy. And obviously, it's dipping. So yesterday, this it was a ramp job exactly from $23 at the open. I still have the trend line that got put in there. It just tagged 24.5. Okay, now you're getting a bit of a relief rally, so maybe put it on the back burner. But as it's testing the lows, I'm looking for the mean revert down in here off the 93. Palantir, it was big news yesterday. NATO's a big deal for these guys, and that was a great push. And the other thing it's got going on for it, this is above the 50 period on the daily on Palantir. So like for me, that's still pretty, it can pull all the way back into like 91, 92. And on the daily chart, that's still holding the trend. So it can be down 6, 7 points today and still be a solid opportunity as long as it closes above that. So we are looking for that for the downside and then trying to revert it. But I don't want to get into a long too early. That's the idea. Like you just have to be patient with it. I don't think we're at that moment just yet. A lot of time, it's only 10 o'clock. So BABA hasn't really broken VWAP again. We didn't get the reload in here. It was kind of just hanging underneath. You can see the wick on the candle. That's real. It tagged 40s where we're in and then was right back down at 108 right quick. So that was a little too fast. And Intel is trying to bounce. I still want to be a bit patient. Here it's coming back into VWAP. Remember the plan of action is to try to do what happened yesterday. Play the high, play the lower high. That was midday when it retested VWAP. It didn't want to do it early, but it's coming in here now. So we'll get our opportunity, I think, in the next couple seconds to get the reload on these shorts. Bitcoin's above 84,000, by the way.
Ooh.
Yeah, Bitcoin's at the high when the market's at the low. So you might want to watch out for that. That's usually a good sign of strength. I was hoping Palantir would do this, and then you'd be Palantir long, much easier to do when it's showing relative strength. But maybe it's Bitcoin instead, or that MP, that Meta, what is it called? Meta Materials? Or, no, that's something else.
I think it's just MP Materials or something like that.
MP Materials?
But the fattest of pipes right now is now up 9% and actually just faded back a little bit. Fat pipe, nice move to the upside right there, up 7% in trying to go again. Another, yeah, it probably is a trap right there. Let's go check over on Webull as well, but I just wanted to bring that up. Fat pipe right now trying to go, and we had run that stock before, but then got run on it as well. So be careful with Fat pipe as that comes and goes up and down. Easy halter there as a recent IPO right there. All right, so I was just going to look at Webull up 13%. We've seen this name go. There was that story yesterday from Charles Gasparino talking about how some of the China ties may be negatory for the stock, but they go negative on that story and go up. Up now 12% for Webull. Looking at some levels, I still like the 50-period moving averages on these things. I mean, we've now traded for enough days. It's not really the halting sort of bonanza that it had been here with Webull. So Again, back into 42. It looks like that's been a good base there today. I don't know if we get that low again, but that is a spot of concern for me on that. We got more out there. So we had 10%. Now we have 7% left as we just took 3 more outs here under 197. And there goes the blast higher in the market now. So we've already covered, like I said, we might as well get it. Let's just get out another bit. Okay, there it is. Now we're down to 5% left on this play. And it's been a good one there to watch. Tank down Apple. But hey, man, everything doesn't go down forever. We talked about it on the mat and looks like it's getting up from said mat. All right, so Nvidia was a lot lower earlier, man, like in the day. It really had those bad thoughts, and then it made that move higher. And remember, what they're talking about is just a potential charge. That can all change. Like, if that decision flips up the other way where they don't need all those permits and trying to curb some of the shipments.
They may never have to pay it.
Right. It may not be anything. So this is a good opportunity, to think about. And it's funny because we had Raheem over here and he's just like, man, all this stuff doesn't get fixed in one day. So, or 1 week or 1 month or 2 months or 6 months. So you're either building plants, you gotta move over your inventory, you gotta get the equipment, you gotta do all this stuff, plus you gotta book out some of the losses like Nvidia not threatened, but had mentioned that there could be some losses there that they're gonna have to book based on their projections. And again, that's the problem is looking forward right now. Very, very hard to guide in said environment. So Nvidia making those moves. You had a great trade there.
IBIT's really looking
Intel's also on the note there today. But that would have been another play, and I know you're in it, so that was good, right? But so all right, we're doing our thing here, and so is Miss Adara.
I just want to clarify with regards to the Nvidia charge. So I just actually read their official SEC filing just to make sure I fully understood this. So on April 9th, so last Wednesday, the U.S. government let Nvidia know that they require a license for export to China with regards to transferring the company's H20 or China compliant AI chips. So because of that, because the U.S. government informed them, Nvidia is saying, according to this official filing, they are expected to include up to roughly $5.5 billion of charges. So the issue here seems to not be whether or not there will be charges. They are saying that there will be, or they expect there to be up to $5.5 billion in charges. Now, I guess the question would be, is it actually that $5.5 billion, or would it be a little bit less? But regardless, NVDA 100% expecting there to be some kind of charge as evidenced by their official SEC filing. That is what the story is here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Oh, and thank you very much there, Darius. So look, Bitcoin is, and I just talked to Joe. Joe was in Bitcoin off these bottoms. Good trap that got set off the lows. If you ever see this, like you have to be bullish on something to get this trade where it wicks the bottom and then immediately goes. You have to be thinking long on a false break at the bottom, but you don't have to be thinking that when it makes the double bottom in there. Now, I wasn't looking at IBIT. I wish I was, but it is what it is. Like I said. As the market just made this bounce, psych. So this is what we just did on the NASDAQ, back into VWAP. Okay, thank you, Alibaba, because it hits the low, and I'm thinking, yeah, we're going to bounce pretty nicely off that low. Okay, it's going now, but a second ago, it looked like that was going to be a terrible decision to take the range trade on BABA. But I got to follow my rule. My rule is if I'm thinking short, like pop short off of the highs is the big level, and I have a target zone, like a prior close as a target zone, I do not want to do sticky keys. I wasn't even holding my keyboard down. Let's go, no. I feel like I always disable that, and then it just comes back on its own, Windows. But if I have a target zone and I get double confirmation, like it bounces off of it once, the futures are bouncing from there, then I'm taking the trade out. That's just a rule, especially on a VWAP trade, like bounce to VWAP to the high, bounce to VWAP to the low. So I will reload this if we get the chance. That's what we're going to do. Nvidia got away from us. And by the time it actually broke the trend, that's where it's always opportunity cost. That's where I was focused on Alibaba. But now you're underneath VWAP. There's your trend break. So I took the early L on Nvidia. It finally broke the trend clean under the volume weighted average price. And now you have a downtrend clearly holding. So we might be able to pick this one up back at VWAP. Just have to, like I said, you've got to be patient. And you should always, at this time of day, note relative strength versus relative weakness. Tesla, like Bitcoin, holding higher, at least for now. At least for now. So I don't want to slap this on the, let's go long, but I wasn't even thinking Tesla short unless it was pressing above 255 into 256 and looking for a turnaround way up there. And it can't get to those prices if it doesn't do a bit of a breakout. So NASDAQ's down 2 points and trying to bounce. We'll see if Tesla's able to hold up. Oh, not again, Weemy? Oh, good. All right, Weemy with the old dumperino, everybody. So what does it do? It goes into the prior high and halts to the downside. Volume a little bit better now if you guys have been trading this. This is why you take profit. You get the early move, take your profit in there. If you sold it 650, whatever, like you made a huge gain on this type of a move, 20, 30%, whatever it might be. It'll be a 5-minute halt or a 10-minute halt. The current tap for anyone that happens to be in this, hopefully no one's caught in this. I really don't want anyone to be caught. 511 is the indicated open right now. That's how dangerous these things are on the back end. Be very, very careful with them. MacP, no way. CoreWeave's at the IPO price. When the market's this bad, we like CoreWeave, but remember on the IPO for CoreWeave, CWRV. CoreWeave, remember it broke this already? So the IPO price, the issue was 40, but you've got to remember where this thing went to on day one, and which was much lower. Come on, chart. Show us the bottom in here. It already double bottom once. I want to be able to show you the first day. Load. There you go. Like it's already been down at 36. So the actual bottom is 36, and the first day low was right around like 38. So you do have some levels down here where you're at the 38. Now that you're under 40, it'd be 36 that I think you got to look for, because that over-under at the 40 is already come and gone. So yeah, CoreWeave nasty. Maybe an SSR bounce play on CoreWeave could be in play. Lots of things going on here as the market continues to bleed. The only thing that I reloaded now was just Intel. Yikes, that's an ugly chart. We reloaded Intel off of VWAP, bit of a topping tail candle. We'll play it to the low of the day and just try to rinse and repeat. Like you always say, like whatever the best stock was for you the day before, you want to go back in. And if it does the same thing, then you should do the same thing. And what it did yesterday, right now it's kind of looking the same. It just tried to pop the pre-market high, failed it, hit the low, came to VWAP, failed it, hit the low, didn't get to VWAP again. We're not even 35 minutes in, and it's already done what it did, by 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, which is the VWAP retrace. So it's a little bit stronger, but I'm going to play the pattern until it breaks. Now, that's what you're supposed to do. Ride the trend, ride the wave. Right now, nothing is telling me that this wave down is over. Well, IBIT kind of.
I mean, we just look at that wick we just got right there. Sometimes you got to have some kind of diamond hands right there as well. So there we just got a 196 fill. What was that? 196.15. I mean, it looks like we'll probably get it again in just a matter of time. But there it goes. Nice move down there for Apple again. I see you are, great trade. I was going to say, I see you're out of Alibaba. I was hoping it kept going down, so that's a good one there. 107.50, nice.
It bounced off the world.
Yeah. Intel, probably a good reload. I heard you mentioning that one. All right, what else do you guys want? Let's look at Tesla. We haven't looked at that in a minute as well. All right, so I only have now 5% left of Apple. That was a really good fill down there, so I'm just going to now basically just chillax and wait to see what the next play there is for Apple. All right, we'll go on that one and give it a second. So, all right, Tesla, same type of thing there. We talk about why that level is so key for me anyways on Apple, that $200 level. And we shorted through that. We had to hold, can you believe on Apple, we had to hold this trade that is now $4. We had to hold it about 40 cents against us right there. So well worth that. But there goes Tesla, the same kind of a trade. Oh, that's Apple. That's Tesla. The same kind of a trade right there at 250, right? And that's the thing. If you're going to short something, especially something that you're a little uncertain of right there because Tesla's moving with the market, you definitely want to get them in at key levels. And right there, 250, and again, I talk about this with Obi because we both have similar mentalities of trying to snipe levels and get those prices. We all do, but it's about sticking with individual trades and maybe putting in a little bit more size because as we can all tell you, the size, and this is going to sound silly, but it is the thing that matters the most, because we can have all of these trades. And if I have one trade in Apple, let's just say, and I put on 100 shares and it goes $4, great. But if my very next trade, let's just say in Tesla or something like that, I put on 200 shares and I lose $1, well, I mean, right there, sure, you have a $4 winner one way, but then the other way, you almost lost, and I know the math doesn't work out, it's half, but you're going to lose a big amount of money if you don't share size properly. So we've seen these on days where you'll have 3 or 4 winners, but then that one loser can wipe absolutely everything out, right? So, you know, stay with the plan and stay patient with some of those plays. Because, yeah, you said it right there, Mr. Easy Street. What I didn't want to say, size. Yeah, so size does matter. Yeah, exactly. And there is nothing more important with trading, because we can have all of these ideas that we have. If you don't have the shares on to make your day, then you don't have the shares on. It's just, it's one of those things. Like, I could sit here and say the Maple Leafs are going to win the Stanley Cup. That's great. It's fun to cheer them on. But if you're trying to make money off of it, then you got to bet it, right? So right there on Tesla, good move there at 250 coming into play. I think that's worth it for a decent size. And that's what we started. If you're going to do anything, you want to get it into 250, 251. So yeah, those are just some things that I'm thinking about right now. Yeah, Austin Matthews may choke. We'll see. We have an early Ontario battle here, where it's going to be your Toronto Maple Leafs versus the Ottawa Senators. So basically, Toronto gets 7 home games in the first round. So that's going to be really important. I remember going down to Ottawa back in 2004 when they played. I'm not sure if you came with us or not.
I couldn't go to the.
Yeah, talk is cheap, obviously. Yeah,
I know that.
Yeah, we went down there. I think we did there and back one night. That was wild. There. So a bunch of us went down. So shout out to all those guys. But yeah, anyways, there it goes. Yeah, I'm listening to Black or White right now on the tunes here. So makes sense.
I remember how big the release was for that video. And then it was like, I was very disappointed in it. It was because what happened is from MJ after Thriller, literally every time he'd come up with like, this is the feature video, the anticipation was gigantic, but nothing was ever Thriller. So no matter how good it was, you were always disappointed.
Right, yeah.
Random in the chat. First, someone asked me about Palantir, and I said exactly the same things before. I am looking for a dip buy in Palantir. It's just nowhere near the price yet, and it's fallen like a rock. But this is distinctly different. I'm not sure why, and maybe I missed a story on SMCI. I'll go and check. SMCI has a chance to turn green here. So there you go. I mean, I had no idea. Thank you for pointing it out in the chat. Not really sure why SMCI is doing this, but as I said, Palantir, I was looking for a dip buy, but SMCI, great call out. You look for relative strength. Clearly, it's here in SMCI. Let's go to the desk with Adara for the small cap recap.
Yeah.
I just checked here. There's no story on SMCI that I could find. The most recent story was yesterday at 8 a.m. So nothing really there to explain that push to the upside for Supermicro Computer. But here's the IWM. And to say this has been really, really consolidated over the last 3 days would be an understatement. We'll have a little bit of chop, a little bit of churn, but generally trading within this range. Top here of about 188. Bottom, I guess you'd say around 183, so about a 5-point range for IWM. HOLO on watch here, microcrowd hologram, announcing on Monday they're going to be doing a 1-for-40 stock split. Traded lower the last 2 days, now trying to get a little bit of a push to the upside. HOLO will have this reverse split go into effect on April 21st. They do have about an 8.7% short float. WIMI, another sympathy in that, I guess, hologram space. This company is called Wimmy Hologram. No news I could find on this, but as Neil mentioned earlier, extremely volatile. And last but not least, frequent small cap runner, Treasure Global. TGL is the ticker for this one. Right now trading around that $3.50 level, announcing this morning that they've secured a partnership with Mezify. So keep an eye on TGL with about a 750,000 share float, roughly 9% of which is sold short. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. That's TGI going, but SMCI is now going to be green. And what I was saying, I was showing SMCI when I was talking about Palantir, but I was saying about Palantir, it just never got to the level. I wanted, when you're trending down like this, my theory usually is if you like a dip by price and it's way off at some support lower, then when you're trending down, like give it the chance to get there. Like, so my thing was I wanted to give it a chance to get there. And we're not there just yet. All right, Alibaba's coming into VWAP. I mean, it's coming into the volume weighted average price. Get that line out of the way. If we get another one of these pop and fades off the volume weighted average price, then we look to get back into Alibaba. That looks like it's coming here next. So Daniel, yeah, that'd be the plan. If it blows through and never does any kind of a stop or a curl, then I don't want it. But as long as we hold on, I think we're good to go. And we'll see what happens with Alibaba here. Tesla, I'm going to pull that away because it's not doing anything. I'm actually going to move that chart to Palantir because that's going lower. Tesla not doing much. I said I like 55 to 56 short. I mean, it was at like 50 and not doing anything. So VWAP here on BABA. I think we get the reload also on Intel at the same time as the market pops up here.
There you go. Whoever mentioned Dirty Diana, we've got that going right now. We do want to make sure that we continue to look at, everywhere, right? So we did talk about Bitcoin making that move back upside. I am not sitting here at 48, but I mean, I do think that there is a decent opportunity here, needless to say, at 48. But do we like it or what? Like, there's a 200 period right there at 48.20, 48.25. So, I mean, that could give us 25 cents worth of cover there for IBIT. I mean, crypto has bounced. We talked about that 83 level earlier. So whether or not you're trading, I just want to try to find that chart so I can show it to you. Here it is right here off Coinbase. There's 83. So we didn't even really test down there today. Let's go to a 3-minute chart just real quickly. Fabian likes the BTC, that is for sure. Let's go to a 1-minute chart. Yeah, we wanted to do something, right? But there it is. So there it goes bounce. This is just a 1-minute chart now. So we do see a little bit of a bounce there on the 1-minute chart. So maybe there's something to see at 84,000. That's where we had just bounced off. 83,931 on the downside of that. We want to make sure that everybody understands that we're not going to be here on Friday. It is Good Friday. But right now we do have to talk about what's on the bottom of your screen. And of course, that is Trade the Pool. So I actually don't see the read in the calendar, to be honest with you. But I can go find one. Again, hold on a second. Let me find a new one. I see it there, but there's actually nothing.
You're right.
There's nothing under the ad read. There is no script. So join us with Trade the Pool. We're doing it live. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. They're changing the game apparently at Trade the Pool, where right now you can just sign up with just $47, get unlimited upside, try to make your mark, lose only $47, but use company capital to get that done. We had Mitch on yesterday with Trade the Pool. We're trading with Real Trading, not available in the United States. So if you are looking for a prop firm, get involved with Trade the Pool right there. There's a few traders in our chat right now that I know have used them, so let us know what you think. But Trade the Pool right there. Scan the QR code. Still get that 10% off, right? Save yourself $5 there and go over. Just $47 to start off with. Scan that QR code. It's Trade the Pool. We want to thank them. Again, we have Steve Tileman. I was calling him Thielman before. I believe it is the man of tiles. Steve Tileman will be joining me on Thursday night with Trade the Pool, and he's an analyst over there. So big shout out there. I'm now about with what? With Adara and I. And tonight, what's on Wednesdays? Do we have anybody?
Wednesdays usually. Sometimes we have Chris. Sometimes we don't. I don't think we're going to have him tonight, but. It doesn't matter because
earnings,
the aftermarket show, we're back into earnings season. I meant to at some point get over to ASML because I definitely jinxed ASML. I was like, oh, it's not so bad. Well, it did get bad in ASML. I'm like, 4%, that's not too bad. I was expecting closer to double digits. Well, be careful what you wish for. No, Alibaba just came back into the volume-weighted average price, so we did grab a reload in there. And as far as ASML goes, I'll remember to call it up on the NASDAQ and not call it up in Amsterdam, which is where my gut goes to. It's at 6% and at the low of the day. So that double digits, sometimes, and you have to remember, sometimes things wait for the U.S. market to open. And in this case, it waited for the U.S. market to open to get worse because it dumped right off the bat and has been dumping ever since. And that's in the face of some chip names looking better. You know, we showed USMCI, which is looking okay in there. Micron at one moment was holding up pretty well. Nvidia is not, however. That's coming into the volume-weighted average price. Baba got there first. And we'll see. If we start losing VWAP in here, we're probably headed back to the lows. But you're getting a strong bid. NASDAQ's at the volume-weighted average price. Nvidia is at VWAP. Worth mentioning for everyone that's been bullish on Bitcoin this morning, it's been leading this entire move back to the upside. Like right now, the leading indicator is IBIT. And it's doing a fantastic job of it here. So IBIT, green, not that it matters, it's a 24-hour market, but I'm asking myself, why am I waiting for Palantir to get to the low? I usually say join the upward trending thing. It's not a stock, but it's looking pretty good. The strength is in Bitcoin. This is, I think, where you need to be. So if we do fail on the NASDAQ off of the volume-weighted average price, if we start bouncing off the low of the day, then I expect Bitcoin to be holding VWAP if it's still relatively strong. Great look for everyone that shouted out Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. It's looking fantastic. But Baba, we're back into this one off the south side. And we'll see if it gets back to the low of the day. I mean, I can't predict where it's going to go. I suspect if the market keeps on climbing, this will probably catch a bid that is not the low of the day.
All right. Thank you for all the comments there in the chat. Yeah, we are we're moving. There goes IBIT through 48. So I'm going to stay away from that one, Hyundai P. I'm not going to get into that one. We did see some talk about uranium. SMR must be a New York name. $14. I mean, there are a few other names that we can obviously look at here. We look at Oklo. Yeah, SMR, uranium's not really doing anything. If you wanted to pick on a name potentially here on the space, I would look at URA if you're just looking for an ETF here in uranium. So URA has been a good one. You could see there's the move. So you don't then have to necessarily worry about the individual names as we continue to climb a little bit higher on this ETF. And I'm not sure if we're expecting anything from Trump as far as uranium or any sort of a play there, but it is a nice move there to the upside.
That's national security.
For all the gold bugs out there, let me find out what's going on with you guys. Up still 2.5%. And again, like PPL was a name that was brought to us earlier by Raheem, and I want to thank Raheem for stepping up and in there today as well. But these names don't necessarily have too much volume. There's Adara. You know, I like the, however, I have no idea, but that was really good. Thanks, Adair. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. And I have it here. I got to refresh our stream right now because it always doesn't. I open it up early and it just doesn't run. So let me push play on this one and figure out exactly how many people are now watching and make sure that we get this like count back up to the upside. So over 9,400 of you right now. If one out of every 3 of you could hit the like button, we get over 3,000. So let's see if you can hit that little thumbs up right there. There we go. There's Sharif. There we go, man. He's wearing the blue. He's telling you to hit the subscribe, hit the like, get it going right now for us. Please, if you like the show. And, if you don't, that's fine. Make sure you do join us tonight for the recap. We do have right after this, we've got Sharif and Joe coming through with your midday. I don't even know if they do lessons anymore. I think they just kind of just go off. And
the big highlights is this. It's the playmaker, everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
The playmaker, which is you guys.
Is literally the most successful strategy.
It's like consistently winning, and it's just the vote. Like everyone votes which way, very simplistically, the market is going to go, specifically the S&P. And big shout, whoops. I'm on a different stock there, but I'm going to go to Alibaba. We just immediately slapped a trail on that, and it just hit. The market was breaking out a little bit there, but we just caught a buyer off the 108 level again on Alibaba, putting in a higher low. We'll keep on rinsing, repeating as many chances as we get on this bad boy. But yeah, that playmaker poll has been doing really well, and that's a credit to everybody in the chat that is voting the right way. I try to put my votes in, but oftentimes you're always going to be skewed with, if I happen, yesterday, if you're short, you just vote short. I always feel like that's what I do. I don't put any analysis into it other than what am I sitting in right now. Obviously, that's what I have to think.
I think that's the best part about it is there's limited analysis. You don't have to worry about it. We just go one way and you have the parameters.
And it's a hard stop. It's a hard take profit. It's very binary. I believe, was that a call? Okay, let's go to Adara for the crypto update.
Go.
Not really hearing you that well.
Yeah, it seems.
I mean, we've talked about this the last couple of days, that support on the daily chart just above that 74,000 level. Now, over the last few days, we've held support around 82, almost 83,000. Right now, though, slightly lower highs, pretty tight day. Again, we've been trading pretty tightly in this range recently. So we're actually at or near high of days right now, that 84.5 level, low of day here around 83. So again, pretty tight, about a 1,000 range right now for BTC as tickers like MSTR make days highs. Now, how are some of these other crypto names doing? Bitcoin relatively flat. Again, certain different platforms are going to show you different things. According to Binance, you're relatively flat on BTC. XRP a little bit red here. Ethereum a little bit red. Solana down about 2%. Cardano down about 2%. Doge relatively flat. So pretty mixed performance today across the board for these crypto tickers, guys, or crypto names, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's not, look, it's the Bitcoin show.
It always
No,
is.
they're number one. They are they're the reason why everything goes. Like, they're your leading indicator. Right now, you're driving the market higher. Every single time I see this catch a bid, like, that was part of the reason that we just covered Baba in there, because when you see this bad boy, like, breaking higher lows and higher highs, and then I see the NASDAQ make that same bottom off of the low, it's like, okay, fine, take the profit. Like, maybe we still continue this trend down, but you can always get back in. Like, we reloaded on Intel there. And I look over at this SMCI. It's not that I'm skeptical, but like, there isn't a news story that I'm aware of here. So if there's no news story, you filled in the entirety of the gap, you got right to prior close, and now all of a sudden this is the time of day that I would look for like your little mean reversion trade. Like, it's a clean trend up that did a topping tail candle, and it's trying to close underneath the trend line. Like, this was kind of a fail to close under the trend line here with that wick, but it's trying to close under the trend line. So I'm going to have this one up. I just realized I probably should check to see. Yeah, that's right. We have to pay for locates here at Real Trading. It wasn't part of the trading plan, so let me go ahead and do that. But SMCI, if there is no story here, I'd take the old trend break trade and see if this can get back into VWAP. But keep in mind, patience, because it has yet to really break this trend, and the market is being dragged higher by Bitcoin.
Yeah, I wanted to have a quick little look here at who was reporting, because it's now 10:34, so 10:30, and it's time to start to look. We did have big bank earnings. Maybe we could have a quick look to see what some of those names are doing here today, including Citigroup and BAC. They were moving around pretty good there yesterday, as we indicated that. BAC, I think, was up 3% or something yesterday, so that was a good one, or maybe it was a Citigroup. Anyways, they were all up yesterday, but despite JP Morgan's downside move, which we actually wound up having, if you remember there, at the end of the day, that turned out to be quite a good trade there yesterday. All right, but what's today? We already saw, actually, you know what? ASML must be going back up, right? Because of what's been, no. So I called ASML down 8% today. We'll see where it ends. If that happens, that's crazy. I don't know. That was just randomly. Like I said, no analysis on that. All right, so pre-market US Bank, Abbott Labs. Tonight we have Alcoa. So we talked about the miners a little bit there, so we can have a quick look at steel. We've had Nucor. That's been really smoked down there as US Steel looking for that Nippon deal to get squashed. I think that is what's going to wind up happening. United, if not already, United Health Group tomorrow. UNH has been super hot fire. And then American Express, I think, is one of those names that we need to buy on any weakness tomorrow. Maybe even, I don't know about into the print, but I do like AXP. TSMC, I mean, you thought today, Neil, was important with ASML.
It's more important.
I mean, tomorrow we have Taiwan, and then we do have, you know, we talk about Netflix. It's a hard one to trade because of the spread. I've traded this before on the show. It's just, I find it hard to take profit areas and things like that for this stock, because when you lose, sometimes just because the spread is now 70 cents right there, and if you have 100 shares or something, I would never trade this, I don't think, with 100 shares unless I had a good level, because you could move $2 or $3 in a couple seconds there. But look what's happening today, up 0.5% when the market's down again. I believe this name splits, so we'll wait to see if that's the next catalyst, because the company came out yesterday and said they were looking for a $1 trillion market cap. But the thing is, their market cap is only $400 billion. So if they're looking for $1 trillion, then you're going to have a 2,300 handle on this thing is what they needed to get it to. So I like when management talks like that. So we'll see what happens with Netflix coming out tomorrow after the bell. That should be an absolute banger just to see. But we've seen Netflix move, and the market, not really. They're not a huge piece of the puzzle. As you can see by the daily, it's over the 50-period moving average, dwarfing all these other names. So I like Netflix. I think that's a buy, and I don't think it's rocket science to say that.
And when they get to that 2,300, or when they eventually split, I promise you'll be split adjusted on the e-signal charts. That's for darn sure. And you'll be able to track it any which way you like. Anything that moves, anything that trades. in highly customizable fashion, you can have it 1 month free over at eSignal, because they're still waiving fees, so you can trade smarter, not harder. We always talk about the opportunity to test your strategies, like the Playmaker. Like the Playmaker poll, you throw in your data, you back test, you forward test, use indicators out the wazoo, have level 1, level 2 access, the imbalance locator, tick replay, tons of features that you can customize to your advantage with the most professional trading and charting platform out there. You can hook it up to brokers, so many brokers, and then the ability to execute trades live there. So big shout out to eSignal. It's all in one place, and it's first month free. So scan the QR code in front of you, check it out. Man, you don't like it, you don't buy it. I mean, I have level 1 up. I happen to have AMD up here because we were sort of observing this yesterday. And you can see your level 2 book, pretty much everything that you need. Customizable charts. There's more, like there's things in here that I haven't even figured out yet on eSignal. So SMCI did pay for the locates. What is it like? It's like 3 cents for every 100 shares on this one. It did just close underneath the trend line. So it is finally setting up that it looks like it wants to give it a short. The only reason why I'm not already in, remember yesterday when it breaks the trend line, you want it to go right away? Not going right away. It's holding the line on the bid. So now I want to see a little bit of quote acceleration, which I'm starting to see in here, that it's going to be selling off this 33.5, which is what it is trying to do. I want to make sure that there are sellers if you're going against the grain. So I'll see if I can get something in the mid 40s. Alibaba, are we going to be able to get back into BABA at VWAP? I'm not sure we'll be able to get back into VWAP on Alibaba, but it's held a couple of times already. So if we get any kind of a bounce, we'll go right back over there. Negative, does AMD look short? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Yeah. Maybe, look, sometimes volume weighted average price, a line in a chart, it's showing you sellers at like 89.60, but it's kind of, you can see like this yo-yo action that you're getting in here. So you've got a high that you pretty much have to wait for it to test in those highs, try to get on the way back and scalp it. Because you're in that part of the day where you want to be scalping your trade a little bit. Then look to hold some for the follow through. So yeah, the absolute top is probably not in. And I can't look at AMD without double checking Nvidia. Nvidia looks like more of a short than AMD. Nvidia is losing VWAP. Nvidia is at its local bottom here. Just feels like the weaker name for sure. Yeah, so AMD, I mean, it's not as good, but it does look weak.
All right, cue the Americans. We are listening to Nice for What right now by Drizzy right here, Fabian. There it is right there. 2018 coming through. Who's hitting that? All right, Dare, take it over. It's like that, Fabian.
Yeah, for the record, Nice for What is a solid song there. And this market, though, not looking as solid. Lots of weakness, specifically in these tech names. Meta to the downside, day 3 of their FTC trial. Nvidia also pretty weak. We know here that according to their official SEC filing, they're expecting up to $5.5 billion of charges due to the fact that the U.S. government is requiring that they have licenses to export their H20 chips to China. Weakness as well in finance and retail trade. Lots of weakness in producer manufacturing. Health technology, some hits here in Eli Lilly and AbbVie, though Abbott actually had earnings this morning. They're great look for the upside. Strength in consumer non-durables, energy, minerals, and health services. UNH continuing to be relatively strong compared to the rest of the market. So tech and a lot of this whole side of the board weak, but if you look at some of these other plays, specifically energy and health services, slightly better look there, guys. Back to you.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Limited power. Don't worry about it, Fabian. Do you, man? You can't. You like what you like.
Do you, Fabian?
Man.
Let's go.
You can't worry about what other people like. One of my biggest pet peeves is like, you know, that person that's just like, whatever happens to be hip is what they're into. It's like, well, what do you like for yourself, man? I'm not the biggest. I'm not a hater of Drake. I'm not the biggest Drake fan out there, but you got to be able to do you, man. Do you, my friend. Not everyone has to like Drizzy, but we do have to love price action in the market. Thank you there, Ramin. My mic is being my mic. Man. We're busting VWAP in here on the NASDAQ, so you're actually breaking higher, which is a bit weird because we just got in SPCE. For now, it's ticking lower, but just have to acknowledge you're breaking back into the upside on the NASDAQ, and we just got that trend break short on SMCI. So with that,
Nokia.
it's like scalp the bottom of the range here because of that strength that we see in the overall market. And Bitcoin, as we said, leading the market higher, should be in the mid 30s in there just to get something out because this market seems to want to break out.
Yeah, here we go, guys. Here's another one here for you. Fabian, get ready for the fail, my guy. Here we go. You got to like this album cover right now. This song is hot. Nokia, you know. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. Is it Kaxi? Is it Bianca? Here we go. Nice move to the upside right now in the market. We've just covered some Apple, man. We're almost out. If you want the reload, you can grab it right now. Where the function. All right, so that's that. What about a name that we haven't looked at that's hitting the scanner right now? Oracle. The Oracle of Omaha about, wow, what a name Berkshire is. Whew. All right, so there it is right now, up to the 200 period moving average, 131.70 coming into play one more time right there. I mean, that's a 200 period. You could definitely fade that move to the high side. But look what the NASDAQ is doing right now, looking to take out day's high. Right? Obviously, it's not the pre-market, but we started off real hot early, and then the drop happened. Remember, this is the market opening right here. So there it goes up to 18,680 right now coming into play. So yeah, man, we're gonna have to wait to see what winds up happening here with Oracle. I don't think we want to short the market or anything right now. You guys asking me about TQQs? Yeah, there's the that's still Oracle at the 200 period moving average and breaking it. So the short is already finished. If you were short, you would have probably been looking short at that 200 period moving average. So I would just say I do not want to stand in the way of anything right now as far as this market is concerned. So if you're going to be short the NASDAQ, I would just use this as your level, 47.60. So that would be a level for me to look at again. So 47.60, not a horrible level. Yeah, Jeffrey, I'll be seeing later. Don't worry about that. 47.60. Look, we're in a good mood, man. I mean, honestly, we have one trade on today, and it is the whole day. So it's been a good one. I might just get out of Apple. We have, like I said, a less than 5%. Let me just put a bid here at 198.11 as we line those up there. Looking at Coinbase, maybe you guys want to talk about, you know, different places to look at other than IBIT. There's Coinbase, looks great off VWAP again. Good little level there. We spent a few minutes underneath VWAP right there, but am I shorting Intel today? Sure, why not? I'll look at that. Intel, again, we have a few, Intel really, it's had a good move, but yeah, with the market coming back up, I have Intel written down here, 1975 on today's sticky note. We also have AMD at 92. I know AMD only got to, what, 90.5? Yeah, so we missed that short there. But again, we're above, right? Like, I really would like to see it hold the 200 period moving average. And if anything, maybe decide to go long here at some point. So I don't know, man. Give me a hug, AMD. Give me a hug.
AMD is not looking like... It's not doing anything right now. Nvidia, SMCI is moving around a lot more. Those two are definitely, if you're picking the chip name right in this particular moment, you're bull flagging on SMCI. It did go right into the high. Like I wanted Palantir to fill the gap in the other way, and this one decided to fill the gap upside. So we're in the trend break, but it's just not going right away. As I said, I'm going to bid in the bottom of the range, that's like a new thing. Like for me, a lot of times, and I've been in this with the mean reversion, where I'm sitting in it and it doesn't go right away on a trend break, and I'll just sit in it forever, and it doesn't go. So from now on, if it barcodes, it's just scalp inside the range and wait for it to break. And I don't do the whole, like that scalp inside of the range part for it to break down. So if we get the highs, I'm already back on the offer at 33.5. If we get it, we get it. I do see Palantir as well. It was a plan to go long, but it was not a plan to go long at 94.50. Like it wasn't even close. It needed to drop almost another 2% for me to go into the long, but that trend is still heading down as well. So be a little bit careful here. We like IBIT, but this is not the time of the day that I usually want to be buying highs. I said before, pull back into VWAP and pull back into the prior high. So I think that can be the next play. pull back into the prior high. That's a bit. I tried to hold that through the entire thing. That pullback will be like 48. So if we can get 48, we'll look to join this trend because VWAP seems like it's a bit gone here on the IBIT and Bitcoin in general.
10:47. No better time to talk about what's for lunch. All right, let's have a quick little look on what's for lunch here today. Yesterday's lunch, I think, was pretty good, well received. Yesterday was the bolognese. I don't know, it didn't. Oh no, yesterday was Tuesday. So today's Wednesday. So all right, it's a protein that we're all pretty familiar with, especially if you've been watching the show. Oh, come on, Andrew Chow. You nailed it.
Of course it's chicken.
It's the world's most famous protein around here. Today, maybe a little too spicy, Adara. Listen, let me know what you think about Cajun crusted chicken. So we'll go to Adara for a second. Is Cajun a little bit too much?
Yes.
Adara?
Yes.
A little, yeah. She's saying yeah there. So we have spice. I don't know, what kind of spice we have here. Spice roasted, my favorite potato, baby potatoes, roasted baby potatoes. Honestly, for me, those are my favorite.
You got to season them though, like.
Yeah, well, we have the next one is corn succotash. So maybe you mix them together a little bit there.
Suffering succotash.
Yeah, suffering succotash right there. With a little bit of a chopped salad. What's up, hamster one? Yeah, fried chicken. I like the honey hot fried chicken sandwiches. Like those are pretty good there. Throw some dill pickle on your hot chicken there. That is nice,
biscuits.
Man.
You need
Cajun,
some biscuits with that.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have
like real
Cajun.
Biscuits.
Yeah, but anyways, Cajun crusted
so much
chicken.
butter on there that is just, it makes you, if you see it made and the amount of butter that gets put in a good biscuit, it should concern you, and that's when you know it's that good. You know what also was good? Seeing what's happening and going on in the world of currencies.
Yeah, world of currencies.
How's that US dollar doing, Adara? Probably killing our dollar.
The U.S. dollar here is honestly in the process of breaking down here from this bear flag on the daily chart. So we talked a lot here about this very extended rounded top that we've had, starting with that push to the upside in late September 2024. Now in 2025, we've really been in a decided downtrend, and looks like we're actually trying to break out of these lows from last Friday. Those lows were around 99. Right now we're about 99.4. We've already broken yesterday's lows. We did not make a high above yesterday's high. So some weakness certainly coming into that U.S. dollar. It's been a lighter week here for economic data just by nature of the fact that it is a shortened week for the market due to Good Friday coming through, of course, on Friday. But we did have some numbers today, 1.4% here, retail sales month over month. And core retail sales a little bit higher than expected here, 0.5% versus 0.4% expected for that retail sales print. We're going to have Fed Chair Powell talking here at the Economic Club of Chicago at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll be covering that for you guys. Tomorrow, we get initial jobless claims and some Philly Fed business index prints, a couple Fed speakers as well. But before we, I can send you back to the guys here, let's take a look at May's CME Fed Watch tool. 84% of participants are not expecting a rate change. Only 16% now expecting a cut at that May meeting. Now, less than a month away on May 7th, 2025. Back to you.
Are we going back?
What?
No.
Okay, no, we're staying here. We just hit VWAP back on the NASDAQ there. We got to the prior low on SMCI. Remember I said I didn't like this one to VWAP given how strong it was, playing it back in from there to there. So the second it caught a bit off 33, we took it and ran. Now if we hold, now remember, like this is a stock that's up, and shout out to everyone in the chat that pointed out, hey, they might not have as much exposure to China as the other names that got beaten up, and that's why you had a little bit of relative strength. I can't confirm any specific numbers, but that's a good logic as well. But the NASDAQ tries to bounce off the volume-weighted average price. One of the strongest stocks has a chance to do so as well. And before I know we're going to go, I go back to you, Sean. IBIT is doing its pullback as well. So if we hold on to VWAP on the NASDAQ, IBIT has a chance to hold on to that 48 level as well. Bitcoin at 84.6. So pull back off 85,000-ish and look to see if we can hold that pattern of higher lows and higher highs. That's pretty much all you're looking for on IBIT right now.
I'm actually looking at this website right now, so make sure you do sign up. It's ProfitX. Yeah, looking for unbeatable odds, which is what I'm trying to find right here, and the biggest games, switch over to ProfitX right now. Their peer-to-peer platform where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. Go find if their line is on there. If it's not, make it yourself. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, and trust me when I'm telling you. Just go over, look at it. ProfitX right now. Go over, click that QR code, and have a quick look. If you are a sports gambler, track the action, watch your plays, exit them real-time, experience total control at every step. You can also use Trader TV, code Trader TV at sign-up to get 2% back up to $3 So check out ProfitX right now. So I laid down yesterday the Maple Leafs at minus 176 to beat the Ottawa Senators in the series. I just wanted to lay it immediately. Right now, I'm not seeing any series lines here. So as soon as they come up, I'll check them out. Tonight in a must-win game, I don't even know if there are any lines here for hockey yet. Oh, yes, there are. There's over 24,000 sitting here on hockey right now. Right now, Montreal in a must-win game tonight, plus 109. So you take the money line right there with Montreal tonight. I think they get that win. Shout out to Demidov right now, the 04, their 4th overall pick, goal and an assist last game. So there's Montreal right there in a must-win game tonight. So I really like ProfitX, man. The odds are huge over there. But yeah, so I laid the Maple Leafs there minus 176.
Go Leafs, go. But I got to point this out because remember we were talking 2 weeks till the draft. The lines on the individual NFL draft guys are starting to pick up.
Yeah,
like the open interest. Like, and this is 2 weeks before the draft. There's already like 91 grand on #1 overall pick. It's a sure thing. Everyone's saying Cam Ward, but you're getting like draft position of some of the top 5 guys. There's $3K on it. Where it was down here to be drafted in the top 5, and Sanders is probably the most interesting one. Barring a trade, I don't think it happens, but $8K already 2 weeks away, and you're already starting to see action. People sitting outside the book to try to get picked up and get snagged because that's something that you're able to do here. So great look on ProfitX. The odds are fantastic. But IBIT just made another high. That's a bit of a topping tail candle. All right. So topping tail candle there on Bitcoin as we just try to break out that top. What did I just hear? Tesla.
There are California registrations.
California registrations. Okay.
It's not really moving.
But Tesla's got this.
Down 15% is the number.
Oh, the registration's down 15%. Well,
year over year.
I mean, are we surprised that in California they're not popular right now?
I mean, they're not popular anywhere in the world, but yeah,
well,
California definitely not.
I mean, that's not shocking, I guess. Watch out because that has a trend. It's got like a 3-bar triple, or actually quadruple. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's breaking trend right now on that number, Adara.
So here's the whole story here. Tesla California registrations. Their Q1 registrations dropped 15.1% year over year. But furthermore, their EV share so their EV market share in California in Q1, I know very specific metric here, is actually down to 43.9% versus 55.5% a year ago. So last year in California in Q1, they controlled more than half the EV market in terms of market share. Now about 43.9%, guys. Back to you.
I mean, I have no idea if I can get some love from Fabian on the weekend. I mean, right now we have the Hills. So here goes. Shout out to Scarborough. Shout out to Toronto. And then, I mean, the GOAT is in the building right here on this remix. It's the weekend with Eminem. So if my guy hits a fail over there, the hat's coming off, and I'm going over there to switch the board myself. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're just playing around. We have a good time. If you're not having a good time trading, then yeah, you're probably like most people. Trading has been tough lately, that is for sure. But we're putting it up. I was waiting on Tesla, so that number comes out there, and it's starting to get down to the downside. But as is the market, right? The market's now breaking low. Those of you that were talking about, oh man, it goes hard on this one. Those of you that were talking about Tesla, Rivian, all the sort of the tariffs coming through. Well, this is a U.S. number right there coming for them out of 15% lower registrations out of California. So you definitely got to have a quick look over there. But those of you that were talking about potentially shorting the market, looks like you're right. I was nervous about that being now above VWAP, which is why we started to cover some Apple. I don't have a good cover right there, as I thought we were going to potentially break. And when we broke, I didn't know if we were coming back. So that breaks. And we got out, which is fine, on the way back in at VWAP. And then we just took another fill right here at 197.70. So it's still $3. It's still a dub. But at the end of the day, looking for it to come back just a little bit more than where we are right now. And there's the fill there. Yes, sir. So we get that as we still get out the claws, man. The bear is still in the building there today. And yeah, we just continue to be that short. So yeah, it's for me, it's going to be, just on this one trade, my best day of the week. But yeah, we just milked this. We did put on a serious position. So when that came through, it was nothing but love for Apple. Early covers, of course, because of share size. But I have to get out of my head there that if we do think it's going down, I mean, we got, honestly, good hold. You know that we were holding 70% on the way down, if not more. And then a couple good covers there. Somehow we got that fill when we went up and got our water. That was fantastic. But it looks like the base is going to be down at 196. So another fill right there. Less than 2% left. It's scratch, but hey, man, we're still making good on that scratch. Short everything, people in the chat. I want to look at DraftKings quickly, as we talked about some online gambling there a little bit. Some of these names have continued to get hit, right? So again, customer acquisition costs continue to go higher up right now. A tariff, unrelated name to tariffs, but again, if consumer confidence starts to wane a little bit, then we wait to see what's going on with DraftKings coming back in. And we're now through a lot of the sports gambling sections. We just had March Madness. Yeah, we still have NBA playoffs and NHL playoffs, so those are big. Baseball, I don't think is huge for that, but yeah, we can wait again to see what winds up happening with DraftKings. I still like the space there. FanDuel is a big one. I think, is that Flutter? There's a
the English
IPO,
company.
didn't they? But I think they came over here as well. Either
It was
ADR.
They named it the, what is it?
It's a different name, right?
No, I thought
Flow.
Isn't it just FLUT? It's not Flutter.
What?
No, it's not. It's not Flutter Entertainment. That's something else then. Never mind. Well, I think that's something else.
I mean, I don't know.
I'd have to double check. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, they did just recently IPO. Bitcoin it is FLUT. That is it, Hamster? All right, thank you, Hamster. Well, you just saw me pull it up, and it had like no volume on it. So I'm looking at IBIT right now. It just did that pullback on trend, but not going long if it just closed, breaking the trend line. That's usually it'd be a short entry if it does that. So obviously I wouldn't take a long going into that kind of a move. But I do like what's happening over there in IBIT. So if it is Flutter Entertainment, that's done 500,000 shares on a day. What's the daily chart look like on that? Well, like everything else, doesn't look very good. So I don't know what to tell you there. I do like I like DraftKings as well.
Yeah.
I just think my only concern was like the consumer's holding up really well. Like, how is this going to shake out in the back half of the year? People talk about recession and you have less discretionary income. I don't know if the timing is right for them. I don't know why I'm looking at Flutter when we should be pulling up DKNG while we're talking about this. I think it's just a timing thing. You got to be I think you're really particular with what you're buying right now. And if you don't love it, then you can wait. And if you do love it, then you buy it in pieces. But DraftKings does have a good 30 level. All right, IBIT starting to recover a little bit here. I think this is here it is, back on trend. Looks like the 10s are feeling good. See if we can nibble in here in the teens. There's not much trending up, but one thing that is the leader of the pack, and that's Bitcoin. I just want to show, I haven't shown a 15-minute chart. Oh, you know what? I have to fix some of the scaling on this. Too big of a gap. But you do see it going right back into a key close price right here. And that goes back into Monday. So we'll pick up the long on Bitcoin if we can. Hamster MP is going nuts. Yes. Metamaterials breaking out the high. I want it breaking out yesterday's high. So it's not quite squeezing yet. You got to pick and choose. I just like IBIT. Never traded MP. Not a bad spread, 5 or 6 cents on it. It actually looks pretty standard. As far as I can tell, it's done 7.8 million shares, so it actually is pretty solid there. So I'd rather chase Bitcoin than chase MP, but to each their own. You found yourself an upward trending stock in a market that's down, so good for you. And I think you got to ride the wave. This wave happens to be going up, and the administration want to do a stockpile is going to help them as well. Kind of puts a nice little put under that stock. It's already 11 o'clock, everybody, so What?
She's doing what I do, where I'm telling you to keep going on.
No, I didn't even realize.
She's like, we're over time. I'm like, no, you're not.
No, I didn't even realize we were past 11 o'clock until I just looked
show.
Good show. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, everybody. Make sure, put some thought into that playmaker, everybody. It's been doing fantastic. Love to see which way you guys are going. It's a little bit early. You do it in a couple of hours. But shout out to the midday boys. Shout out to everyone in the ones and twos. And shout out to my man Sean over there. Listening away.
Appreciate that.
I don't know about
Drake.
I don't know about Drake. Like I said, I'm not a huge Drake fan, but it started off with some MJ, which is fantastic.
Yeah. We got some Gucci Mane now.
See, I can mess with that. Let's go on over to the midday before I say that for real. Shout out to you boys. Yeah,
Boom! You know it, Fabian. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people.
Good timing there, Fabian.
Right, he's perfect, bro. He is the Chilean nightmare. Dang. Welcome to the midday show. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And yes, we have to wait for the lovely people to weasel on over from the other stream. You know, I say weasel in a loving way, obviously. Shout out to Christmas, Mike Jones. He's already yelling. We got Cristobal and Nephew, the capital dang P. We got Lee Yee. We got Demon Haunted House. Oh, baby. EQ and Johnny Fishbone. Juan Padilla, the OG. We got, who else? St. Vincent and Grenadas. Sure. We got Stanley Game, Derek Thompson, Ravi, Fernandez, and Mickey J. Shout out to Just Living and Trader X, Capstone, and Tony, Mary, Martinez, RTJ, and Sports and Stonks, Betzone, Burrell, and Soul Queen, 88. You get the bangs because you have 88s in your name. I like that. Blue Arrow, Constantine, Mike DeRider. We got Eagle Talon. One of my favorite cars from the 90s. Shout out to Eagle, the defunct brand of Chrysler. We got Thomas Tan. We got Charmine Khan. Andrew Bakes Cakes. I don't want to see carbohydrates on my screen. Thank you very much. We got Jorge Alvaro. DJ 2 a.m. because he's up late spinning, baby. We got DJ Easy Street and that boy Keeks. Hey, yo, he says. Kenny Lee Nunley. The son of who? Of Skynet. Thor. The son of Skynet, we're going to have to ban you, brother. I'm sorry. Okay, Jimmy J, Q, Trader 21, Young, Talent, the great Mr. Biggs.
All right, that's it. He's done.
He's done? What's happening
Jose's
over?
Done.
Jose Villa, bro, you gotta chill, bro. Just time him out.
He's done.
Joe drops a ban hammer, man. IMAX, Meep. Who else? Alfred Dia. We got Airy Pages, Katina, man, and Los Polos Hermanos. Global Investor. I happen to like that name as well. I hope everybody's had a fantastic morning. The big boys absolutely demolished it on the morning show. We're going to shut them out. Great look there for the big boys. What's going on over there, Joseph?
Let's go Robinhood, man.
Tell them, baby.
Yeah, let's pull it up here, guys, real quick. We're going to go over what we have been trading. There we go. So we're long the SQs and short Hood. So we're short here today. Guys, I was telling you, I bought some NVDA yesterday at 111. I'm looking at the screen, doing some setting up on TWS, and I'm watching the tape, Sharif, and I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Boom, right around 5:30 or whatever it be.
Joseph.
Yeah, it just continued to tank. So I'm like, oh no. And I ended up buying a little bit more. I started really small. So I got an average of 107 roughly on NVDA. As you can see, it's getting tanked. But we're going to hold on to that for a little while. This is what we got going on here in Hood. I'm like, what am I doing long here? So I flip, add, and then now we're starting to take a little bit off the top here, guys, on Robinhood. But this is what Neil was referring to. We were trading some IBIT this morning. I'm really bullish on this underlying right now because we're sitting on the backside of the trend. So along with my NVDA that I grabbed, I bought some IBIT. But here, this is our trade here. I wish I just stuck to my guns and continued to hammer this trade. We were long shortly after the open. Peace out, and then we get stopped out about 66% right there. That's okay. But what a nice move here on IBIT. And then we also shorted some NVDA this morning as well. You can see we entered right here, added, then we took some off and then got stopped out, break even. But the move that is really starting to cook up is Robinhood. We're going to take a little bit more off the top here, guys. Hopefully the Qs can start moving too because we are long the SQQs. So we are short the market. Let's go Robinhood, Sharif. That is is my
Nice,
spiel. There's a lot of
Joseph.
information to digest right there. But let's see what my guys got.
All right, we're long bull, man. That's the way we're going to start off the show. We're already wetting the beak over here with some profits. We got 2 out so far. Let's see, just 1 second. Let me organize myself here because I had to punch into this position quickly. We're long 66s. It's already giving me 50, so we're almost $1 in the money quick as you freaking like. Let's set up at that dollar so we can just hit the dollar banger. Super quick, if we can get it showing me 50s. There is a seller at 50s. You can see that on the level 2. I'm talking about BULL, Webull, the SPAC that nobody talked about last week. We traded it earlier this week. We're back into it right now. Anything below 46.66 gets me out of this trade. We're going to go ahead and put in the stop right now. We have already wet the beak several times. It looks a little pixelated here, and the reason is because the price action has been so aggressive to the upside that the outs look baby. So that's what we're doing right now. We're involved in BULL as well as HYMC. Let me show you this trade over here. This is a volume weighted average price pullback. I'm talking about HYMC. It's up 13.25%. It just weaseled into VWAP, and I'm looking for this one to clear 60 before I look to take any more profits. Back to BULL. That seller at 50 is still there. We're unable to shake him or her, whoever the hell it is on the other side of that order. They're keeping BULL down below that 47.50. We've been watching this one for a hot minute. And let's see if we're able to clear that level. If we're able to clear it by a couple of shekels, likely I will get printed. We'll have to see if that manifests or not, but already profitable on it. What I'm looking at next and what I'm feeling, lamenting right now is USAR, another one that pulled into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and I did not get into this one. What a beautiful retracement into that 16 2/3 and up into 17.5 we go. Strength right now for USAR. Back to bull. Boom! To start the show, we hit the dollar club. BULL to the high side, baby. Keep your eye on Webull.
Yeah, Webull. There we go, guys. So let's take a look at some of these bigger names. So we got Google trading higher, looking really good on the session. There we go. Oh, he's already. Are you in it?
What?
The Dollar Club.
Yeah, I already hit it.
Oh, all right.
We already finished,
Hey,
bro.
man, I'm in a
the Dollar
different
Club's
world.
been there. No, I'm playing.
All right. So there we go. So Google and Amazon trading higher. So that is not a good look for the long on SQQ there, guys, especially if these guys want to really start to get moving. So we'll continue to monitor that, but we're going to just milk this this hood trade here until otherwise. Let's see if we can get into 41.20s and head down to 41.10s. That's going to be the goal. This bearish print on the daily is looking good for the thesis. So if we can crack the low, we're going to take a little bit more off here, guys, the majority of it, and then we'll just leave a little bit of a runner as we head towards. Look at the weakness in the tape and the imbalance on the level 2. That's really key and important to note. You can see on the immediate bid, a lot more aggression there, and you can see the flushes there on the tape as well. So always keeping an eye on that, and that's why I have these quote highlights. If you have the ability to do so, make sure you highlight those quotes, set it for whatever, and if you guys want to go over it real quickly, we'll do that. So it's greater than 500 shares. That's not very hard. You can obviously change that. You can go 1,000, whatever you feel like. You obviously have to adjust it from underline to underline, but yeah, make sure you got those quote highlights on there, guys. But we are going to continue with these shorts in HOOD and going to be long the SQQQs.
I don't get it, Joseph.
Brother.
Guys, I want to also mention STBX. It's up 70%, which is a good look, right? If we can show the chart. STBX is the one I'm talking about. Yeah, there's a chart. STBX, $3. This looks like a flat top break about to manifest. We talked about this one yesterday. I think it was OST that I took that had a very similar pattern. This is one of those situations where you have umpteen amount of higher lows and you don't need to be a great chart reader to see this. Every successive little downturn is a little bit higher than its predecessor. But when you look at the high side of the price action, it seems to be all in around the same area, around that $3 area. So STBX, it's above the volume weighted average price right now. It's putting in higher lows. It's got a key area of resistance at $3, and I won't be convinced differently. The only concern that I have with this one, and there it goes. As I'm talking about it, there it goes to the $5. Flat top break. Let's see if it can close, though, candle above that $3. That's what's going to be operative now. We've already seen the wicks. There goes 3 1/4. There goes 3 1/3. So this STBX is zigging. It's zagging, Joseph. I should have been punching in here instead of trying to explain it. But the situation is, we're on the show. So look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look for the exact same trade that I had yesterday with OST, which is to basically try to get it off that $3 dip. That's going to be my move. I'm going to try that, and I'll try and defend it if I can into 3. It doesn't look like it's going to have me. It's already taken out highs. There goes that 330 area again. The high of the day is 344. But to go back to what I was saying earlier, I am concerned about this candle over here that manifested at 945, even though it's an after the bell high. There could be bag holders from around there. So there's always a concern in my eyes when I'm trading these small cap gappers. There we go. Now we're long. Okay, so now we have to focus. Look to take profits over here. Bang. All right. Up here. Let's go. Cross 18, baby. Nope, didn't cross 18. So we got to watch out with that one. Here comes 7s again. So let's go set up at 24s. And let's set up as well at 33. So if we get a price spike, Joseph, I'm going to send it to you. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do what you got to do there, guys. I've been looking really good. I want to get into this a little bit more. Gonna add some to the long term here. Sharif kind of just planted a seed in my head, and I'm like, you're right, brother. So kind of been working my ways around that. So let's see what we got going on. And I think this could be a positive sign here for this underlying and this asset class. So you can see that we have this trend to the downside. We had this nice breakout here before the election, and then we get this pop, whatever it may be. But then we've been in this steady downtrend for how many days now? Let's calculate that, because that's why TradingView is absolutely amazing.
Boom. Boom.
Okay, 87 days, all right, from that peak to where we're currently sitting at. And now we're on the backside of this trend. Could this be a whipsaw move? I don't know. We're holding it relatively well, and we're starting to set up this ABC type pattern. You can see this consolidation phase. So what I'm going to be looking for is that we break through some of these resistance zones and head back up to 91,000 and maybe even north of that. So gonna grab some more in the long term, and I've already started to slowly grab some in the swing account as well too. So liking Bitcoin a lot, Sharif.
Yes,
what do you got going on that trade?
We're printing again on it, man. But look, we're at a 3/5 of the position. I've got a beak wetter set up at 3 1/3 and then one in front of the $0.50. But let me tell you, anything below $2.88, that is the end of my trade. I will give it a bit of room below my 307, and the reason I would do that is because when I look at the chart, the range per candle is quite wide. What does that mean? That means if you're charting on the 5 and then you look at the 5-minute candles and they're all wider than would typically be the case, or more range per candle than typically would be the case, then you need to account for that. And you need to account for it in multiple ways. In the size that you take, in the profit levels that you look to take, and in your stop placement. So you have to think about all that when a stock like this, STBX, has a wide range per candle. That's my thinking. We're at 3/5 of the position. I think, in fact, I'm actually going to move up my stop from 288. I don't want to give too much back. We're going to move it up to 294, excuse me. So we're going to go ahead and do that, and we're going to remove the old stop order there below that level. So that's my move right now on STBX. As it comes down into 7s again, I don't want to give too much back. So that's my thinking on that one. Now, the other one I'm involved in, where's it at? HYMCs, doing absolutely nothing. We're long 59s, it's showing me 58s, so I'm really unsure about how I want to pursue this one. The volume's really dropping off here on HYMC, so despite the fact that it's holding up at VWAP, it's not exactly a glowing endorsement to go long here. Just full disclosure, I'm in it, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to want to stay in it. So I want to try to focus as much as I can here on STBX, especially if it starts getting parabolic, Joseph. I want to take a page out of your playbook, my man, and I want to start adding into these winning positions. So that's what I'm thinking about right now on STBX.
Nice look there, brother. And that's how you have to think. So good mentality. He's getting prepared for that. So if the opportunity arises, then he's going to be able to take advantage of it there, Sharif.
Get it, Joseph.
And there we go. Let's go hood. As it breaks down, and people in the chat are telling me, Joe, SQQs don't look good if the market is going to climb, continue to climb higher. I mean, some of these big names are trading, but it's NVDA, the beast of all beasts, continuing to move to the south side. Oh my days! There we go. We're taking another leg down there, guys. I was talking about the key levels that we are running into. There, we'll take a little bit more off, but this is what the thesis was on the SQQ trade there, guys. So you can see throughout the pre-market and the open, we have this downtrend. So until we crack it and sit on the top side of this, I'm going to stick to the short. And it's easier for me to just buy the SQQs. So there we go. We're getting that breakdown. Let's see if we can head towards the low of day. We have some key pre-market levels that we need to watch out for as well, too. But if we can head towards them, that'll be absolutely fantastic. But so far, a good look on Robinhood. Unfortunately, I grabbed some too in the long term on Robinhood, and I didn't average all the way down here in the 30s, which I should have. But oh well, shoulda, coulda, woulda. There will always be another opportunity, and if the trade starts to work, we're gonna just add more to it because that's what we like to do when things are working out. We like to add to the positions, and you can see that displayed here on Robinhood. So we started really small, and then we just get into the full size here. And then now we're slowly just starting to piece things out. And the thing is, though, I had some things going on in the morning, so I'm like, I wasn't paying crazy attention to IBIT, but this was a really nice trade and something that I knew I should have taken more stabs at it because I seen what was going on, how we're sitting on the backside of the trend, and I was doing some market analysis too, obviously in my free time at home, and I'm like, we can really get rolling here. We've been in this downtrend for about 3 months now in Bitcoin, and if everybody's still buying this stuff, then get involved. If everybody's scared about the US dollar, what's going on in the economy, it seems that some individuals are fleeing to Bitcoin. I don't know if it's stable or anything along those lines, but it's a good play right now. And you can see from today, we're up about 1.5% there, Sri.
Yeah, and I happen to agree with you. I just feel that lately, especially with the price action, there's been more proof that people are still being traditional, Joseph. Yeah. They're still fleeing to gold when, you know what, hits the fan. That's now. That's 2025. Is that the case in 2035 and going into the future? So I feel, money talks, right? And inflows, you can't really argue with them. They're there or they're not. Yep. So the inflows are there in the gold. We saw another all-time high today. But you're talking about now. You're talking about 2025. So I don't really invest for right now. I don't need the money right now. And so I'm going to be investing for the future. And so I think that I'm going to take the advantage of any aggressive drops in Bitcoin to add to the position. Full disclosure, I didn't even add yet, okay? So when I added a few days ago into my Apple position, into my ASML position, I didn't actually add anything to IBIT. So I'm still lamenting that a little bit. Here we go with STBX. So we get stopped out there on the dip down. So that feels like a specialist breakdown where they were stop hunting. Now, what I did was I placed my order, my stop loss, below the prior bar low. So we end up giving back about 6 cents on that last stop. I can stomach that. That's okay. All right, here we go. Now this one's starting to move back up. HYMC, let's look to take profits over here if we can. There we go. We'll throw an order out there. Oh, we already have an order there. Okay, that's kind of weird. Then how come it didn't pop up through that? Here we go. Okay, now it's showing that it might be moving into 63, 64. So, all right, it's crossing, but it's not filling me because the spread is about 4 pennies right now. That's normal stuff. Let's see if this one can cross on the ask in order for me to get printed. So what I'm looking for are these orders to trigger, but as you can see, we got 4s on the ask and O's on the bid, and that is what we call the spread, and hence why I'm not getting printed there. So I'm gonna keep my eye on HYMC. Still very interested now that it's defended VWAP for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're currently on our 6th candle. On the 5-minute chart, where HYMC has defended the volume weighted average price. That's my thinking. I'm gonna keep my eye out on that. Oh, Harry, tag me. Harry Lou, a lot of wealth concentrated in the baby boomer generation, and they look to gold. You're absolutely right, Harry. My parents, same way. I told you about my friend Alfred Harry, how he inherited, about $250,000 worth of gold from his old man. And so I completely agree with you on that, Harry, but we all know what's happening with the baby boomer generation. Right now, they're on their way out, and there's going to be the biggest transfer of wealth, I think, in modern times between the baby boomer generation and the millennials / Gen Z. I don't even think Gen Z would be connected with the baby boomer generation. Wouldn't they be the kids of Gen X? I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, you got
but there's going to be a big wealth transfer. But Harry, you're absolutely right. I don't disagree with anything you said there. Let's see if it continues to go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, I like what Shreve's talking about there, and they like gold, but what if the younger generation likes these digital assets like Bitcoin?
Agreed.
So you never know what can happen on that front. So here we go, guys. We're still sitting in this Robinhood. Can we make another leg down? We got the Qs just dropping around the volume-weighted average price. So not too bad of a look. You can see I changed the color of the entries for you guys. So I went long, got out, add, and then we just partially take some out there as we head lower and lower in Robinhood. So why did I get into this trade? Let's zoom out and get to a higher time frame. So you can see that we couldn't break through the volume-weighted average price, and we were heading towards some key support levels. And I'm like, okay, with the market weak, it's just fade everything. But I had to keep an eye on Google and Amazon. I know they're not necessarily in the same sector, but I'm like, okay, if we're gonna break down here, then I gotta participate in it, because it's just easier to go with the flow than try to necessarily fight it like I did earlier. And I'm just like, no. Okay, let's turn things around. So that's when we decided to go short. Now holding on to this, let's see if we can hold it for the dream there, Sharif. And that's gonna be 41. We'll get all out at 41s, but that's gonna be hefty as the market looks like it wants to continue to climb higher, because who's dragging it up there? Google. Bam, big Google there, guys. So something must be going on. Not a good look for the SQQ long. So we might have to hop out of that one there momentarily, but here we go on Google.
Interesting.
Let's see what we got going on from a trend line standpoint, because that is key. It's just basic TA. And if we crack it and sit on the other top side, if we sit on the back side of it, then just abandon it. This could be a potential long on the day. You can see that we gapped down as well. We did fill it, and now starting to climb higher and higher here. Now trading at 155.37 is Google, and it's dragging the Qs up along with it. So if we crack this support level on SQQ, I'm going to get out of that trade, and that's going to be a donezo. And I want to get involved in Bitcoin, but I don't want to chase it all the way up here. You heard Neil say that, so we have to wait for that pullback. If it's going to remain strong, I believe there'll be an additional entry, maybe closer to VWAP. That'd be more ideal, but if we don't get it, we're going to look for that indecision within the price action and then look to get involved that way, Sharif.
Boom! We're doing it live, Joseph. We're doing it live. All right, HYMC holding VWAP like a dang glove, but have a look before we start celebrating, getting all giddy. 269 on the NSB, 269 on the NSDQ. Those are lots, not shares. So there is some size posted here from what we can just see. And we've seen this story before, guys. What we can see, I don't know, I don't have this data, but it always feels like a fifth or a third of what's actually what we can't see, the hidden orders, the iceberg orders, as we call them. So this is what we're able to see right now. So there is size here in front of 70, $3.70 on HYMC. The only reason I got long here, volume weighted average price pullback. We're taking prints. We've got multiple prints out so far. We're showing 70s right now on the level 1. For whatever reason, the level 2 showing me 69 as the first one. Doesn't matter. I'm looking at taking profits at 71, 74. I've got multiple outs on this one still left. I'd like to hold something for a big boy high day break, but let me tell you, anything below VWAP, now having curled in this fashion, I'm out. So VWAP right now, guys, just so you understand, $3.56. I'm long $3.59. So what I'm looking at risking right now is 3 pennies. I won't allow it to go against me any more than 3 pennies. Joseph, are we going to Adara? Okay, we're going to Adara.
How come I
heard her.
News on this pop. I know that there are some people wondering why we had this pop. There's nothing that I can see. But a minute before the pop here, we had some comments coming in from Fitch, which is the ratings agency, but they're not positive. They actually cut their world growth forecast for 2025 by 0.4 percentage points. China and US, they're actually cutting that growth even more. So they've cut their growth forecast for both China and the United States by 0.5 percentage points here from their March forecast. So Fitch actually cutting growth estimates, nothing that I can see with regards to this pop to the upside, and I have checked quite a lot, but if there's anything that comes up, I'll let you know. Back to you.
I know she can't see it, but there's something afoot. Like, you don't break out like that midday without something going on. So,
and the volume stepping in there too. On Amazon as well too, Sharif. But I mean, some of these big names are really starting to get the ball rolling. Okay, let's go over what we had going on today. So we went long here on Hood. That one didn't work out. That's okay. So we'll go 1 for 2 on Hood, making it a positive trade. That's key. You add into those positions. Let's see what we got going on SQQ. Right? You don't want to be long SQs when the Mag 7 are absolutely ripping. We get out at the break of these of support levels. All right, no problem. Small loss, nothing. But then we got IBIT as well that worked out. That worked out really well. We missed the primary trend here, but that's okay. We got a nice trade on that one. And then we had some short NVDA as well too. You can see we had a nice little short on NVDA and then got stopped out break even. So there we go. We're like 3 for 5 on the session, keeping it positive, and that's why risk to reward is always key. So always keep that in mind. It's okay to be wrong. You're going to be wrong in these markets. It's just making those losses as minimal as possible there. Let's go NVDA. I would love for this name to start to recover. I mean, we're down 6% on the session on that news here. So not a good look there. And you know what's funny, Sharif?
What?
I was reading the article last night. I'm like, H2O. I read it really like it's the H20, right? Yeah, and I'm like, oh no, I'm like, what do you mean a $5.5 billion water bill? What is this? And then obviously I continue to read. I'm like, yeah, you're such a doorknob, Joseph. And then I bought some more, and there we go, and that's how it is. So what's up, Jeffrey Miller? How's everything going there, my friend?
Jeffrey.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the name of the game. I think that this trade is done. You can see this indecision print here on Robinhood. So I'm happy with that short. You can see that pivot candle right there, and now we're starting to climb and head into some key support zones. But I just went through all 5 of my trades. 3 for 5 on the session, keeping it green there, my brain.
All right, man. I'm just answering Jacques about Arsenal playing Real Madrid today at 3 o'clock. And I got a dentist appointment, sick. So I'm gonna make my cousin play it on the TV because I need to be watching while I'm having my teeth fixed. No, for real though, Arsenal will play Real Madrid today at the Estadio Bernabeu. And Real Madrid, if you don't follow soccer or football, they are the kings of this current tournament that we're in. It's called the Champions League. It's essentially all the top teams of Europe. All the countries have their own league, right? Like the Premier League, Ligue 1, Bundesliga, La Liga. So the top teams from those respective. Pardon me?
Serie A.
Serie A. Yeah, Serie A. In Italy, obviously, yes. Shout out to Patty.
Hey,
what up, Patty? He's happy early birthday, Patty. We love you, brother. It's his birthday tomorrow. Just wanted to shout him out right now. Adara is giving you a round of applause. We love BPI. We love Big Patty Ice. We miss him around here. He was here on Friday. But yeah, to go back. So the top teams of Europe all play each other in this tournament called the Champions League, and the best team with the best record ever in the history of the Champions League is the team that faces Arsenal today, and we play them on their turf. Needless to say, I am a little bit nervous because it's been a long time since Arsenal's been in the semifinals of the Champions League. I think we got to go back to like 06 or something like that. No. I think it was 08 against Manchester United when Ronaldo scored that crazy free kick goal against Manuel Almunia, the goalie at the time. We are going to go to Adara in a second once we get the call, and I got the call. Go ahead.
I just wanted to let you guys know one more time, I have not seen any news on that pop. I have checked diligently every source. All the X accounts that usually will post things like this. I've checked Donald Trump's Truth Social. He hasn't posted in the last half hour. So it's really unclear what gave us this move. I just want to clarify, I have not seen anything yet. I have searched diligently for that information. So if we do see anything, I'll let you know. But usually if we had a pop like this on news, it's likely the news would have circulated by this point. I also want to let you know, Donald Trump is not expected to do much today in terms of appearances. I guess about right now he's supposed to have his intelligence briefing, but that's closed press, so unlikely we'll get any salient headlines from this at least right away. So just be aware here, Donald Trump, 11:30 a.m. Eastern with his intelligence briefing. His next item on the schedule is not until 6:30 p.m., so light day for Trump, but Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking at 1:30 p.m., so just to give kind of a recap as to what we are expecting today. The only other thing we have a note here, apparently Atlanta's Fed GDP now model sees U.S. Q1 GDP slightly higher than expected, but it's still a negative number. So I guess last week they saw Q1 GDP at negative 2.4%. Now they're seeing it at negative 2.2%. So one GDP calculation model seeing that we will have slightly better than the previous GDP print. That's the one thing I'm seeing circulating here, guys. Back to
Who's he pointing at? The world. The world.
Everybody.
The world is mine. No, I think he probably thinks the world is his.
Yeah.
Right?
Man, that cat, listening some of that Cat Williams comedy stuff is.
What do you say?
He's just poking fun at Donald Trump.
Did he actually?
Yeah.
Yo, Cat dropped some fire lately.
He went through.
Remember before the Diddy thing?
Yeah,
and then the
what's
Diddy
going on
thing
with that? Yeah,
he dropped the Diddy thing before Diddy thing was real.
Cat Williams is a different character for sure.
Next level,
I know he was going through a rough time at one point. Remember when he was getting in the fight? Remember when he got into that fight with those little kids?
No.
You never seen that
I didn't see it. Is it on YouTube?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna be Googling it today.
It's such an iconic video. It's like Cat Williams. There's probably a 14, 15-year-old kid who's got him in a chokehold. Yeah, he just went through a rough time.
Hold on, the kid has Cat in a chokehold?
Yeah.
Well, Cat's a smaller guy.
Yeah, he's a small guy. I mean, he's grown at the.
He's a grown-ass man. Yeah. But,
and he's getting. He's actually got whooped. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh.
Funny. No, it's not funny.
But I do.
But it's actually hilarious. That video is because I don't know what was going on to that and why you fighting 15-year-old kids. But I mean, it's
maybe he stepped him or something.
Yeah.
He's just I don't know. He had to defend himself.
It's jokes. A lot of people know what's going on with that. Okay, guys, let's see what we have going on in the market here. So we got that nice pop in a lot of these big names, and we get this indecision print at some of these peaks. So that's something to keep an eye out on here. So you can see this 5-minute print. That is not a good-looking print for the longs, right? That is a heavy indecision candle right there. You can see buyers push price all the way up to here, and then sellers have the ability to close it lower. So that could be potentially a good short signal. The risk profile is now defined. You can give yourself somewhat of a wider stop all the way up here at 452, whatever vehicle you're using, and then you just play the break and look for the continuation to the downside. But thesis invalid at the crack of that high there, Shreve.
All right, guys, HOLO, H-O-L-O is breaking out. It is sub $1. It's been trading sub $1 these days, but this is a beautiful breakout. It's had a crappy time of late. The 14th, it really tanked. Today, it's having a fantastic day. It's up 28 some odd percent. Look, it's not in my DNA to really want to trade these sub $1 stocks. I've made my point very clear as to why. There are algos. I do not trade these things south of $1, so they're by definition there's less volume participation. Also, you're trading at 4 decimal places means you have so many different price levels at which to post offers. So look, I'm not trying to say that this doesn't get to $1. Clearly, it has in the past. But what I'm trying to say is I don't prefer these, okay? Now, it's obviously very extended away from the 10 exponential moving average. Given the current price action, I'm looking at the 5-minute chart here on HOLO. Number 1, it's dancing with the $0.50. It's having trouble clearing the $0.50 on a closing basis. That's step number 1. It's clearing it now, okay? So I eat my words. Number 2, I use the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart as an informal gauge of overbought conditions on these small cap gappers. And when they get really away, like they're doing right now on HOLO, away from the 10, I tend to wait for a bit of a mean reversion trade before I get back in. So currently the 10 is showing me 46 pennies, and this just printed 52.5. May not seem like a big notional move for you guys, but percentage-wise, it is. So I'm keeping my eye here on HOLO. I could absolutely be persuaded to get involved if it sets up the right way. Shout out to Jay Lee. HOLO will hit $1, then it could get to $2. Shout out to my man Jay. Jay's an OG. He's trading up a storm on the triple Qs lately. He trades nat gas. He's into a bunch of stuff. So keep your eye on Jay's levels and his call-outs there. I do appreciate that, Jay. I did see you call that out, Jay Lee, OG. Now, I'm keeping my eye here on HYMC because it's a current trade that I'm involved in, and it's had a lot of trouble with 70 pennies. We can't seem to shake that seller that's at 370, and now it's about 500 lots, maybe a bit more, of what we can just see, okay, on HYMC. So I'm looking at wetting the beak here at 69s just to de-risk a little bit ahead of that 70. In addition to that, on HYMC, I am more concerned about the spread, okay? I'm trading a $3 name with a 6-penny spread. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. But I'm looking for another move up above that 70-penny area. But as I mentioned, anything below my entry at around 50, I think I've given it 55 pennies, I get stopped out. So that's my look there. ND saying NB. NB, what is that? New Neocorp Development. What is this? Oh, not a bad look, actually, man. Not a bad look at all. Thank you for calling that out, ND. That is not a bad look. That will replace WIMI on the side chart. We're going to go and enter NB, and we'll take off WIMI, and I'll keep that one on the side chart. That's a good look at reclaimed VWAP. ND is talking about NB. Yeah, I know. I can't make this stuff up. I think I just got stopped out of the remaining amount there on HYMC. That's all right. So we'll take a bit of a break-even trade on the last piece there. NB, let's throw in this ticker so we can do a little chart analysis. Yeah, let's first start off with a daily. What does this stock do? $191 million market cap. The company engaged in the exploration development of mineral deposits in North America. Now, this could be huge. This could be a good swing trade. And this is the daily. And it's closing at the high almost every day. Why? What is so good about mineral development all of a sudden? China. That's what is good about it all of a sudden. They are looking at putting export restrictions on critical minerals in an attempt to obviously negotiate stronger, or have a stronger negotiating hand, I should say, with the United States for tariffs. And so domestic mineral exploration, domestic mineral extraction all of a sudden is in vogue. And that's why you're seeing the aggression with which this one is closing at near the daily highs, and the 3-day breakout that it's had here on insane volume. Look at this volume profile, Joseph. Dead, and all of a sudden, crazy volume.
Nice breakout volume.
Not bad, right? 40% today. Big boy moved yesterday. Big boy moved the day before. So NB, thank you, ND, for calling out NB. I will be keeping an eye out on that, and that looks like a good possible swing as well. Let's do a little bit more charting on this, if you don't mind here. I'm going to go to the weekly on this. Oh, wow. That's hot garbage coming from the, was this a SPAC? Let's see. So it opened at around 817, likely not a SPAC. Could be a SPAC though, because it was hanging around 10s. Doesn't really matter. It's been a downtrend. This is the weekly here on NB. So it's been very, very bad for a very long time. And then all of a sudden, it's getting a lot of volume and a big move to the upside. So if you're interested, maybe this is one that you guys can watch, not just for an intraday trade, but as a good possible swing as well.
I like that there. Shadow Rap, I see you. And actually, Shadow is one of my favorite names there. I like Shadow as a name. Okay, let's see what we got going on here, guys. He's a guy. You guys got to look at PLTR. You got to look at PLTR. All right, so we're gonna take a look at it here. I do like this here. Shadow is. If we can close as a complete hammer, then we might get a potential reversal signal there. But you can see that I'm long SQs again for one more time. Let's see if one more time. Yeah, let's see if this this trend line holds. If it does and we break out, then I'm just going to get out of it. Not going to try to fight it too much, because if we decide that we want to go long, then I don't want to go against the trend, obviously. But nice look here on PLTR. Let's zoom in and see what we got going on from a 1 minute standpoint. Is there any indecision? Big engulfing candle right here on volume. Potential stopping volume, but nothing from an indecision print on that front. But I like that downtrend there on PLTR. Now, let's note this here real quick before I get back into anything. So one thing I'm noting and I'm paying heavily attention to is this volume by time profile, as Sharif just was mentioning before. Now, this is really strong volume and a nice engulfing candle. We can classify this as a genuine move. But followed by that, we have this massive indecision print, a gravestone doji, a shooting star, whatever you would like to name it, at the top of it, and running into some resistance zones. So I'm going to play off of this until otherwise. If we crack that high, then the thesis is invalid. No problem. But that means there could be some potentially more topside if sellers get more aggressive and you start lifting that bid. And the reason we continue to climb higher and it gets slightly more aggressive. But what you need to note is that volume really needs to step in, just like it did here. All right. So when we climb higher, you really, really need that strong buying volume there, guys. So be prepared for that. But I'm also waiting for this trend to either snap or to hold the backside of it. And if it holds this level, then maybe I could be wrong and we could head back towards the low day. If we get about halfway, then I'll know the thesis is going to be invalid. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. But I do like SQQs for a move back towards the volume weighted average price.
All right, here we go. Let's do it. And let's go ahead and put a couple of big orders. I'm just throwing out my orders, guys, on HOLO. Just got long. We'll see if this one wants to pull back, pop up a little bit and do its thing. 21. So I wanted to mention weed because weed's up big today, and I don't know why. We'll find out when Adair gets back, but Marijuana stocks, all green.
Is ACB at 1,300 yet? Or no?
You're really holding out hope. I love it, Joseph. I really love it, brother. I love it. All right, guys, like we're doing it live. We're having a good time right now. No, marijuana stocks are all green, and some of them are in double-digit territory as well. Tilray is really breaking out right now. So I'll give you an example. CGC is the biggest winner so far, 15 1/3. Tilray's up 9%. Grow Generation is 1.5%. You're seeing Cron 3.5%. MSOS up 2 1/4. 420 talks to make it legal, says Jameson. Good morning, Adam, as well. Okay, I didn't have that information. Thank you, Jameson, for pointing that out. We're taking multiple prints here on HOLO, but it's having trouble with 50 pennies. I'm not surprised about that, but we're looking to de-risk a little bit. I'm also involved in this one, USAR. We're taking a print to the high side there, and I'm looking at for this one to cross 50 pennies to get the beak wet, and then I'd like to take out the rest at 17.88 ahead of that $18 area. So let's see if we can get above 50 pennies on USAR. Where am I long? I'm long 37, so we got a decent move here. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Back to HOLO. We get the print at 50, but the one at 51 still elusive. So I'm waiting at 51 and then 52, okay? So that's what I'm looking at right now, HOLO. And the reason I waited, and I made this point very clear, and if you want to go back and listen to what I said, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart I use as an informal gauge of overbought conditions, all these small cap gappers. When the price action gets far removed away from that 10 EMA on the 5, I wait for a pullback before getting in. If it's getting too extended, I don't want to be part of that kind of move up. All right, let me look at USAR over here. So we're crossing 50s on the ask, but not on the bid. So we're showing 55s here on the ask, 46 on the bid. There it is. There's the print on USAR. So good. We move up and we hold that 10 exponential. Next level for me, 88s here on USAR. We're showing 60s. We're showing 69s now. All right, let's move up a little bit more, baby. I'm waiting at 88s. This thing can get parabolic. If you haven't been watching the last few days, USAR very strong lately, a multi-day runner. And it hasn't just been one day, wham, bam, thank you, small cap gapper. This has been running for a period of days, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Back to HOLO as we zig and we zag with that 51 penny area, elusive. It's been holding us down, and this is kind of why I don't like these sub $1 stocks, but we're involved in it right now, so we're going to have to deal with it. So HOLO, Joseph, I'm waiting at 51, and then I'm waiting at 52.
Good stuff there, guys. All right, we just took a little bit there on SQQ, so there we go. We're back into this trade off of those bottoms and that indecision print that I was referring to, starting to work out really well for us there, guys. And shadow wrap, to be honest with you, I agree with that comment there. Personally, for my style, again, the volatility, some people really, really love it. I like lower volatility environments. That's just my preference. And that's me, man. I don't need this crazy fluctuation, right? And again, they say, yeah, it's really good for day trading, but is it when you have to go smaller size, wider stops, etc.? So shadow wrap, I full-heartedly agree with you on the fact that I like lower volatility environments. You can go larger size and you get the moves that you still need and don't have to worry about a headline-sensitive market and what the VIX is up to and etc. I think there's just a lot more you have to be cautious with heightened volatility environments. So valid point, and I agree with you on that front. But here we go, continuing to climb in SQQ. Getting this one back there. Ooh, nice little pop here in the market, guys. I was referring to that indecision print earlier. We'll take a little bit more off right off the top there. And that's what we just played off of. We couldn't crack it to the downside. It's failed to break a new high. And then now we're heading back in towards the volume weighted average price. And that's what we're looking here in the SQs. Let's see. IBIT still holding up really, really strong. I like that. Oh, do we ever like that, Sharif?
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Where the money at? Who remembers that song, guys? Who remembers that in the chat, man?
Right. Where the money at?
Lexter 001 asking about CGC. Somebody else just asked me about CGC. We are looking, guys. We realize weed is moving. We are on it. We will get that to you guys very shortly. I realize all the marijuana stocks are strong, 18% right now for CGC. It's very parabolic at the moment. So is Tilray, TLRY, guys, very strong as well. So keep your... All right, we're going to Adara. Let's wait for the call, but looks like she has news for us about marijuana.
Well, I'm just here to let you know we actually don't have any news. It's interesting too. I'm seeing here on X. I'm telling you, with these marijuana or cannabis-related plays, you find them, I would say 100% of the time on X first and foremost if there's news. All I'm seeing are people asking, what's the news? Is there any news? I don't see any news. So as of right now, it does not look like there's any obvious story. I'm going to continue looking into this. Even the social media attention, it's there, but it's not as extensive as you might expect with this type of move. So MSOS, CGC, ACB, and TLRY and watch. I'm going to keep looking into this, but it is worth noting nothing that anyone who's following this on X and the people who follow these stocks, they do follow the news pretty heavily. They're not seeing anything right now, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, and to be fair to everybody over here, I mean, sometimes it doesn't have to be news, Joseph. Sometimes we can have technical breakouts, and that's just the way it is. What do you got?
And heightened volatility markets. That's what we were just referring to, right? Like, you get these sporadic moves here, and we're seeing that. Sharif and I are looking at Amazon and Google and some of the Mag 7 names, and like, what is going on? Well, guess what? It's just technical moves. It's just large amounts of volume coming in. There doesn't necessarily have to be that catalyst that drives things higher, especially in these market environments. But here we go on the SQs. For those who are asking your boy, why are we in it? This is why we're in it, Sharif.
We're doing a live.
I like longing things. Personally, it's just a mental preference. It's just easier on that. I don't know. There's literally no difference if you're trading TQs or SQs. I just like going long. It's easier for me. I'm just a long biased individual sometimes.
So what?
So there we go. Exactly. And so what? It's preference. It's player versus player. However you navigate, that's what my guy Obi says. However you navigate these markets, it's totally up to you. As long as it works, just continue to do it. Who cares what anybody else says? So that's my opinion, and I agree with Shadow what he had to say earlier as well too.
Anytime you say Shadow, do you ever see that that guy that walks around with his dog? He pretends to be vision impaired, and then his dog is a fake, like, stuffed dog.
And he attacks. Is that the dog?
Calm down, Shadow. Yeah,
that's funny.
See, your friend Joe Biden came out of hiding today, huh?
Did he?
Yeah, he came out of hiding, and he's dropping hot lines.
Yeah, he had a good comment there. But Shadow, also the dog in Don't Breathe, for those who remember that movie. So a little reference there on that front, guys. So
I like it.
Yeah. Did you ever see that movie?
No.
Oh, yeah, I figured. All right. I figured I'd ask, right? Like, you don't want to be rude. So,
bro, I'm the worst person to ask.
Yeah,
have you seen that show or have you seen that movie? Like
well,
the
I know.
answer,
like,
no.
if there was a pro line, if there was a line on it, the higher probability would be that no, Sharif hasn't.
I'm horrible,
so
bro.
So there we go. But let's see what we got going on here on the SQs. We only got one out left here, guys. So we got 10% of the position remaining. Let's see if we can crack through some of these resistance levels. But you can see I was in here and then I got out here, and then I'm just like, okay, the risk profile is significantly better. We can just use this low as our stop out. And then there we go. We're still continuing to climb. So here's that indecision print. Los Polios, my guy. Gorev, I haven't seen you in a while. Where you been at? I know these markets have been hard. DJ 2AM and some of the regulars. Darwin, Hal R. I haven't seen Hal R in the chat for a while. I'm gonna type it in and see if he's in there. He's not in there, Hal R. Okay, that's unfortunate. But see, this is what I was referring to. So you get this nice big engulfing candle right here, but then you have this really strong price action print, that gravestone doji at a peak, and that's why we took this short. This 5-minute candle had the inability to construct a new high. So that's why I'm like, okay, once we crack it to the downside, let's take that short, and then our risk profile is really defined. If we climb higher, then there might be some more longs here in the market. But with NVDA continuing to tank and Palantir moving to the downside, and now Google, Amazon, and Meta back towards the volume weighted average prices, it looks like the shorts are right back in play here, guys. Is it a bear market? I said, there we are, Hal. Oh my God. Thinking about you the other day, brother. Glad to see you in
Hal R. Yeah. I like the glasses that he's got on there.
Yeah, OG, man. He was one of the first people who said anything nice to me ever in the chat.
Nice.
So, yeah. So I remember
you always remember that, eh? Yeah.
When I first started, so. Yeah,
Hal R is good. Aces in my books now, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So, just a pure class, Hal R.
All right.
Here you go.
Shout out to my man, Eduardo. Eduardo, you know how it is, man. We can see different things. We can think different things, but we can have respect for each other. So shout out to my man, Eddie R. Keeping it real and keeping it classy, man. Always Eddie freaking R in the chat. Shout out to him. All right, guys, here's what we're doing. We're in HOLO. I did add, and then I scalped out again. But here's the deal. I added a little bit lower than I initially got in. That doesn't change my out, though. My out will be the same because HOLO has a 1, 2, 3, 4 lower high candle setup on the 5. So I don't want to be part of a flat bottom break, albeit it is still above the 10 exponential. And there seems to be aggressive buying in and around 47.5 pennies to 48. We're long 48 pennies right now. It's at 48 pennies. I was able to scalp multiple times through the break of 50, but it looks like it's really having trouble holding that 50 penny area, or that 40, breaking through that 50 penny area is what I'm trying to say ineloquently right now. So I've moved up my stop after I got in that next BQuad, or that DCA, excuse me. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, but I don't want to overstay my welcome on HOLO, because I've seen this story with HOLO before. It has a tendency to really aggressively mean revert, and I don't want to be part of that. So zigging and zagging right now. I'm also involved still in USAR, looking for the move into that $18 area. The reason I haven't been quick to take this out is it's because it's still respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So to me, you know, it's still buyers are in control. Even though we're not really moving up with the same aggression, we're not breaking down either. So I'm going to try to hold this one on. I'm talking about USAR. I've only got one more BQuader, and I'd really love to get that 88 print that I'm looking at there. So USAR in focus for me. But HOLO is the one that I have more shares on right now. So I am concerned that this one does lose that 47 penny area where I have my stop, because that is the 10 exponential. So I don't want to be nursing this below that 10 exponential and then have to basically DCA or give back some of the gains. Adara, what's going on up there?
I just want to pull Microsoft here. Very much not having a great day, but it is worth noting TechCrunch just reporting that apparently researchers from Microsoft have claimed to have developed a hyper-efficient AI model that can run on CPUs. So good look here for MSFT claiming this hyper-efficient AI model. Keep an eye on noted CPU company CoreWeave as well, CRWV. Excuse me, but MSFT not moving much, certainly going to be on watch here. I've continued looking into this situation with regards to cannabis. I have not seen anything. Some people calling it a pump and dump online. It's also worth noting a lot of people online are pointing out it's Canadian cannabis names specifically that are running. So a lot of these, like again, TLRY, ACB, it's going to be a lot of these names based in Canada in the cannabis space. MSOS, the ETF, actually started moving a little bit after these individual tickers did. Back to you.
Yes, you can. Cobb the Kid. I feel Cobb the Kid. Cobb the Kid. I feel like you're a Green Day fan. I appreciate that. And thank you for the kind
Do you
words.
have the time?
A Green Bay fan, sorry, I didn't mean a Green. Did I say Green Day?
Definitely not
Did I say
interested in
Green
that.
Day? No, sorry, I think
Definitely.
Green Bay. Cobb the Kid, sorry, not Green Day.
My bad.
Did you see what
you were
happened?
singing Green Day the other day, so you
Which
can't.
one was I? Which one?
I don't know, but you were singing
Don't
Green
wanna
Day the
be
other
an
day.
American.
Yeah, idiot. Da, 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 da,
Did you
da,
see
da.
that? Did you see
So
that?
good.
He changed the lyrics on it. He's like he made like a mega reference. The singer of Green Day.
Yeah, he doesn't like Donald Trump.
No, he doesn't like Donald Trump.
He doesn't like Donald Trump at all.
Trump. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so, well,
that's okay. But guys, here we go. We're starting to really cook up here. 3-2 Apple G King. Okay, a lot of tags in the chat here. Dookie. But there we go. So we're continuing to
Good
climb
vibe,
higher
homie.
here in the SQQs. There we go, guys. Starting to climb. This is what we want to see. Let's see if we can get out at 37.40s or 37.50s. We would like to hold on because we don't have too much size left. So there we go. Nice breakdown. These big names are continuing to bleed. Not the best look for my NVDA trade, but that's okay because IBIT is continuing to climb higher, and we love it equally as much. We love all our kids, no matter what they're doing.
Do we?
Yeah. I mean, hey, there's always favorites. Don't kid around that. I don't think at that point. There's gonna be favorites.
Yes, Joseph,
There's
way to
gonna be
get real
favorites,
with it,
right?
baby.
There's gonna be favorites. I'm not saying that I'm one of them, but I might be. You know what I mean? So other than that, but yeah, let's see what we can continue to cook up. Bitcoin holding up strong. SQQs really starting to print up a. We haven't hit that one in a while.
I was about to hit it for you. I didn't know you had it.
There we go.
There you
Nice
go.
work there, guys.
All right, guys. So USAR, I had to really think about this one because it came up to 80s and it rejected 80s, 1780s. I'm long at 37s. I have my profit taker at 88s. It rejected 80s because it was a seller of note at that level. And it was also spready at that level. So usually that means there's an area of illiquidity. What keeps me in this trade is the fact that it keeps putting in higher lows. And so I'm saying to myself, well, why am I getting out if it's continuing to put in higher lows? It's respecting the moving average, the 10 moving average. So I'm trying to be patient with this one. But when you see it so close to your profit level, it makes you want to just take it out and get it over with. I'm just trying to exercise patience here, hence why I'm still in the trade. I like what I see. The question is, for how long? This one, though, I don't think I'm going to be holding on holo for much longer. It's been defending the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 for a little bit of time now, but this is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles in a row now where it has lower highs. Seems to have that same level, that 47 penny level, so I don't really want to hold on to this one for that much longer. Here it is again at the 10 exponential. Does it get met with buying? Every other time that it's dipped into that 10 EMA on the 5, it has been met with buying. There's going to come a time where it stops doing that, so I got to be ready for that. I've already moved up my stop, as I said, but you never know the areas of illiquidity with a stock like HOLO. It could get blown through, despite the fact that I've tried to leave a nice spread between my trigger price and my limit price. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, we've talked about stop loss strategies with these small cap gappers. It's not the same as using a stop loss on some of these other names. I'm going to take it out here because it does look like it will lose 47 pennies. 47 pennies is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I still want to regret taking it out because technically it's still at the 10 exponential. So I'm just trying to exercise patience, but I don't know how much more patience I'm going to have with this one, especially just knowing its history. I just know its history, and its history is not good. HOLO is the stock I'm talking about. Excuse me, guys. It's at 47.25 pennies on the bid, 47.33 pennies on the ask. We will keep tabs on this one. It's up 23.5%. So not a bad look there. How was the gym, brother?
No, went for a walk.
No, Katina man. All good, all good. Katina man just smashed the walk. Attaboy, Katina man. What'd you got?
What did you get there?
All right. Well, you've been a while now. You've been gone for like an hour, so you must have done like 4 or 5K.
I was just talking with Ricky.
Oh, okay.
5K, walking that fast?
I do 2.5K in half an hour, so like that should be decent, right? Like, yeah. 3K, decent. Shout out to the Katina man. We're gonna shout him out for that, man.
You guys are speed walkers, man.
Hey, you like to walk slow?
Yeah, I'm such a slow walker.
You like to walk and think?
Well, I think I hope I think when I'm walking.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you try to get. Yeah,
Can you?
No.
Are you sure?
No. I know what you're getting at, but yeah, sometimes when I told you I went for a walk the other day and I saw the lake and did a little thinking there. I guess
it was good.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Thinking's good.
It's good. It works.
Good.
Yeah, it's
that's its advantage.
But see, the thing is though, when you start overthinking, it's not so good. So there's a fine line, obviously, that you.
We're having a good time, guys. We're just trolling each other.
I'm all out of here, guys. We'll pull up SQs real quick before we send it back to Shreve. I'm all out of the SQQ trade. Oh, say that 10 times in a row.
Yeah.
But here, right? But here we go, guys. Nice outs all the way up through here. Now running into these resistance zones. Took it out just before 37.40 because I'm like, hey, if even though the big names are looking like they want to continue to break down, I just said, hey, you run into these resistance zones, get out, and if there's another opportunity, you get this pullback, and then you can maybe get back in right around the volume-weighted average price, which could be an additional long within this trade here, Shreve.
All right, guys. Stopped out of both positions now because both of them lost a 10 exponential, but we'll take dubs on both of them. This $17 area here on USAR did break the 10 exponential, so we had to get the hell out of there. This one I got forced out of. So let me just explain this one for a second. So this was what we call a specialist breakdown, where they're stop hunting below a key level that's held up multiple times. So what I'm trying to account for here on HOLO is the specialist breakdown, knowing that they're usually pushing people out only to push it back up. So I've tried to gauge that 50 penny area as the breakout area, despite the fact that it's 52.5 pennies. That's a high of the day. So I'm keeping my eyes here on HOLO. It's still above the 10 exponential, whereas USAR has already lost it. So if this one takes out 50 pennies, I'm likely to get back in. Happening now with Adara, and then we're going to Neil's lesson of the day.
We had a very random, still unexplained pop at 11:30 for these markets. Never really saw a clear catalyst on that beyond a slightly better than expected estimated GDP from one metric. But regardless here, NASDAQ down about 2% of the day, though removed from day's lows. S&P 500 down about 1% on the day, looking pretty similar, structurally speaking, to the NASDAQ chart. Now, this came out here well before the market opened. We had Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that Japan's coming into the U.S. to negotiate some of these tariffs. So keep an eye on any trade talks coming from the Donald Trump administration at this time. Microsoft on watch, not much of a move on this, but TechCrunch reporting that apparently Microsoft researchers are saying they have found this new hyper-efficient AI model. So keep an eye on that. Also keep an eye on cannabis stocks. Much like that move with the market, I've not seen anything to explain the push to the upside in these names, but specifically these Canadian cannabis companies doing very well today. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying what you're watching every single day. We are here for you every day. And without further ado, Neil is here, as always, with his lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Well, thank you, Dara. Regardless of why it happened, NASDAQ was bouncing on VWAP, Google was going ham, the Atlanta Fed now with their number. The thing is, there wasn't any specific reason that anyone could figure out that why you were getting that strong of a move. So like, this is the cues right in here. And the lesson of the day is just going to be like, if nothing has changed, stay the course. Don't let things off the hook. But if you come to the cues, this is the move that everyone's talking about. Like you were kind of bouncing on the overall market, but you were sort of sitting in the range, still underneath the highs. You had actually pulled back and we're starting to resume the downward trend. And then boom, all of a sudden we went off to the races. I think the biggest culprit, a lot of people were saying, was Alphabet breaking out, but its move is very similar. But the thing is, anything that was, let's just say, holding weakness, the whole morning you see a couple of things that were strong, some strength at least, and were breaking out. But anything that was holding on to weakness did give you a chance or opportunity. Like the first thing you should think about is, hey, look, if you're already long this, great, but what are you going to chase that move up at the top? If you're long, fantastic, craft yourself a plan. But if you were looking for the shorts, that same move up, it might get you something that you weren't going to get before. Like I was looking at BABA at VWAP, which it tagged VWAP at the open. It gave you 2 more shots to come into the volume weighted average price. Well, that random thing happened in the middle of the day and BABA went to VWAP again. So what I thought it was back in at the low. And I'm like, are we going to get back into this thing? Well, it did. It came right back into the volume weighted average price. And I'm sure, like, there's got to be other thing. Hopefully this isn't wrong because I'm going to look over it. I know Sean was in Apple. But I mean, yeah, that's the kind of thing, like, maybe not the volume weighted average price, but something that was weak did come into a crest level from the open and then rejected and then went back into, whatever regular trend it was going into. For myself, Intel did something similar on that spike. Remember those highs at 19.4? Well, NASDAQ did the random move. I checked. I didn't see any news. If there had been news, no, I get it. If there had been, there's no more pause on tariffs or whatever, like we were making a deal in China, whatever it could have been, I get it. You're not going to just short the levels that you shorted before had there been any substance to it. But in this particular case, there was nothing groundbreaking happening. So you got some levels that you're only seeing at the open, and you just jumped back into the shorts if they were good. Now, I'm not necessarily, like I said, I'm not saying that would have been your plan of action over in Google, which was literally making highs of the day there, but stocks that had held weakness, that held downtrend, that pop gave you a perfect entry. And sometimes you just have to, you do a quick search, make sure there's nothing going on. I get that. I didn't see any quote levitation in the second push to the upside, so it seemed fairly stable, most of those stocks when they got to resistance. So you take advantage. We're in a market right now where I think we've seen a few of these. We're cruising along, all of a sudden you get a great spike one way or the other. Just last week, I got trailed out in Pfizer in one. I'm like, I never got back into the stock. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. But you can just jump back in if there is no good reason for it, or jump in for the first time, or reload the trade. The lesson of the day is we're in an environment where we are seeing these kind of random volume spikes here and there, reacting to economic numbers, reacting to comments that maybe shouldn't move the market, like a random Fed guy in the middle of the day might say one word, and then the algos decide to remove the bid of the offer, we go cruising for a bit, and then we resume whatever it is that we were doing before. So in that type of an environment, if you know the names that you like, then you can just jump right back into them and be given a little bit of a gift horse there. So I wouldn't have gotten BABA back if it wasn't for that Q spike. I don't care why it happened. Just know that it did, and you try to take advantage of it. That's your lesson of the day.
you for that as always, Neil. So yeah, guys, let's see what we got going on here in the markets because we're starting to head a little bit lower. NVDA continuing to bleed and heading towards some of these key pre-market zones here. You can see that we're now through the low of the pre-market at 104 and change, just closer to 104 exactly, and continuing to move lower and lower. I want to pull something up and show it to you guys real quick, and that's going to be the options chain. I've seen this scenario twice when it was on earnings and yesterday. So I want to see if those orders are still sitting up there. So yeah, 115, right? 148,000 open contracts. Where did we trade as high to yesterday before that news? 113.72. All right, so between 114 and 115, you have just under 200,000 open contracts. And then look what happened when that news came out. Boom, you follow the path of least resistance. Again, people in the chat don't like it when I say it, but there you go. This is what you get, and that's what this is the second time I've seen this. So now I've built myself a small data set here, right? I've seen it during earnings, and I've seen it on this contract's on this week's expiration cycle. Next time I see this, I'm gonna look to take advantage of it, whether it be on the call side or on the put side, because when I have that many open contracts acting as resistance, and any form of catalyst comes out, it's gonna dump it. I shouldn't say that. If it's a negative catalyst, it's going to dump the stock aggressively, and I think that's a big part of the reason why we're down 7% here, Sharif.
All right, DXF, another small cap gapper that's weaseled its way onto the scene. It's just making its way onto the side charts now. We're going to talk about it. Be careful with these ones though, guys, because especially the ones that pop up midday that may be lacking a catalyst as well. Sometimes they can mean revert quite aggressively, and then you can be caught holding the bag, especially if they're moving dollars like DXF is right now. So let's throw on the ticker there. DXF is the ticker. I'll give you guys information on it in a second if I'm able to. Eason Technology Limited, formerly Dunshin Financial Holdings, investment holding company, engaged in real estate operation management, investment business, as well as digital security technology, $1.83 million market cap, so minuscule to say the least. It's also done lighter amount of volume, about 780,000 shares with a float of 0. No, I'm kidding. That's what my platform says. Let's check trade ideas, DXF. So trade idea saying 179,000 without a short float, so not sure what the short float is. Anyway, $8.82, dropping below $8 now. This is one of those ones where because of the aggressive move up, it's an anomaly kind of where the volume weighted average price is a little bit higher than the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And so that usually that's not the case. Usually the 10 exponential is at least above, well, if it's positive, that is, of course, above VWAP. But because of the aggressive move here, VWAP has moved up a little bit higher. It likely will switch soon. Be careful, though. Zigging and zagging with the current low of this candle being at around 7 3/4. The high of the previous candle, 8 4/5. So DXF on watch. Certainly how this cookie crumbles, though, we'll have to wait and see. I could attempt a dip trade on this one at the volume weighted average price. I'd wait for 7.5. I'd have the $0.50 psychological support in my advantage there, as well as VWAP. So if there are algos trading this, perhaps they are basing their entries off VWAP, which again is at $7.50. But look at it, it's moving right back up. 8 1/4, 8 1/3, 8 coming. It was just at 7 3/4. So this one's trading crazy right now. Not really surprised by that. Let's load it up on a trading screen here as I watch USAR come back into highs. We're going to look at DXF, have a look at how the book looks. So DXF, what exchange is this on? On the MX. Okay, so let's go ahead. DXF on the MX network. There we go. So not bad. 4 penny spread right off the bat. Opens up though. Look at that. 35, then 18 on the bid. So it's tight sometimes and then it seems to open up at others. So those are areas of illiquidity that you need to be careful of, because if you're trying to get out, what a price spike up there, 8.5. So DXF trading crazy right now. 882 high a day. We're going to likely take out that 882. And the volume is picking up. We're closing in on 1 million shares here on DXF. So this is the breakout that I'm looking for. Here we go.
And?
No, not yet. It's the spread, boom to the high side. We're long 76s, took it out at 9s. Let's see if we can get a little bit more up here. Boom again. Let's see if we can get something above 9 here, Joseph. Let's see. We're long 76. So I'm going to have to give this to around the $0.50, okay? Because it's trading quite aggressively, and if you don't give it room, you're likely going to just get stopped out too early. I'm looking for a move above 9. I'd like to see how it trades at around 9, what kind of size. There is no size posted on the gateway, and boom, again on DXF, man. Taking out that $9 area. It's breaking out at 60% now in the clear, 916 HOD. We got 907s, but this trade isn't over. All right, so the deal is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green candles on the 5 in a row. 7, lucky number 7, Joseph. We're currently on our 8th candle right now. If this closes green, I appreciate you, Katina, man. I love the vibes, bro. Good vibes, Katina. We all know how it works around here.
GVO.
So we're going to keep, yeah.
You gotta keep saying that, eh? GVO.
I like that. I like that.
GVO.
So keep your eye out on DXF. It's breaking out on volume. It's a trade de novo. And what I mean by that is the majority of the volume on DXF was not in the pre-market, was not in the open. It is coming in now. The volume is spiking now. So it's a new trade, but be careful with these ones. I hate to keep saying that, but I don't want anybody on the other side of the screen to, get caught holding the bag. Doesn't make me feel good when I read those in the chat. Really doesn't, okay? So that's why I keep stressing, be careful, all right? So DXF, Joseph, it's what I'm going to be focusing on. I'm likely a dip trader around 9.
Ooh, okay, all right, I like that there, guys. Gorev, so listen to me. So my guy, yeah, exactly. Okay, so listen, this is what I've been thinking as of late, all right? So it's not that those prints aren't necessarily working, it's that they take longer to work, and you get that you get those multiple fake outs just due to the volatility. So you can see here on Hood, we have a nice indecision print at the lows there, and then the same with the likes of a couple other names. But I see what you're getting at on Amazon. I like that one. But this is why we went long the SQs, because of this on the TQs, right? Or the Qs itself was that was this indecision print right here. So that's when we took that short. But I do like this potentially. You can use this as the break. If we break that low, then you can just get out of that trade. But it's not that they're not working. It took me a while to understand this. They're just taking longer to work, all right? So let's see what ADR is up to.
Well, I'm seeing a headline here come in with regards to tariffs. I haven't seen any details on this yet, so just be aware. I'll let you guys know when we have more, but it's worth noting there is a tariff headline. Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. is apparently planning on using its trade negotiations, or tariff negotiations, to isolate China. The plan is to use negotiations with more than 70 countries to ask them to disallow China to ship goods through their country. So really, apparently, according to this Wall Street Journal report, not only is the Trump administration really focused on China with regards to their tariffs, they're also using their negotiations with other countries to, I guess, isolate China, for lack of a better term. So again, something to be aware of here. Just find that now. Apparently, I'm seeing this headline was, I guess, posted and then deleted from Newswire. So just be aware. Also, I want to mention as well, too, we have comments coming through from Fed's Hammock. She started speaking at 12 p.m. Neil was doing his lesson of the day at the time, but just worth noting here, Fed's Hammock being a little bit cautious here, saying that right now she believes it's a good time to hold steady with regards to rates. Also saying there's a little bit more work to do to get to 2% because the economy is not looking as strong right now as it was at the start of the year. Back to you.
DXF is really going here, guys. Now we're about 69%, 979 high. 970. I'm not muted. 979 high a day right now on DXF.
Okay, yeah. So there we go. We'll take a pause. You got to take a look at Sharif's mic here, guys. Some technical difficulties. We'll get that figured out here momentarily, and then we'll send it back to my guy. Let's see if this can come into play. If we can hold this, what we can do is we can just draw some basic TA here. You can see we can go off of that low. And then use this as our trend line here. And if it cracks it to the downside, there might be some more following that, all right? So be patient. We'll wait for this to potentially come into play. I do like it. Maybe we get involved here. What do you get? Yeah, I think so. I do like this potentially trade here. Pardon me? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I didn't hear that. There we go. Let's see. We're going to pull up the TQs now for that potential bounce to the top side. We're in some IBIT, but I'm displaying to you guys my SQQs trade right now. It's unfortunate we didn't get this big pop all the way up here, but we took a nice ride from 39s all the way up to about 37s there. 38s up to 36s to 37s. Good math there, Joe. And then IBIT, we're now sitting in this. I do have some more posted up here. We'll start really small, looking for that continuation and that break of the high day. if it breaks through the support level, then we'll just get out of that. But I am liking the TQs for a potential bounce here.
Yeah, I'm muted, bro.
Are you still muted? Oh, you don't have one? Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you guys sorted it out there. Yeah, hi. Yeah. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah, no, I thought you guys got it sorted out there. That's how I'm embedded in some of this stuff here, guys. Yeah, exactly. Like UFC embedded. I got to do some of this hair up here, man. We can maybe get a haircut this evening, 5 o'clock. Shout out to my guy Andy. From Argentina, gonna give your boy a haircut. So here we go. Yeah. So no, he's from. I don't know where he's from, to be honest with you. So I'm not gonna tell you. Try to make anything up. So yeah, you just know he's from. Yeah, he's just from Argentina. That's all I know. I'm not even. Yeah, South America. He's from down there, but he's a good kid. Good
1,
kid,
2, 3.
and good at cutting hair. So yeah. So he's got a good job. Let's go Bitcoin. Let's see if we can break through some of these resistance zones. If you guys want to just stick with the underlyings that are strong, then that's Bitcoin. We waited for this pullback. You can see that we have these indecision prints as well too. And I was looking for that test of the high day. So if we can crack through there, run into 4860s, then that would be a good move for Bitcoin. All right, so let's take a look at the actual underlying to see what we got going on. So I mentioned before, it's nothing for Bitcoin to put in a $10,000 day, and we haven't seen too many of those as of late, all right, whether it be to the top side or to the downside. I would love for Bitcoin to put in just one of those monsters, 10, 12K days, but I do believe we need that positive catalyst, so we'll be patient. I mentioned that we're sitting on the backside of this trend, and that's why I slowly started to grab some shares. If we crack through it, then this could be a minor pullback. One thing to note is that the volume is really starting to fall off a cliff. Not the best for breakout trading, but again, I'll be patient, wait for it to play out. I do believe that we can slowly start to curl over, and I mentioned the length of the consolidation phase here, like 6-7 months of sitting in this phase, and then we trade higher from November to what's our peak there, December, a month, right? That's not justifiable to me, right? I hate seeing this an 8-month consolidation, and then you just trade higher for a month, and then you give the majority of it back in the span of 3 months, right? So it's like, okay, are we ready to get the ball rolling? Maybe, possibly, and that's why I'm going to continue to stay long Bitcoin here, guys.
Yeah, well, Joseph, I mean, I was going to make the comparisons to gold. I think we've already played that out.
Yeah, I mean,
the gold's, dude. I'm reading the Old Testament right now, and they were obsessed with gold in the Old Testament. Yeah, that's all right. Crazy. So I mean, we're just getting started with Bitcoin up in here. So that's kind of what I'm talking about.
So there we go.
All right. So the point is, we're guys, take it easy over there. All right. So what I'm talking about, Bitcoin Jesus.
Bitcoin Jesus. That's crazy.
Oh boy. All right. So the point is, I think that we're gonna definitely be on a bit of a secular move here going forward. Absolutely. I think that the digital era is started, baby, and I want to be part of it. That's what I'm talking about. Guys, still involved in HOLO. This, to me, looks like it could be a flat top break. An ascending wedge. We're putting in higher lows on the 5 with that same 50 penny area acting as that clear area of resistance. I mean, we've been above it. You've seen that 52.5 penny area where we already wicked up to. But the point here is to look for a closing print, a decided closing print. Here we go. Now we're breaking out a little bit, but we got to cross 51. So now we're at 50.9, essentially. So we're just a couple of shekels away from getting printed. And I added substantially on that down move, but we're still not getting printed. I don't want to take it out too quickly. I'm trying to pack my patience here. It either takes out that level or I will wait even longer. So we get that 50 print, above that 50 print, excuse me, but we're not getting that follow through here on HOLO. So I am a little concerned. There we go, right back below 50 again on the bid, but above it on the ask. So we're zigging and zagging here. The buyers are trying to fight to bring this above 50. The sellers keep pushing this back down. And so we'll have to wait and see how this cookie crumbles. So HOLO involved in that, looking at actually picking up more at 48.5 pennies, but definitely would like something printed at 51, just as confirmation that, you know, the strength is there. I wanted to mention DXF, sorry, my mic died when this one halted down. It just opened up. It's below VWAP right now. I won't be touching this until and if it gets above that 8.25, and it's gonna have to stay above 8.25. Can't just wick up above VWAP. That's how you get trapped long, right? So I'm looking for DXF to regain that volume weighted average price. We're currently on my 5-minute chart, it's at that 8.25. So I'm keeping an eye on this one. This one trades on the MX network, by the way. So you've got to have permissions for that exchange in order to trade DXF. That usually costs a bit more money. The MX network, I believe. At least it does on my platform. The Katina Man dropping the cash there. Shout out to him. He's eating up the lunch. How was that lunch, Katina Man? It was fish. Not bad. Not bad, huh? Fish. We got fish today. Not too bad. You a fish fan?
Salmon.
Salmon?
Yeah.
Nothing else? No tilapia?
No, isn't tilapia one of the worst, like the dirtiest fishes out there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure tilapia is like
what is
dead
it?
on mass.
Just eat garbage?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, it's just not really good. Yeah.
What's the difference between a lawyer and a catfish?
No idea, brother.
One is a mud or is a bottom-dwelling, mud-sucking person, and the other is a fish. Boom. Yeah, well, I can do that. Sorry, come on.
That was
come
easy,
on.
he says.
Katina, man. He's like, yo, bro, you gotta come better than that.
Crazy, dude.
That's not good enough. No, shout out to Katina, man.
That's crazy.
I just remember reading that one time, and it was making me chuckle. All right, here we go again with Holo at 51 pennies. Still trying to take out that level. I mean, I've been waiting for a hot minute. Let me get that print, baby. We're still not getting that print. The sellers are still in the way. We can't print anything above 51 pennies, at least not now. The selling coming in aggressive at that, 50.9. There it is, 51 again. Now we get the print. Can we squeeze some of these sellers out of the way? Now, let's see, we're waiting at 52 next. So let's go ahead and wait at 53. So if we get that 52 print, we got a next one that we can take. HOLO, it's up 34%. But I've seen this story before with Holo. It can turn on a dime. It doesn't care about your feelings, and it usually is quite bamboozling. So be careful with it. Make sure your stops are sound. Here we go, 51.9 pennies. I'm waiting at 52. We're gonna have to cross to get that fill. Trying to pack my patience on this one. Keeping my eye as well, obviously, on DXF because it's trying to work its way above that 8.25. It's at it right now, but there is selling. You can feel it here on DXF at that 8.25 area, which also happens to be the volume weighted average price, hence why it's being met with aggressive selling by shorts who are basing their short positions in the exact same way that a long would. I wait for VWAP sometimes to get into dip trades. Same thing with the shorts. You're just looking the other way. So that's why we're getting resistance there. 52 pennies remains an elusive target here on Holo, at least on a closing basis, and there is size at that level. Okay, so keep your eye out on this one. HOLO trying to take out the high of the day, Joseph.
Good look there, my friend. So yeah, I know Shreve's covered this in the morning. We've been going over this all day. Why is NVDA continuing to bleed? But here we go. We can see this right now. Export ban forces Nvidia to write off billions in AI chip stock. So that is not a good look. Analysts estimated Nvidia held around 16 billion in H20 chip orders, with roughly 10 billion already delivered. The $5.5 billion charge likely reflects the remainder of inventory rendered unsellable due to the export ban. So there you go. Oof. That is why we are continuing to move lower.
I hope they can find somewhere else to sell it. That'd be ideal.
Yeah, that would be. That,
like, why can't they sell it to somebody else? Like, what the hell?
Singapore. They'll just go sell it to Singapore, and then
and then they'll find their way in China.
Exactly, right? So there's loopholes around this thing. Your guys, come on, Wall Street, figure this out. We're down closer to 8% here now, Street. Not a good look for the long here on NVDA, especially in the personal. Not good at all. So there we go. We're still in some IBIT and long some SQs back at it again, looking for that crack of the high of day. Let's see if we can get that. If
Right,
this
Vance?
big name continues to move lower, Sharif,
Yes, sir.
we might get that break, and that's exactly what we're looking for. If we get that rebound, then not too good.
You back at it again with the white Vans?
Damn.
Daniel,
Sharif.
there it is. Yeah, let's, since Joseph was dropping hot lines about NVIDIA, let's do a little NVIDIA talking right now. Give me a second over here to load up the notes, because there was all sorts of price target downgrades today on our friend NVIDIA. I'm just going to keep this here so I can monitor. If you can show my screen, please. I'm going to keep this just on the side so I can keep an eye on the price action here on HOLO. So Bank of America, a lot of these are reiterating their buy rating, but they're being a little bit more, let's just say, pessimistic about the price target. So you can see Bank of America, Piper Sandler, Morgan Stanley, Raymond James, TD Cowen, all either buy, strong buy, overweight buy. They're not downgrading in that sense. It's all price target downgrades. For example, Bank of America down from 200 to 160. Likewise with Piper, 175 to 150. Morgan, they have 162. They didn't change their price target at all. Raymond James dropping it from 170 to 150. TD Cowen also maintaining that same price target, 140. The point is, all of them, the price targets, assume an upside. So for example, even with the downgrades, Bank of America, 42% upside from the current price. Likewise with Piper, 33. Morgan, 44. So rating agencies right now, whatever you may think of them, they're changing their price target, but they're not changing their buy or their rating on the stock. So that's number one. That's what I want to mention. Number two, here's the deal. There is a significant amount of money, revenue that is, that could be taken off the books as a result of this H200 or H20, excuse me, being banned. So look at this. As of the H20 chip, designed to meet the Biden era restrictions on chip exports, generated, Joseph, about $12 to $15 billion. They didn't tell us exactly. $12 to $15 billion in 2024 alone, okay? So that's 15 billion, 12 billion that you got to take off from the balance sheet. Essentially, it's a scaled down version of the H100 or the H200. If you guys watch that Lex Friedman podcast that I was talking about, they do explain the difference. So keep your eye on that. China now has fallen after being the number 2 market for Nvidia, down to number 4, believe it or not, below Singapore. I wonder why Singapore is higher than China. We've talked about this before.
We don't got a question mark.
We don't got a question mark. We all know, right? Revenue from China halved, guys, after the export ban. That's a tough look, man. So
yeah, lasers,
freaking lasers, yeah, right, yeah, exactly.
Right.
So a bit of a tougher look there. I still think Nvidia is king. You know what? Of the AI game, but there are obviously. I don't want to say short term because you don't know how long these are going to last, but there's obviously headwinds right now that have to be accounted for. So I just want to give you guys that information. Make of it what you will. We'll keep an eye out on that and we'll report on it for you. DXF is back above the volume weighted average price. So this one worked back above that 8.25. It just spiked up into 8.33. Could we have yet another attempt at that $10 area here on DXF? So for the moment, we have that out above 9, but yeah, I don't know how I feel about this one. I feel there may be some resistance at 9 again. Let's see what this one can do at 9. If it can clear 9 with vigor, I'll get back in. I don't think it feels 9 twice. We'll see. Who knows? But DXF, definitely a midday mover here to watch if you're interested in these small cap gappers, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Let's see what we got going on here. We're still sitting in this SQQ trade, looking forward to climb higher as the market is just hovering below the volume-weighted average price. If these big names decide that they want to take an additional leg to the downside, then we're going to be sitting on the right end of this trade. Now, let's see what we got going on here on IBIT. Again, we got in some more, started really small, added some at the base of this. You've seen that I had that order posted up at the base here to see if we can get this pop above it and head towards the high day. So that'd be a really good trade. But if we crack and hold below this support zone, then we got to get out of it and reassess the situation. So that is going to be the game plan let's continue to bleed here SQQs because that is what we want to look for. That has been working out really, really well for us. We're now on our third trade on it. We started 0 for 1, then went 1 for 1, and had a nice move from the lows all the way back up to the volume weighted average price. So the inverse of that would be the TQs being at the highs and then heading back, reverting back into the volume weighted average price. Instead, we are at the lows. So yeah, we'll be patient. Gonna wait for the support level to hold up. You can see we have a resistance zone right here as well. Two guys, 37.30 acting as resistance. We're holding that base right now. It's now acting as support and looking like we might want to continue to climb higher. Amazon also heading towards some key support levels, guys. You can see that we have the inability to crack through the volume weighted average price and heading towards this support level right now. What is the next zone that we have to keep an eye out for? That is going to be the pre-market and the day's lows. So that's something really important that we always need to monitor. What are our key levels? Where did we close yesterday? PDC, some refer to as the king of all levels. PDC, for those who do not know, that is previous day's close, and price is always attracted to that. So let's see if we can get that moving. IBIT heading back towards the lower ends. One thing that I do have to note and continue to monitor is that we have constructed a lower high. So if we want to break down, it might be easier for that support level to be snapped instead of us running through the top side, unless buyers really start to step in. Now let's take a look at the options chain to see what we have going on that front. And I mentioned a high level of open interest at 50 on Bitcoin, or IBIT that is. So that is going to be 51,000 open contracts at that $50 strike price expiring tomorrow.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Because it is a short week. Don't forget that as well too, guys. So if you have options that expire this week, you don't have until Friday. They expire tomorrow, 4 p.m.
Yeah, the Katina Man and the Neil now just picking up on the wheat story that we gave to you guys earlier. Adara did a deep dive. We really can't find anything. It doesn't mean that it's not tradable, though. I love that animation. Let's talk about what they are doing right now. And there's the king of the wheat stocks currently, the biggest percentage winner, at least on my watch list. I don't know what everybody else has on there. CGC, what a move up here for Canopy Growth. Big boy move on Canopy Growth. Just allow me a second. I think I have to stop out of this DXF position. No, I think we're still okay. Let me just make sure where my stop is in place here. DXF, yeah, we're good to go on that. Okay, so if it stops out, it stops out. That's the way it is. All right, so here's the deal. This has been very strong right now. CGC up 21.25% or 21.75%. It got all the way up to that $1.28. It's kind of pulling back into that 10 exponential moving average on the 5 at $1.21. I wonder if this one will hold. It did initially. So you had a 3-candle hold up here between 12.05 and 12.15 at the 10 exponential. Then you made a new high, and currently we have a higher low. So that $1.20, $1.21 could be an interesting pullback entry here on DXF. So that's what I'm trying, or sorry, CGC. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. I'm thinking about possibly trading CGC as kind of like a small cap gapper style trade, even though it doesn't have to be strictly a small cap gapper. So the deal is I'm seeing the 10 exponential at 121 right here. So we're going to get long. Simple as that. And I'll look to actually average in to that $1.18. Why? Because that $1.18 is the volume weighted average price. So anything below a $1.18, I'm out. And there's another reason why I'd be out there. That's a new area low. So just because it happens to be VWAP, that's aces. Fantastic. But it's even better when it coincides with a price action support area. And what you saw here was when we put a 4-candle pullback on the 5-minute chart, it held 118 to a glove. So I'd like to add into that 118 area, but that will be the end of the line for me if it is to lose that area. So we're long 121. So let's set up some beak wetters here. If there is a price spike, we can catch that. So I'm looking at trading these weed names. Again, no idea why they're running. We're not going to take too much risk, but we're going to keep an eye out. Boom on DXF, bro. And take it out again through 9. Bang. So we get in at that 8.5. Tush took it out 920. Here we go again on DXF, holding that 10 exponential like a dang glove, baby. 979 high a day. It's at 9.25 right now. It's up 60%. It's got a small float. Be careful with this one. Make sure you are catching the trend. You're not trying to catch a falling knife, as my friend Neil likes to say.
The glove don't fit, brother.
Well, hold on. We're taking more prints here, Joseph. We're taking we're taking more prints here on HOLO. It just took out 52s. Now we're waiting at 53s on your friend HOLO. Oh, baby. Adara, what is happening at that big desk?
Here is the NASDAQ. It is on watcher. We have comments coming through from Fed's Hammock. Once again, continuing to speak here. Earlier, Fed's Hammock basically said that keeping rates steady would be the right call for now, just due to the fact that the economy does not look as good as it did at the start of 2025. Now she's further saying that it's actually going to take some time to see how the trade policy is impacting the economy, saying that it's not appropriate for the Fed to react to every ebb and flow of the market. The term she used was twists and turns, but same idea. And then also, once again here, saying that the right thing to do at this point for the Fed might be to stay on hold for now, saying that steady policy is still an active choice. So they're not being inactive by not making a decision. It's not in a place right now where Fed's Hammock, or it sounds like the rest of the Fed, is comfortable moving rates at this time. She also said when things are uncertain, it's better to think about scenarios as opposed to forecasts. So is responding actively to the economy here is Fed's Hammock. As we get another leg up here for the NASDAQ again, just under an hour from now, we will be getting Fed Chair Jerome Powell. We can get the Economic Club of Chicago. I will be covering that for you all right here from this desk. Back to you.
Adara, appreciate that, guys. HOLO is breaking out again. We just took out the highs, guys, on HOLO. Just went the beak at 53s. Now we're setting up at 55s. HOLO, at least for the moment, is not giving up the ghost. But I'm going to keep saying that because I've seen HOLO has been on our radar, I want to say, for probably over a year. I'm going to have to check with Adara because she has a way better memory than me. But HOLO is a repeat offender, so to speak. And I've seen it multiple times. You kind of lure you in with an aggressive move up only to have that Christmas tree retracement where it goes up and then it goes right back down. It's green on one side and then red on the other. Hence why we say Christmas tree. Full disclosure, that's Randy's line right there. But HOLO continuing to move up. It's got a lot of respect, guys, from what I can see, for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Here's what I'm seeing right now. Look at that. No closing prints, guys, below that 10 exponential. Essentially, since when? Since never, dude. There is no closing print below the 10 exponential today, and not that I can see anyway. So HOLO in focus, but trade it carefully. Again, I'm going to keep saying it because it is a repeat bamboozler. Let's go to CGC. That's DXF. We're done with that trade. So I did get the ad now on CGC at 19s. 18s is the make or break moment. If it doesn't hold 18s, I'm out. That's a new area low. It's also the loss of VWAP. We're going back to Adara.
Yeah, I looked into this strafe here for HOLO. So it looks like this name kind of got its start here through a merger in. I'm seeing some people saying this merger was completed in 2022, others saying it was completed in 2023. So unclear, but either way, HOLO does look like it was a special purpose acquisition combination, so a business combination here. Regardless, I want to talk about these little pops because that was what Sharif mentioned here. Here's the daily chart. We have a steady series of, it looks like roughly once a year, usually in that January, February period, we get this pop to the upside, and it is entirely sold off, as Sharif alluded to. Then, so this was, I guess, early January 2023. Then summer 2023, this happens again. Then super significant with volume as well. We get this happening once again in February to March 2024. This is probably the pop that most people are familiar with when we're talking HOLO. It's a pretty common one. So this one pops to the upside. And then we just get a lot of stagnant trading for this game for a while, a lot of splits and reverse splits. And at this point, yeah, we've already passed this point. So some more volume coming to this at the start of the year. But it is worth noting this one has done a ton of reverse splits. It's extremely volatile. And it has a history of behaving in such a way. Back to you.
Yeah, I agree with everything Adara just said there. Thank you very much for that, Adara, to give us some context as to when HOLO started moving. I saw the OG Darwin say in the chat that it's going to have a smaller float as a result of a reverse split. So we'll see how that all works out there. That's a great point, Darwin, because we've mentioned it many times. You know, if you don't have a large short float, what you can do is you can look to get parabolic names, that is, you can look for the ones that have a small float. When you have a small float, it usually means that there's more demand for lesser shares, hence the volatility picks up, and that's what I'm talking about there. So I'll give you an idea what the float is right now on HOLO so we can make some comparisons maybe after. Currently, Holo has an 81.8 million share float. Let me just double check that with Trade Ideas, see if they jive. Nope. Holo on Trade Ideas says 20.5 million. I've got 80 some odd on mine. So conflicting data there, completely normal. Seen this story before where the data does not jive. Guys, we're taking out some profits here on CGC. So there we go. We got the ad at 18s, or 18.5, excuse me. Now it's at 23. I'm waiting at 24, 26, and then 28. I'm talking about canopy growth. Weed is strong today. Mm-hmm. They're high. They're real high.
It's and real keep strong. It's real strong.
Yo, it's loud.
Yeah,
it's that loud, bro. I'll never
wow.
forget. I got a story, but maybe not for here.
Maybe not.
Yeah. Everything's fine. Get it, Neil.
Get it, Neil. Wow, there we go.
Yeah. No, well, I'm not going to repeat anything. I'll keep quiet about
Hold
that.
on, Shreve. I got to cover something here, my friend. Yeah. So Amazon really starting to tank here, guys, dragging the Qs right back, right down with it. What happened?
Sorry.
What happened? Good times here, man. All right, see, everybody's
We're having a good time, Joseph.
Yeah, so Amazon continuing to move lower. Come on, buddy. Yeah, get with it. Yeah, you like that. Yeah, that's what I was saying to Katina, man. You like that. Come on.
Katina's killing it today,
Kirk,
bro. He's killing
Kirk.
me on that.
Come on, Kirk, buddy. But yeah, let's see. This is the trend line. So I kind of got faked out here, but we just entered right back in with more size on that attempt here to move back towards this high day in the SQs. But that is the low day here in the Qs, guys. So keep an eye out on that. You can see that I'm like, I got out too early, but I just got right back in. And then now we're continuing to climb higher and higher here in the
nice
SQ.
Trade, Joseph.
I might have to hop out of, let's pull it up on the 1 minute. You can see it a little bit more clear here, guys. So this was what we had earlier on the day. I cut it right there, and then we just hopped right back in. Slightly better of a price here, and then now looking for that test of 37.70s. If the market continues to bleed, Amazon dragging everything down with it. Apple starting to move towards the lows. These Meg 7 are most definitely bringing the market lower with it. We're going to look to take some out here, Sharif.
Take some out, Joseph.
There we go, brother. We're going to take that. You like that, says Kirk Cousins. Yes, we do. We're not catching a fill. There we go.
Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, he says that from, don't you remember that? When he's like walking in the gym, he's like, you like that. You like that. Yeah, and that's what I was referring to.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, you like that. There, don't you? So there we go. Oh, no. So there we go. We'll take it all out now.
Oh, man, I can't today, bro. I'm getting giddy. I'm getting giddy, bro. I'm getting giddy. All right, guys, we're having a good time. What's that?
He was with
Washington.
Washington when he did that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
What do you think about Kirk Cousins anyway? All right, well, we'll talk more about that because we got to weasel up to it.
Yeah, I like Kirk Cousins, man. He's a good guy.
Just keep an eye here. We do have some comments coming here. I guess some reports coming from CNBC saying that apparently the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol has collected $500 million under the new tariffs. Trump had estimated that they'd collect $2 billion. So this the amount that CBP has actually collected so far, according to CNBC, is about a quarter of what Trump had estimated had been collected again. So Trump was saying that there would be $2 billion collected so far from these tariffs at the border. Apparently, again, $500 million is the actual number, again, as reported by CNBC. If I see anything more on this, I will let you know, but it does seem like these tariff collections are a little bit lower than what we were expecting here, guys. Back to you.
For that,
Adair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so there you go. We cracked through some of those lows, ran into some support, guys, but now we're heading back up. So nice little scalp here on the 1 minute, so we can't complain about that. Gaining back what we lost here because we tripled up the size, got that pop up, and then we just got stopped out as we start to continue to move a little bit lower. We're still sitting in this IBIT trade. We're holding these support levels really, really well, Sharif. So until we crack it and I see that momentum to the downside really start to pick up, I'm going to continue to hold on to this trade and look for that move higher because I do believe we can continue to climb here in BTC.
Absolutely, man. Where are we at dollar-wise on BTC, Joseph?
Bitcoin, we are at $84,395.50.
I like it. I'm not going to complain about it. Joseph, I want to talk about DXF because DXF's on one right now. I'm not involved in it. I'm all out of this trade, but this is now knocking on the door of that $10 area. Now, it concerns me a little bit. Let me make my point, and then I'll tell you the bad, and then I'll tell you the good as I typically do. What I worry about when we have these wicks that come into very similar levels, like this candle over here at 1210 came into about 980. The next candle or the next attempt at that level, 989. So what I'm saying is look out for a possible double top, but don't be shorting just, thinking, oh, there could be a double top there. Wait for confirmation of the neckline break. The neckline, I would say, is below that 750. That's my look. Now, that's a bad side of the equation. Now, the good side is look at the aggressively higher lows here that we have on DXF. Right? So if you're trying to look for a technical area of support, this has been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Look at, even in all its insanity, DXF was able to actually respect that green line. As you can see, it doesn't have any closing prints below that green line. And even when it wicks below the 10 exponential, again, that green line, it's quickly bought up, baby, and it doesn't even break it by that much. So keep your eye on this one. It's very, very volatile. As you can see, the range per candle is quite prohibitive. It's almost $1 per candle range. So, you're going to have to factor that in when trading this. But DXF, fantastic look on the day. I'd like to see what it does above that $10 area and whether we can get parabolic. Now, mind you, I did look up the short float on this, and I couldn't find it. So I'm flying blind here, so to speak, with respect to the short flow, because I have no idea who's going to get squeezed or what percentage of the short float is shorted, let alone, what price levels to expect it at. So DXF in focus, but we're going to try to pack our patience on that. Holo, I moved down now, my next profit taker from 55 to 54 pennies. I think that's more sound. Now, with respect to CGC, it's stalling out, man. It's not giving up the ghost, to be fair to CGC, but it's stalling out a little bit here. So I'm wondering, should I be taking some profits at some, lesser levels? And I think the answer to that is yes. So I'm going to take out some at 23. I'm layering at 24, 26, 28. I don't trust it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't trust the lack of a catalyst on CGC. Money talks, right? Money talks, but bamboozlement is real as well. So, I'm not really sure why the hell we're moving up. Deadline alert, CGC. I'm just looking for anything weed here. Maybe something came in. MSOS. Let's have a look at MSOS. Nothing. Coming in on my blotter. Let's look at MSOX, the levered ETF. Nothing. Let's have a look at maybe Grow Generation is a headline there. Tilray. Tilray's up 9 3/4 as well. Nothing. I'm seeing literally nothing. And I know Adero was looking at Twitter, and Twitter had some stuff, but there's really nothing substantive that we can report to you guys at the moment, except to say CGC's up 21 1/4, Tilray's up 9.5%. So yeah, that's the situation. So as long as it's trading higher, I'll keep trying to weasel into this one. So that's what I'm doing right now, and I think we are going to go to Adara at the big desk.
So here's one thing that I think is of note here. There is a website that I've mentioned this before. I found is usually one that will publish these market-moving headlines on cannabis stocks. It's called Marijuana Moment. Usually if there is a headline in this space, I find at least 97% of the time it is coming from Marijuana Moment. So I've looked on Marijuana Moment here. We did have a move in Canadian names. It could have to do with this headline from earlier. Apparently, a poll showed that most Canadians believe marijuana is a part of the economy. So it could be a potential pull. But usually, I find it's more U.S. legislation-related moves that will move the marijuana space. We also cannot see when this article was published. I just clicked on it, so it's a little unclear when this came out. The most recent article prior to that came 3 hours ago with New Hampshire Senate Committee actually rejecting a marijuana legalization bill. So seemingly negative catalyst. Regardless, I want to let you guys know if you're looking for news in the marijuana space, Marijuana Moment is what I would recommend, because that is tends to be a pretty good source there. And that's one that is used heavily by the people who trade cannabis on X as well. Back to you.
See what Chamath said about weed the other day on X? He's just like, it's really bad and it's for your mind. We're just learning about some of the effects that it has on your mitochondria. Apparently it affects mitochondria at a cellular level. I don't know what I believe and what I don't these days. So many different studies, so many different reports. You're like inundated. what do they call that? Analysis paralysis?
Yeah,
or whatever.
Paralysis. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not obviously that great for you.
But he said it was worse than alcohol. Like, I have a hard time believing that.
This is my comparison.
Yeah.
All right, how many? We know what alcoholism looks like from the streets of Toronto. Right? Do you see anybody who's been on the streets of Toronto be, oh man, I'm just such a marijuana head. I'm out here bombing.
It's a big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference. Katina Man says go to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, but see, the difference is, Katina Man, they're at the Chick-fil-A buying stuff. The people who are unfortunately addicted to alcohol are in front of the Chick-fil-A trying to get you to buy them something. Yeah, exactly.
And that as well. Yeah, sadly.
The Maxim Ice.
I don't know how I feel about the whole thing, bro. I legit. Like.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I've seen the ugly side of alcohol. Ugly. But I haven't really seen an ugly side of weed. I'm not just telling you the truth.
I just think that the degree it doesn't compare, because to be honest with you, it just doesn't work like that.
No, I don't think they're equivalent, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's totally, exactly, subjective, but it is what it is. Let's see, come on, Bitcoin.
Can I cover this for a second, Joseph?
You want, brother.
DXF is really going here, guys, but it's having a lot of trouble with 10, but that's... I think that's temporary. I'm just going to tell you the truth. The umpteen amount of higher lows right now on DXF, this one is becoming quite aggressive, quite strong, even though that $10 area has been an elusive area where it's unable to close above. I think that that's just one of those ones where we just got to pack our patience. The dip buys on DXF have been money. They've been money, okay? Now, it's just about getting it on a micro pullback. I'd like to see it clear 10 decisively before trying to use 10 as that level of support, previous area of resistance. Seller at 12 here, notable seller at 12. Look at the amount of chop and chart. He gets taken out, and now we're 10.5 here on DXF, $10.50. We're about to hit triple-digit territory here, percentage-wise, that is, of course, on DXF. Look to pick this up off 10. It may not give you that move to 10. We're going to halt at 79's false halt. It drops. So I'm going to set up something in the low 10s here to try to get something, if I can, maybe the $0.25. I don't think I'll get printed on this, but maybe we do. If I get printed at the $0.25, it's going to be a $10 stop. We're going to risk 25 pennies. That's if we get printed. I don't even think we get printed. Here comes $11 again. 10.78 now HOD. It's zigging and zagging with that $0.75 area. Very aggressive move here on DXF. Very aggressive. The volume weighted average price is below 9. So we are substantially higher than the VWAP. We're also substantially higher, and this concerns me a little bit, than the 10 exponential, which looks like it's at $9.10. We're printing here 10 1/3, 2/3, excuse me. So I always use, again, as I say this all the time, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is an informal gauge of overbought conditions. When you get really away from that 10 exponential, I tend to wait for a bit of a retracement. Buyer here at the $0.50, keeping this above the $0.50. So there is good support at 10.5 here with DXF. How long that buyer stays there in the face of aggressive selling, that's a different question, but there is a buyer at 10.5 that's backstopping the price drop. So keep your eye out for that. In the same way that you should be looking for big sellers that prevent the price from ascending, the same way you should be looking at big buyers who help the price stay up, for preventing it from dropping. There's the new high of day, 10.88. I'm seeing 11 now. 11 the high of day here on DXF. That 10.25 is not going to get filled, and I don't even think it's valid anymore if it does get filled, especially with that 11 touch. Very, very aggressive move here on DXF. We're about to hit 100%, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, brothers. Okay, let's go. We're starting to get the ball rolling here in Bitcoin, so we like that. And one thing to note is that the Qs are continuing to make a new low. NVDA, this bleeding is not going to stop. That is not a good sign. Hood moving towards the low day as well, too, guys. We had that trade earlier in the session. Let's see how it's looking now. Ooh, Joseph, no, that's not a good one to miss out on, but still a really, really nice trade with that potential add. We didn't even make it to this prior resistance zone, and then we just continued to bleed. So a good addition would have been right there, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. We don't do those if ands or maybes. We only do certainties.
You know where that's from, right?
No, I
What?
Somebody said that.
Manchester United fan. Oh, bro, we got to get that
Oh,
video.
that guy. Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
do. I don't do. And his
exactly.
Scouser
Yeah,
accent.
the Scouser accent, yeah.
Jokes his
Like, you don't
Scouser
do it, fans
accent.
are
I don't do it, fans and maybes. I do only certainties.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand why Scousers talk like that.
But
It's so funny. Sorry for all the Liverpool people out there. I don't mean to offend anybody, but it's a funny accent.
But shout out to Paddy the Batty, who won over the weekend in his UFC fight against Michael Chandler. I thought he was going to lose that one. So all my Liverpool folk out there, there you go, the siren for you for Paddy Pimblett coming out with the W. But here we go, guys, back into HO. Well, now we're not into Hood, but here you can see that we added this position, and it's now putting in a new low a day. So not too good look for the long term, but that's all right. Let's get back into the TQs. The SQs to see what we got going on. Okay, so we're starting to pull back. Bitcoin is really starting to move, so that's positive. We had a really nice trade on there, so we go 2 for 4, 50% accuracy on that one to keep it positive. But what we really want to keep our focus on here now is IBIT, as we added to the position down here and looking for this break of the high day streak. Hopefully that can come into play. If the market gets a bounce, you can see how strong Bitcoin has been holding up, then most definitely I think we can continue this rally.
I like that, Joseph. You had some bangers today, bro.
Yeah, I like the consolidation phase here, and for that move to the potential top side, we're holding support levels really well. I like this phase. This consolidation phase is a bit more lengthy. Let's see if we can get buyers to step in and push price higher.
Yeah, sorry, Lewis, but it wasn't a Scouser accent. I forgot the Northwest, right? Because Liverpool and Manchester, isn't that the Northwest Derby? Am I mistaken on that? I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. But isn't the Northwest accent similar? Like people from Manchester and people from Liverpool? Isn't there an overlap? My understanding is, having lived in England, like the more north you go in England, the more Scottish the accent becomes. For example, I have a buddy from Lancaster. That's on the border with Scotland, if I'm not mistaken, near the Highlands. And I don't know. I obviously, maybe for me, people from England can tell the difference, but I couldn't tell the difference between that and a Scottish accent. Fact check me, chat. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. DXF, guys, topping tail candle of note here, but it's not the end-all and be-all of the matter. We've talked about this before when we see topping tail candles. It's different on a small cap gapper than it is to see it possibly on a large cap, a Mag 7 name. There's usually aggressive profit taking at these levels because they're intraday trades, so sometimes they manifest in a bit of a topping tail candle there. What's operative to me is that the current candle is still above the previous area low. So DXF absolutely still in play. How you get in, though, an entirely different matter. Ireland, the more south you go, the more Irish the accent. What? Yeah, it's an acquired sound, says Lewis, but all right, whatever that is. The northerner.
Sharif, I got to cover the Bitcoin's.
Yeah,
really
go, bro,
here,
go,
brother.
man. You know I love that.
Yeah, we love the United Kingdom and everything, but Bitcoin is really started to. we love it. But hey, listen, we got to focus on when things are starting to move, and that's Bitcoin getting this breakout. Your boy likes that. Sorry, my friend. Continue.
No,
hold
on. You got to keep going.
That volume is really starting to kick in here, guys. So that is absolutely a fantastic thing. A wardrobe malfunction. Yeah, oh my days.
A liability, bro.
Oh, okay. Oh my days. All right, channeling our inner, I guess, English accent. Oh my days, and in it. But oh my days, mate. Days. Early days too. I like that one. Shout out to all my Love Island fans. Love Island UK, probably the best reality TV show there is next to.
Tell them, Joe.
We're not reality TV, are we? This is real. We're doing it.
We're doing it live,
We're
baby.
doing it live. That stuff's not even live. You gotta wait for the recording. Who's calling?
I don't know. I think I should take one of these calls one day, man.
I thought it was
Make
Jerome.
a joke out of it.
I thought it was Jerome.
Jerome?
Yeah, but it wasn't.
Hello.
And we got to focus on the Playmaker poll. That's coming up in 3 minutes. But here we go. The king, come on, no swearing in the chat. We appreciate that. So
he's the king, bro. He can do as he pleases. No, he can't.
So
He's going to get blocked. One more time.
So one more time. Yeah, exactly. So the king. That's it. You heard it from the man himself. But let's go. Oh, we just took a massive dump there in Bitcoin. We got to keep our eyes on this one. So that is not a good sign. But we took the majority of the position off. How much do we have left here?
How much you got?
Approximately. Okay. We got a little bit more than half, Sharif. So maybe we'll lock in some more on the back end of
Time to wet your beak there, Joseph.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. We're doing it live here on HOLO, sorry, that's not the one I want to talk about. We're doing real well here on CGC. I'm very proud of this ad, as I've tried to say many times. Something that I want to improve on is adding into winning positions. And so we did get that bottom wick so far, and we've got top wick so far right now on CGC. Looking to take out more. My next peak wetter at 28, okay? $1.28 is what I'm looking at there on CGC. Again, we don't know exactly the reason why marijuana stocks are running, but the fact of the matter is they're running and they're not turning back, at least not yet. I mean, things could change. So we'll continue to take them long and take them high so long as we can. I'm keeping my eye on CGC in the same way that I'm keeping my eye here on HOLO, and this one just lost the 10 exponential. So now I have to be careful. I've taken out the majority of the position, but I still have that dip trade right there. I'm going to allow this dip trade to trigger, okay? I'm going to allow it to trigger, and then I will move up my stop from 46 pennies into 47. So I'll risk a cent and a half on this little dip trade right here. I'm talking about HOLO. I've taken out the majority of the position, but I'm looking at getting more. My only concern right now is that it lost the 10 exponential, and it's not on a closing basis yet. We still have like another 30 seconds on this candle, but something tells me this will close in this way on the 5, and that will not look good. So keep your eye here on HOLO. If it triggers that order, I'm gonna move up my stop. Come on, it didn't even fill me, bro. Come on now. All right, so that's the situation there. Keeping an eye on CGC, still back at that $0.25. Now let's focus on the real trade here, which is DXF. So currently, we have a $10 defend on this current 5-minute candle, but the previous 5-minute candle is the one that topping tailed, and that broke 11, got to 11.10. We're at 10 1/3 right now. I'm thinking, you know, if I get long here, $10 is my line in the sand. I won't let it. I won't hold it below $10. Now, if it loses $10, that doesn't mean I can't get back in, you know, after getting stopped out below 10, I'd be looking at 9. The only reason is I'm looking at 9 because VWAP's at 9. So so we just closed the 5-minute candle. Now let's see what this current candle does. Oh, it's losing 10. Here's 10. If we get long now, we could have a really good price. No, it's losing 10, Joseph. Yeah, it is losing 10 aggressively. Okay. So now we have the first 5-minute candle to make a new low, and now it's losing it quite aggressively. So I'm happy I didn't punch in there. Here comes 9. I will be a buyer at 9, though. That's full stop. Okay, so we're going to throw in that order immediately. Let's go 905. Shout out to the 905. Apparently, the 905 can make or break this next election. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, because it has a lot. What did they compare it to that the 905 and kind of the GTA have?
Let's explain to everyone what a 905 is super quick first.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 905 is just an area. It's Durham region.
Outside of Toronto.
Yeah. Peel region, right? So it's just an area code, and it holds a lot of seats. I think exactly.
Let's show them what we mean.
Yeah.
We'll go to Adair in a second. So here is a map of Toronto maps, just so we can kind of give you guys an idea of
what 4-0 way to throw it out.
Toronto Maple Leafs. What is this? Toronto map.
Yesterday.
All right. So everything okay. Let open up. Open link. Oh, open image in new window. There it is, Katina. Man, that's what we want to do. We want to do that. So here's the deal. So that lighter area, that's Toronto proper. Everything around in that yellow, that's the 905. So you guys see how we have to grow to the east, the west, and the north. We can't grow to the south, right? Because this way is the south. So all the surrounding areas around Toronto, that's called the 905. And it has a lot of people, maybe more than Toronto proper. So they're saying that this area of Toronto, or the greater Toronto area, is going to be the decider of the next election, which is in 2 weeks, guys. So somebody was telling me in the chat, why don't you talk about Justin Trudeau? Well, he's no longer the prime minister. We got an interim guy called Mark Carney who's running to be prime minister again.
Show them where we're at in Old Toronto.
We're like down here, guys. So this is like where we're downtown Toronto, where it says Old Toronto. That's where we're at right there. So that's kind of, I just want to explain that so you guys can know. And that's the airport there. It's technically outside of Toronto, but
YYZ.
YYZ?
Yeah, YYZ Feelings as Drake. I think that's the name of the song.
Darwin's born in York? Lies.
Dang.
Lies. Shout out to the OG Darwin. We are going to go to another OG, though. Her name is Adara LePage.
Ooh.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction there, Sharif. So for one, I do want to say, again, Fed Chair Powell coming up here in about half an hour. He's speaking at the Economic Club of Chicago. I'm waiting for the stream to start. Also, we did have that 20-year bond auction coming in here. The 20-year bond high yield, 4.81% versus 4.632% previous. That is the 20-year auction. Now, my third point is I was doing a little bit more research here into that report we had from CNBC with regards to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection and how much money they're taking in from tariffs. So I want to clarify, this CNBC report actually came from a statement made by the CBP, or the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. So this is not any speculation. This is actually coming from what this agency told CNBC. Now, what did they say? They basically said here that they're averaging $250 million a day in income from tariffs. And that includes that glitch that we had where there were some issues taking in tariffs. So I was seeing some people in the chat say, does this include the glitch? Even with the glitch, they're saying about $250 million on average revenue stream per day from tariffs. Now, Donald Trump had been saying $2 billion per day on average. So this $250 million per day on average being said by the agency itself to CNBC, a little bit different. Worth noting here, the revenue stream from tariffs could be not at all close to what we were thinking it was. Back to you.
Great reporting there, Adair. As always, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, so here we go. We're still cooking up in this Bitcoin, guys. I took out off the majority of the position. I'm only sitting on about not even 20%, I think. Yeah, 15, 20% here. Looking for this crack of the high, but again, we partial on the way up. You can see the average there, and then we take the most of it off as we reject that high and then come back towards my entry price. So you can see the average, so we'll just stop out break even if worst case scenario. But we rejected that previous high fairly well, 48.50 almost to a T. I want to see if we can continue to climb higher. I mentioned that high level of open interest and kind of how the influence of Bitcoin, not Bitcoin, but IBIT being optionable now, right? Ooh. And how it swayed the volatility. And I know a lot of the analysts were talking about this, so we'll get in a little bit more depth. But what does that mean? So now that this is optionable, now that can kind of like compress the volatility, right? So you're not going to see those big sways, those big moves that we used to see as frequently because you have the ability to hedge your positions, right? So what does that do? That's just going to kind of pin the price action and make it not as volatile. So that's really important to know. IBIT options greater than MSTR options. Yeah, I don't understand why you would trade MSTR options if you're looking for if you're looking to be exposed to Bitcoin. But let's see what Adair has been up to. Bang, Sharif.
Just be aware here. Keep an eye on these nuclear names. The one moving by far the most in this catalyst is OKLO, trying to take out actually high of day. But basically what happened here is the information is reporting that California is considering a bill to allow nuclear power plants. So nuclear power plants, apparently, this bill is in consideration in California. OKLO, as mentioned earlier, by far the biggest mover on this, but NNE and SMR are getting some volume here as well. So NNE, SMR, and OKLO on watch after the information reports that California is considering this bill to allow nuclear power plants. Back to the guys.
Shout out to Gavin. Shout out to Gavin Newsom. Oh, you thought I was going to do it, didn't you, Adair? You thought, nah, I wouldn't do it that, Adair. No, I was telling the Katina man off camera that I think Gavin Newsom is one of the more dangerous candidates if you are of the other side. I think he's a hell of a candidate, just, you know, for people who espouse those policies. I think he's got everything, man. He's a smart guy. He's tall. He's good looking. He can, like, you know, he can talk up a storm. And he wasn't afraid to take on Charlie Kirk. I really respect him for that, man. Charlie Kirk is like a professional arguer. To get in a conversation with that guy, you're really throwing your hat into the ring there. So I think that Gavin Newsom is an interesting candidate. And as well, I think because he's a two-termer now, he's going to kind of do what he wants, kind of like the outgoing president who's on his last term, who can kind of just be like, well, I don't really care what the policies of my party are. I'm going to govern in the way that I want, so to speak. And that's it's kind of liberating in a sense, I think, for some candidates when they're on their last leg. Guys, I got into DXF before this thing absolutely tanked. Over here, I got in at 10.5 and I scalped a little bit below 11. It did move up back into 11, but it is losing the bid at $11. So this concerns me a little bit here, okay? I don't know if I want to pick this up at the volume weighted average price. Currently on my chart, that's that 9.20 area. $9.20 on DXF is the volume weighted average price. If we do make it down there, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to have a resting order at that $9.20 area. I think that I'd like to see a little bit more. I want to see price action support build up there. And if it wants to slow down, fine. But I don't want to be a buyer there willy-nilly. All right, guys, I'm keeping my eye here on CGC as well. We got that 26 bid, but the price action has really slowed down. The volume is dropping off down into the right on that. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. I'm also keeping an eye on HOLO. This one's on its last leg. I tried to wet my beak there at 52. I've got 2 more outs here on HOLO. I'm going to allow this to print. This dip trade here, I think that it might be valid. We're going to give this one a try. HOLO, anything though, below 46 pennies here on HOLO gets me out of the trade. Now that we've got that, let's throw out an order there to see if we can get the beak wet on a break above 50 pennies. That's my look there on that. Shout out to the Brenkles on the bridge. Everything good there, Brenkles? Yeah, he's good. He's fine. He's fine. He's a big guy. Yeah. I want to mention one thing before I send it off to you. USAR, guys. USAR has been a rocket ship lately. So we had a couple of trades on this one, one trade on this one today. It's rocketing up through 18. This one was kind of like a flat top break. We've talked about this umpteen amount of times where it puts in those higher lows, but it keeps rejecting the same area. The first rejection at 18, 11.30. Another rejection at 18 at 12.10. And then finally at 1 o'clock, we get that $18 break with aggression. Current high day, 18.45. So another flat top break on another small cap gapper-like name. Don't hold me to that in case it's technically not a small cap gapper. The point is, though, it's respecting the trend. And I think I'm going to be a buyer here, guys, on USAR at around $18. If it rejected 18 umpteen amount of times, I like to put the odds on my side, and I think maybe 18 here acts as a level of support, Joseph. So I'm looking possibly here on an 18 long on USAR, my man.
All right, brother. I need you for a quick second, and then I'm going to take it over.
Doing it.
Yeah, we're going short too.
Okay.
Here on
short,
the SPY. Yeah, so we're gonna. Okay, so we'll hop into this as well. Let's see if we can get it going. Give me the numbers. Oh, okay. So do you want to punch in, or do you want me to punch in? I'll punch in.
We're punching.
Yeah,
you're punching in. Okay.
Yeah,
I can punch in. I forgot we kept doing that,
bro.
bro.
Yeah, so we're going short SPY.
I mean, hold on.
Okay.
Joseph, I'm not ready, bro.
Relax, all right.
We gotta load up on this bad boy over here. Hopefully, we're going short, right?
Going short.
Okay. So we're gonna load up the SPY on the Amex exchange, Joseph.
Yep.
For everybody who trades that. Okay, so we're going short, right?
We're going short.
All right. What do I got, Joseph? I got 530.53. Let's go, baby. Don't disappoint me. 530.53. We're taking out profits, Joseph, at 528.
528. 53.
And we're going to get stopped out. I'm going to actually put a hard stop here. 531.53. We're going to throw that on there right now.
Throw that stop out there, brother, just to see what we got going on. And throw it, throw it how it is, how we see it here too. 531.53. Just to see. Yeah.
I'm going to give it a little bit of room in case there is an area of liquidity. But there it is.
There we go,
it's in play. We're already in the money on it, bro.
Already in the money. See, there we go. Playmaker, there we go. Sharif's is now officially tapped in to the SPY. Let's see if we can get this. Okay, anytime. Anything for you, Ramin. What is today? The April 16th. I gotta stop leaning forward because I see the top of the head and it's not looking good up there. We're getting thin. Sharif hates it when I say that, but it is what it is, brother. We gotta accept it, my friend. And it is extremely unfortunate. Let's see if my guy Andy can take care of us tonight with the old top.
From Argentina?
Yeah, from Argentina.
I like it.
Mi amigo.
You ever watch that movie Evita?
No.
No, eh? It was by Madonna.
No.
Madonna was in it. So they apparently, Argentina had a leader, I think in the 70s or 80s, named Evita. And she was apparently like a mover and a shaker. Andre, do you know what I'm talking about? And he knows exactly what I'm talking about. I love when I look back to Andre. The guy's knowledge, man. He's money. He's knowledge. Shout out to my man, Andre. from Brazil. Andre, am I allowed to ask where in Brazil you're from? São Paulo. Okay, so that's the capital, right? No. Rio? Biggest city.
Biggest city.
Brasilia. I did know that, but I missed it there, Katina man. Did you have anything? No, you're not allowed to ask. No, I'm not allowed to ask, says the Katina man. HR is getting called immediately. Just send the emails to the Katina man. He'll take care of that.
We got a good question in the chat here from Jesse. Jesse, the Playmaker pool is essentially a kind of an algo style trading. So you're eliminating the discretionary aspect of trading. So what we've established here from our data is that we are taking a trade on the SPY at roughly around 1 o'clock with a $2 price target and a $1 stop loss. So that's how we're looking for that 2-to-1 profit target, and that's what we've done. We've collected this data here, Jesse, to see if this system is actually going to be consistent. All right, and profitable at most. So we have about 80. This was our 80th entry here, guys, on the Playmaker pool. And this is the equity curve. We obviously started at 0, but at no point did we really go negative, which is slightly amazing and borderline alarming. So if you want to go for that algorithmic style of trading, then here you go. But essentially, it's just us voting in the polls to see whether we're going long and short. Our criteria are the same every day. We have a $1 stop loss and a $2 profit target, whether it be to the long side or to the short side, and we collect that data. As you can see, we have all this basic criteria that we want to collect, and then we just put that in a cumulative P&L, and this is what has established our equity curve right here, just based off of that simplistic system.
Bobby Oxalis, talk about the Fed rate, please. I'm just arrived. Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Let's load up the Fed rate tool. We'll talk about that. Fed, hold on, don't show my screen yet. Rate tool. There we go. Good. Now you can show it. All right, what do we got here for the Fed rate tool? Let's find out. So this is for the May meeting. May, we got an 85.8% chance of absolutely nothing happening and about a 14.2% chance that we get a quarter rate cut. June, now we're talking about a 61.3% chance that we get a quarter point rate cut and about a 30% chance, maybe a little bit less, that we stay exactly where we are. So that's 400 to 425. Let's look at July. So we're going to get 3 meetings in a row, May, June, July? What? That's a little unusual, get 3 back-to-back like that, eh?
Whoa.
Hello?
Not right now.
Pick up, Joseph.
No, I can't right now.
Pick up. Look, we're talking about the rate cuts, my man. And the thing is, why do you guys have 3 back-to-back meetings? Why? I mean, then you take a break until September, right? And then you do 3 back-to-back, September, October, December. What's going on with there, man? Like,
what's going on, man?
Yeah, I know.
Can't be outside this.
He's good. He's been all right. We'll see him at Easter. Katina man says he's going to see you at Easter, brother. But look, don't bring that crap you brought last time. Bring the good stuff.
Bring the good
stuff. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, I got to go. Bye. All right.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Take him to the home, Jero.
Whoa.
What?
You can't do that, man.
Well, Katina man. Katina man. He's bringing a California Cabernet. That's what they bring it with your friend Gavin right there, right?
I'm more of what is it, a VQA guy?
What's that?
VQA.
I don't know what that is, Joseph. I feel bad.
Vineyards Quality Alliance? Come on, man. That's
sorry,
Ontario born here.
Brother, I've been telling you, I've been trying not to drink. Absolutely, you don't have to convince me to do that. You get that immediately.
You get those VQAs.
All right, bro.
I think we need to throw up a poll here. I'm really curious about this one because people were chiming in about the salad that I have going on up here. All right. So can we get a poll, just a quick 10-minute poll? Should Joe shave it or keep it? Hey, thanks.
No, bro.
Let's see. Maybe I'll go buzz cut.
Bro, I've already talked to you about this situation.
I can't take that stuff.
I already told you that don't take the minoxidil. Take the finasteride. The finasteride will not have issues on blood pressure. It doesn't work like that. It works in a different path.
It does?
Yes. Why are you not using chat? Use Copilot. You have such an affinity for
I just don't want what happened to me before.
It doesn't work with the blood pressure. Okay, can I tell you about minoxidil?
Yeah.
They were developing it as a blood pressure medication.
Oh, okay.
And then the guy noticed his hair was growing back.
Hair was growing
So
back.
he's like, what the hell is going on? So like, okay, fine, let's use this as a hair growth thing. It doesn't really work well for blood pressure. But finasteride is a different path completely.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Go save it, man. All right. Okay, my guy David. I know Selena would be furious with me if I say.
Yeah, what does
David.
Selena say about
Okay,
the situation?
She says I gotta save it, but man, it's tough up here. I mean, I've been in this body for 32 years now, and just to see it slowly start to decay away, like some options contracts, is tough. The poll's up there, guys. We got 95 votes. Please, no buzz. What?
I voted no buzz, bro.
What do you mean?
I'm just gonna tell.
Please, no buzz. All right, I'm gonna vote shave it.
No.
Let's vote shave it.
No.
64% to the shave it. We don't want too many votes, all right? We don't want. We don't want too many votes in there.
Then he might actually have to do it.
Yeah. What hair? Oh, come on,
man,
God,
come
Rats.
on now,
What hair,
Joseph.
man? That's crazy. Oh, David, thank you. Much appreciated for that very nice comment.
Dan, why people can't just be kind? Does it hurt so much to say a kind comment?
If I shave mine, Neil's shaving his too. So bang, we'll throw that one up there.
You're getting that turkey talk that we talked about. Obi and I had this turkey talk before.
I don't know what Obi's did. No, but
do you remember this, Adara?
Obi's my guy.
This was like a year ago, maybe more. Over a year ago.
Oh,
Derek
Randy.
confirmed it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. The Randy. Oh, I thought I was going.
Hold on, you picked that up? What? You scared the
go
hell
with
out
the
of me there.
Randy.
That's a beauty, bro. Is that wrapped, Randy? That's not wrapped? That's a natural color? Jeez. Your friend Randy there in the chat. Am I allowed to say or no? No. Okay. All right. Then I'm not. Good thing I checked with you, right? All right. So I'm keeping my mouth quiet
I thought
on
Randy
this.
was gonna come over here and show us the shaved head because I was like, maybe I'll pull out the Randy.
He's got a heavy head of hair, bro. Have you seen that, bro? He buzz cuts it out of choice, but he's.
Oh, does he actually?
Look at him, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, then.
Clearly.
Let's see. Like I said, we don't want this poll up too long. We got too many votes already. 354 votes saying shave it there. So no, that's it.
Yeah, eh? What's the percentage right now?
Yeah, it's 66%. It's empty. I gotta snippet this and yeah, so it's looking like maybe we might shave it here. Then.
Nah, Joseph, don't do it, bro. It's not worth it. I think we got stopped at a spy, Joseph.
Do not.
I got
shave it.
stopped out of the
Do not
spy.
shave it. Yeah.
I got stopped out.
Oh, you got stopped.
Yeah, man.
That's all right, man.
Yes. Amma Hamada, Joseph, Sharif. When did the Playmaker poll start? When the SPY was around 534, 1130 to short, that makes sense. But why short it now, hovering near days low? Brother, it's not about like choosing the price level. We just go long or short at 1 o'clock, and that's been the data point that we've been doing. Joseph, show him.
Show him.
I know you love to show that.
I love the data.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can tell you exactly when it started.
Exactly. We don't need to rely on Adara's memory here because we've got it. Sorry, Adara, but I always big you up for that.
Yeah, December 6th, right there, guys.
There you go.
December 6th.
So that's what we
exactly
do,
when it
Amma.
started.
That's what we do, my man. We get short and or long, depending on what the chat says, at 1 o'clock. That's kind of the whole thing behind the Playmaker poll. And shout out to the OG Darwin who gave us that idea to call it the Playmaker poll. Obviously paying homage to one of the former viewers and a good friend of the show's. Katina Men met him multiple times. And he sent me a bunch of Dallas Cowboys jerseys, man. And I love him for it, but he's no longer with us. We're talking about the Playmaker, and that's why we named it after him. His name in the chat was the Playmaker. So we named it after him. And
there you go.
Yeah, so I just want to give everybody a little bit of 4-on-1 on that. Guys, I'm still nursing a couple of trades here. CGC is doing nothing, so I don't know how long I'm going to hold on to that. DXF is losing the bid. USAR is not letting me in at that $18 area. And then HOLO, anything below 48, I'm gone. It's holding that level. There are buyers for whatever reason on HOLO at 48 pennies. But as you can see, it's had a whole bunch of trouble clearing 50 pennies on the day. It's been above it a few times. Every single time, though, it gets dropped right back. You're good. Right back down. So I'm going to keep my eye on this. Go ahead.
Let's do this, guys. All right, so number 2 in sports playing, flexibility is absolutely everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can essentially set your own. Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you can call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer up, 2% cash back of up to $300. There you go, ProfitX, and there we go, Bitcoin continuing to move here, Sharif. What a monster move here we got going on in Bitcoin. Now closer up to 2% on the day. We're going to take a little bit more off up here, guys. Nice move that we had cooking up here in Bitcoin, guys, but we got to see what ADR is up to.
Chair Powell is going to be taking the podium here in less than 10 minutes. Just a reminder, this is not a Fed meeting. This is not a, there could be prepared remarks as well, but he's basically going to be speaking apparently on the economic outlook at the Economic Club of Chicago. Now, a lot of talks like this that Fed Chair Powell has that are not necessarily related to Senate testimony or to FOMC meetings, they do tend to be a little bit more casual. Sometimes he's not even asked about the market. For example, his last talk like this, which was about 2 weeks ago, he was asked about his love for the Grateful Dead and what color of ties he wears. So be aware, we might not get anything necessarily market moving from this. Of course, we always could. It's always worthy to be cautious. But this is not an FOMC meeting by any means. Be prepared for anything and be careful. Fed Chair Powell set to take that mic and the stream there. And again, the stream actually is supposed to start in a couple minutes, but he's not supposed to start making remarks until 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Adara. Appreciate it there. Guys, we got into USAR. As I told you guys, I'd be waiting at 18s. We got long at 05s. I scalped up there on the pop into 29s. I'm very happy with this trade. The next level I'm looking at there, I'm trying to front run the high of the day. The high of the day currently on USAR is 1845. Anything below 1788, I'm gone. That's where my stop is on USAR. I'm looking, though, to wet the beak there ahead of that 45 print. I may move it down a little bit. The only reason is, even though the high of the day is 45, the spread on this one can sometimes be a bit wide. Right now, it's 7 pennies. So just because it gets to 45 doesn't mean I get printed. Even if it gets to 44, I may not get printed either. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man short Apple at VWAP right now. Go ahead to, yeah, he's got it right there. That's top wick, bro. That's annoying. That's a really good look right there, Katina Man. The Katina Man is a self-noted VWAP trader, support and resistance trader. He likes going long. He likes going short at the volume weighted average price. Keep your eye out on his trades. More Trader TV still, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. There it is. There it is. He's spinning the money, baby. Get it, Katina Man. Good look there, my man. Shout out to you. Good look there. Guys, we're still holding on to CGC. Okay, so there it is. More Trader TV is back, baby. So for all those who are asking about Neil's trades, for all those who are asking about the Katina Man's trades, they are right there. It's not working. I know. Look, the entries, the exits take a little bit of a difference there, but the positions are sound. If he's long Apple, it'll show that he's long Apple. If he's short Apple, it'll show that he's short Apple. So keep your eye out on that. All right, currently, guys, we're still involved in this USAR trade, long 05s, but it's having trouble clearing that 18.5, so I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. In fact, I think I have to adjust my stop because my stop is for the full position, and we no longer have the full position, so we got to adjust for that. So let's go ahead and set out the new stop. There it is. So that is now active. DXF, guys, as well, lost VWAP. It's trying to get back above 9. I'm seeing 99s, 899s, that is, on the ask. I'm not going to trade DXF until it can weasel back its way above that volume weighted average price. If it doesn't, then I don't trade it. It's as simple as that. VWAP trade for the long on the small cap gappers always is that case. That's one of my rules. I have very few rules when it comes to these small cap gappers. The main one is, if there's a pre-market high, if this was trading nicely in the pre-market, it's got to be above that pre-market high. That's number one. Number two, it's got to be trading above the volume-weighted average price to take it long. If it's not, I won't trade it. Now, I get, that I'm missing good trades off possible key areas of support that are below VWAP. I get all that. I'm okay with that. That's just part of my system. So I just want to mention that, so in case you're wondering. All right, guys, HOLO, we're back again in this one. I did add at 48s. Now it's coming back into 49s, but I won't be taking anything out until 50.5. So I'm keeping my eye on that. I'm also keeping my eye on CGC. Even though CGC's really dropped off in volume, we're still in the money, but anything below 20 pennies gets me out of this trade. USAR, this is what I was talking about. See, it's crossing, and I'm not getting the print. And this was my concern, that I would put it below the high of the day, which is 45s. I have it well below that, but it won't print me because of the prohibitive spread. It's got a wide spread at the moment. Now back into 41s, showing me 31s on the bid, 40 on the ask. We're not going to get the print until it crosses substantially above that level on the bid. So the left side column here, I'm talking about USAR. Anik Patel, Sharif, Joseph, we need your trades on More TV. No, bro, we're the small kahunas. The big kahunas get their trades on that one. So we're gonna have to do that. Jam Locky, Sharif, is 133 the next resistance level on CGC? Let's have a look, my man. I've got my beak wetter there at 28s, but let's do a little bit of TA. Let's bring in the side chart over here and have a look at what we're seeing here on the 5 on CGC. So it's the high of the day is at $1.28, and I think you probably have to go back a ways to find a day when this thing was above $1.33. Let's have a look. Okay, I see what you're seeing. I'm thinking you're talking about this outlying day here in mid-March. I think that was March, overlapping here between March 17th and March 18th. I think if we clear that $1.28, which is a current high day on CGC, then we should be looking for that $1.40, buck high 30s. If your opinion is this is still a downtrend, which certainly is when you look at it like that, I'd be front running any size over here, and that size is at $1.40. Right, so that's what I'm thinking. You're probably looking at this candle, I'm assuming, this candle over here for that $1.33, because you're saying $1.33. So this candle on March 18th at 9 a.m. on the hour chart. So I see what you're saying. Let's talk about this, that $1.33, $1.38, once this thing can clear the high of the day, which is currently the $1.48. I did get the print there on USAR, so we're going to drop the cash there. I'm quite happy with this trade, even though it wasn't a huge move. It was a technically sound trade, and I really want to stress this point. 18 was the level of resistance, and it was an ascending wedge, higher low, higher low, higher low. All the while, we kept rejecting 18 here. We rejected it there, again over here. Then finally, we broke above 18. When that sort of situation happens, when you have higher lows with that same area high, if you clear that area high, you come back in, you test it. Usually it's support. It's not a hard and fast rule. Trading is more of an art than a science, so keep that in mind when you are executing these trades. But this one is continuing to go now. We have a new high day on USAR, 1849. I just saw 50s there show up on the ask, so good look there on USAR. I can keep going because I'm a Hamada.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, you're good, bro. Joseph, Sharif went high of day to low of day. So depending when someone voted, it would change what they voted for. So later, voting like me could vote long, while earlier short would be. The Katina man is yelling about Apple right now, guys, as it drops back down again. This guy, he's lit right now. Right now, Apple zigging and zagging, 197.90 and currently 179.15. So almost $1 in the money. We're gonna hit the dollar club, Katina, man, on AAPL. So I get your point, Amma. I get it, but like, there's really no way we can get around that. We're gonna put the poll up for an hour. We can't expect everybody to vote in 10 minutes. So I see your point, my man, but we're just gonna keep it the way it is for now.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up a video, but it doesn't feel like it one. Yeah, I was gonna show what's going on with the little guy there. Yeah,
What's the little guy?
Yeah. It won't let me. It's saying it can't upload here.
Upload?
Yeah. I'm trying to send it to myself. You know what I mean? So yeah, but
how's he doing?
He's doing good, man.
What's the name, by the way?
His name is Milo.
Milo, that's nice.
Yeah. I mean.
Oh, hold on. You ever watch? Go ahead, Adara.
We'll go with Powell here.
Wow. I'm not seeing that he's necessarily taken the podium yet. I have a couple different streams up, but it looks like we do have some prepared remarks coming out. Fed Chair Powell saying that they are, quote, well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any changes to policy stance. Fed's Hamex said something really similar earlier today, just saying that it makes sense to hold steady for the time being with regards to rates. Fed Chair Powell said that there's been larger than expected tariffs so far, which means higher inflation and slower growth. So Fed Chair Powell is saying that partially because of tariffs, there will be some slower growth, higher inflation, and they might need to wait here, saying also that the economic impact of tariffs is likely larger than expected. This echoes comments made by Fed Chair Powell a couple of weeks ago, saying that because these tariffs were much larger than anyone was expecting, the impact of the economy as such will be larger as well. Now the streams are hitting, they're going live, and it looks like we're waiting for Fed Chair Powell to enter the podium.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. The entire market's turning right now, guys.
Absolutely.
Everything's.
And we're going to definitely talk about this. Yep. I think the market was looking for Jerome himself to kind of bail it out, right? So I don't think that's going to be the case this time. There is no supply, there's no demand issues, there's no demand issues currently right now. So there's no reason for the Fed to cut. Not looking good. And I said this earlier, I do not believe that Jerome Powell was going to give a cut just because the market was continuing to sell off here.
Bro, look at this. USAR just dropped $1.50, man. So in the same way that we saw Apple absolutely lose the bid, and basically all the Mag 7 names, get it, Katina, man. We're seeing USAR as well. So like these small cap gapper adjacent names, and I get it's not a technical small cap gapper, but it's trading similar to one, so I'll trade it like one. Just lost an aggressive bid there, dropping very aggressively into 17, but being bought up. I was gonna say to you, you ever watch The Mask with Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
His name is Milo. The dog's name is Milo. He's a Jack Russell Terrier.
Right.
I used to have a Jack Russell Terrier, bro. Mini.
Nice. A mini one.
Ooh, bro. Unlimited energy.
Yeah.
Unlimited. It kind of
this guy has
got on my nerves a little bit.
This guy has no energy. He just sleeps all day.
Well, he's a puppy, right?
He's a puppy. He's growing.
Yeah, that's good.
Nice. And he's up all night, too.
What is he again?
He's a Dachshund.
Hey, oh, that's right, the hot dog dog.
He's a hot dog.
Hey.
Really little, man.
Yeah, it's
so
cute, bro.
He's like this big.
Yeah?
Oh, he's so small.
You gotta bring him into work.
But yeah, we'll bring him in one day.
You're close by here anyway, so you're good to go. Yeah. That's nice.
Bring him a little adventure, so.
I gotta bring in the girls here, but it's just like a bigger drive, and I don't like putting them in my car because they're white hair on black red seats. It's just chaos, right?
There you go.
That's why I want to get the Cybe, bro. You drop that back window, right? And then they're technically kind of in the cabin there.
There you go.
Put them in the trunk. So that's kind of the look there. Guys, everything is dropping here. Nothing is being spared. Holo, CGC, they're all dropping quite aggressively. So we just got stopped at a Holo there, guys, as it drops down. Am I out of Holo? Because the position board is saying that I'm still in it. So incorrect there, guys. Position board saying that I'm currently involved in Holo. I'm out of that, as evidenced by that red triangle there. USAR continuing to drop even. CGC, we're back break even on this one. Finding a bit of a bid there at 18s. I don't want to be too quick to take this one out since we don't have that many left anyway. I don't mind packing my patience, but yeah, we'll keep an eye out on these guys. But the entire market now losing the bid that is to the downside on the back of Jerome Powell comments. You're getting Meta down 3%, Microsoft 2.8, Apple 2.9, Google 1.6, Amazon 2.3, Tesla 3.8, Nvidia 8. So you're seeing a lot of red. Doesn't matter which Mag 7 name it is, they are all red. The best of the bunch, though, and I know it's not a Mag 7 name, it continues to be Netflix. So I waxed poetic about this yesterday. Netflix has absolutely weathered the storm in a way that the other, I don't want to call this a Mag 7 name, but it is a former FANG name. Look how much closer we are to the highs here on Netflix than on any other name. And this one absolutely defended the 200 SMA like a dang glove. Look at that move down into the 200 SMA. That's money there if you picked it up off 800, 811. Now we're at 981, almost back $200 higher. So Netflix continues to be the beast. He didn't say transitory, Darwin. Tell me he didn't say transitory. Wow. Read the room, Jerome. I guess maybe he just doesn't what.
You say this.
He just doesn't give a what, bro.
Transitory.
You guys harped on me for using the word transitory. Ooh. I'm gonna do it again, baby.
Dang.
Get it, Jerome. All right, we're gonna throw it to you for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Me? Okay,
yeah, just until I get ready here. Yeah.
Who, me? Yeah, yeah. We'll go to Adara actually real quick.
Market making moves to the downside. We had Fed Chair Jerome Powell's prepared remarks circulate, but he actually only took the podium just now after being introduced by Austin Goolsbee. There's been some glitches here with this video depending on which format you're watching it on, but regardless, looks like Chair Powell did just take the podium after being introduced by Fed's Goolsbee. Prepared remarks, though, have already circulated, and they are pretty cautious. He said that due to these tariffs having a larger than expected, scope, they're likely to impact the economy in a larger than expected way. He's starting to read these remarks now, and back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
And I agree on that front. It is a...
All right, guys, are we ready? Okay, new traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience. You'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then after all that, hopefully capitalize on their platform. That has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can also predict better with awesome back testing. You get reliable real-time data, global markets literally at your fingertips, all in one platform. I'm talking about eSignal, baby. Do not miss out. Make sure to execute your best trades now. Ready, and only if you're ready to elevate your trading game. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal. The Katina man uses eSignal. I use eSignal. I've seen Adara at the big desk using eSignal now. We're all using eSignal. We love it around here. It's money. It's got everything literally that we need. I'm thinking about actually canceling my data permissions on IBKR. I mean, I don't really see the point anymore, Joseph, quite frankly. Let me know when we're ready with that, baby.
You got eSig, brother.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, look at this guy, man. You can't even say. How could you ever say no to anything this animal does? Right? Yeah. He's like
little Milo,
4 pounds.
Bro.
Yeah, man. I call him. We just call him Buddy, essentially, right? But I mean, the house went from a complete we're kind of neat freaks, and then now it's just like a bomb went off essentially here with this guy being around. Toys everywhere, things everywhere. So yeah, that's him right there. But
is he pooping up a storm?
No, that's the hardest thing we get him to do. So he goes in in the morning, but then all day he doesn't really go. So
for real,
he's more or less but he's peeing on the mat though.
There you go, bro.
Good.
There you go.
So we're gonna start there. So he gets rewarded big time for that one. But yeah, there's zero chance you can ever say no to this face with anything. So whatever he did, I caved the first night and had to bring him in to the bedroom.
Yeah, I remember. That's all right, bro.
So that is what it is.
Ferberize that bad boy. It's cute dog, bro. It's big responsibility.
Harden him up, maybe.
Hey, okay. Hey, there he is. Hello,
what a
Milo.
guy, man. Yeah, what a guy. Good stuff on that one. But all right, we got all. Yeah, we're going to bring him in for sure. So we'll get that sorted out. But I mean, let's get back into these markets because we have some really hot news, guys. You can see the volume starting to pick up here and sending the market continuously lower, snapping through some of these support levels. And yes, Katina, man, at Joseph. Yeah. Oh. Milo. Oh, okay, yeah, exactly. So bring it. Sharif can bring it. We'll just have a puppy party and stuff like that, and get everything going on. And just never mind trading. We'll just deal with dogs and stuff throughout the whole day. But you can see the market continuing to bleed lower and lower. We snapped through some of these pre-market lows with that volatility and that momentum really starting to step in. That was the word I was looking for, momentum. And now we're not even going to look back. This could drag NVDA significantly lower. That is not a good sign for my personal swing account. So we might have to look to get out of that one because we sized in quite aggressively here, which was not smart. And I was not expecting for that news on the H20 chips to come into play. And I'm doing some work on the weekend, last night. And I'm looking at the tape and I'm, okay, 109, all right, 108, 107, 106, what's going on here? And then I bought some more around 105 here just to bring my average down, but now we're just continuing to bleed here, guys. Not a good look whatsoever. Bitcoin is tanking as well, too. Jerome Powell is not going to be bailing out this market with any form of rate cut here. Multiple dollars in the money, Katina man is, and that's a beautiful trade. So, yeah. These big names are just getting slacked. You thought you were going to catch some some relief here in Amazon. No, see you later. Continuing to move to the downside. Let's take a look at the daily from a daily perspective. Yeah, and we're continuing to move. But this price action tells me there is no signs of turning around. And Amazon, with about 70% of their products coming from China, Sharif and I were reading yesterday, this is not a good look for this e-commerce business whatsoever. You can see now down back to 30% off of those all-time highs. And one thing to note, guys, if you're sitting in these and just bag holding, you're not like these funds where you just have unlimited cash and they can just buy it at the lows and then bring the price up to whatever. You got to sit through some of this turbulence, and that is not a good sign whatsoever. So, yeah. Not a good look here for the market. Bitcoin giving back the majority of its move here as well, too, guys. So we'll zoom out and see what we got going on from this 5 minutes on this 5 minute time frame. Glad we got all out of this, but you can see we had two really nice trades on it to the top side. We missed a bit of the trend here, but that's okay. We got a nice piece as we continue to pop, but the market is really, really bleeding. Meta not looking good whatsoever. Oh, that was Meta I was looking. So that wasn't even the Qs. Or Amazon. A really, really tough look here, guys. I don't see the market turning around anytime soon until some form of deal is struck with China. And again, that takes a while. I don't see it coming within a matter of weeks or anything like that. So yeah, there you go.
President Xi removed one of the main negotiators that he had there with negotiating with the Americans. Apparently, this is unconfirmed reports, because Xi will never tell you directly, but a lot of insiders saying that he's displeased with the progress of negotiations, so he's removing some of the main negotiators.
But I like what you said earlier too. Like, I don't think he cares. He would just let America burn at the end of.
But remember, it's a mutual relationship.
Totally.
We gotta go to Adair, but let's talk about this when we get back.
So Chair Powell finished his prepared remarks. Now he's part of this conversation here at the Economic Club of Chicago. It looks like a bit of a Q&A type situation. It's worth noting here, he ended his remarks by quoting Ferris Bueller, because he's, of course, in Chicago. He said, life moves pretty fast, and with that in mind, he has no problem with the Fed waiting for clarity so things kind of settle down. So he's saying because of the speed of things, especially all of these different changes with policy, he has no problem with the Fed waiting for clarity, waiting to see things settle out before they make a decision on rates. This basically echoes comments made from Fed's Hammock about an hour and a half ago, where she said that holding rates steady is actually an active policy choice, just reacting to the information they're getting. So with that Ferris Bueller quote, Fed Chair Powell ended his prepared remarks. Currently just being asked a question. If there's anything market moving, I'll let you know, but it is worth noting, prepared remarks, those are done. Back to you.
Bueller. Interesting. No, the point I think you and I were talking about before that was Xi thinking that, without striking a deal, America gets the shorter end of the stick than China. And this is, I think you and I were talking about this last week, or maybe the week before, with another person in the chat who had the opposite opinion. He was like, look, the U.S. stands to lose more than China in this trade war. I happen to disagree. Okay. I think that because so much of their exports rely on American buyers, sure, the prices will go higher on American consumers. That's a fact if you can't get stuff cheaply from China. But how about all those jobs that the Chinese manufacturers rely on? I mean, can you imagine a higher rate of unemployment? They already have youth unemployment that's like 15.5%.
That's great.
I don't think it needs to be worse. Like, it's almost as bad as Canada. No, I'm playing. Don't come at me in the chat.
Well, I mean,
Neil's like, whoa.
What do you mean? Isn't our youth unemployment?
We have high youth unemployment.
It's like north of 6%.
It's like 7-8%. Yeah, it's not a good look. It's not as bad as China, of course. But so that's what I'm trying to say, Joseph. I think it's a mutual relationship here, and they both stand to benefit from a deal. So I don't think I think he's a proud man. I think the Chinese are proud people, and they don't want to be what they perceive to be bullied into a deal. But I think they want to get a deal done. Man.
Yeah, I think again, it's like a tug of war. America wants to come in on the better end of this of the negotiations, and China would probably want to as well. So I think that's what's going to make it a little bit longer to come to any form of conclusion here. It's not a good look for whoever's buying calls. You're right. There's nothing as of right now that says you should be going long this market. And this is me speaking out loud. Like, why am I the chances of me buying NVDA yesterday and then it dumping on that news is absolutely crazy. So we'll have to look to get out of that. Like, you know what I mean, though? Yeah, you know what I mean? I'll let you know, and everybody's been saying that. But hey, it is what it is. We'll take it up. But Bitcoin giving up its whole move here now, Sharif. Heading back down to almost flat.
It's another Powell crash. I'm just looking. He's sitting with a gentleman there on the desk. He's crossing his legs. He's got a nice little white seat. He's on there, a little love seat. They got a table in between, and they're talking up a storm. All right, Mark. Okay, I mean, Jerome. You're tanking these markets. You feel good about yourself. I hope you're happy. All right, let's read some of these comments here. Roger, you're killing me, bro. When is Canada joining BRICS? Okay, we're going to Adara.
Chair Powell still talking here now in the Q&A portion of his event at the Economic Club of Chicago. Now, what answer he just gave that I think is really key is he said that because of the impacts of this economic policy from the new administration, chiefly it seems to have to do with tariffs, he said that because of the impacts of the policy, the Fed will likely have to move away from its goals for quite a while. And he said maybe for the balance of 2025. So the Fed apparently stepping aside from its goals for the rest of the year as things sort out with regards to tariffs and the impact of economic policy. But he said perhaps they can resume with their goals for next year. So a bit of a negative outlook here being painted by Fed Chair Jerome Powell as the market pushes lower. Back to you.
Rome.
I like what you guys were saying as well too.
Remind me.
You and Katina, man, were saying he might get fired. Like Trump might fire him. But I don't know. I don't know about that one because what is Trump expecting him to do? Donald put himself in this situation, and now that Jerome is not necessarily going to bail him out, it's like, okay, you're fired. Like what
I just think it causes a constitutional crisis because I think a lot of people are saying he doesn't have the power to fire him. We'll have to wait and see whether Donald wants to try his hand at that. I mean, he's shown his intentions to try novel things. Mm-hmm. Like I don't want to get too much into non-business politics, but you know, like he's not listening to certain court orders and stuff like that. He's doing unchartered things at the moment. Yeah, well, he's not a U.S. citizen, Katina, man. No. He was not a U.S. citizen. No, he came into the, we should probably not talk about it on here. But anyway, the DC guitar. I think America takes a bigger short-term hit, but being forced to scale production to cut off a foreign adversary has historically been where America flourishes the most. That's a really interesting take, man. I didn't think about that, nor did I even know that. Thank you. Mark Susi. I hope I'm saying your name right, Mark. I was an importer for 35 years from Asia. If China cuts off exports to the USA, almost all wholesalers and retail will be bankrupt within 6 months or less and millions of jobs lost. Shout out to Mark. You're clearly talking from a position of knowledge, having been an importer for a long time. Thank you for that comment, Mark. I do appreciate that. Paul Williams, Sharif, China will accept pain, but are U.S. citizens going to accept the same pain and China will do trade deals with EU and others? I like your pain kind of dichotomy there. I do like that. What I disagree with you on, Paul, is I don't think China's going to have willing buyers as readily as you may think in Europe. Maybe in other Asian countries and Africa and some emerging markets, but I don't think the Europeans are going to be quite quickly or as quick to espouse these Chinese products, especially their electric vehicles, because it will fundamentally hurt their own businesses. I'm talking about, obviously, the huge European auto market that we all know about. So I disagree a little bit on the Europe side, but I do agree with you. I think that when it comes to silencing discontent, China definitely has the upper hand there. I do agree with that 100% on that. So shout out to you. Good luck there. Let's see what else people are saying here in the chat. Nothing. Nobody's tagging me, so we'll kind of just let that one go. The Piper killing me, bro. Jamlocky or Lossy. Am I saying that right, by the way? Sharif, Joe, Powell should have criticized the government spending years ago. That's his job. Don't let anyone tell you the Federal Reserve is not politicized. Now, I'm not going to disagree with you on that, about the politicization of the Fed. What I think he tries to stay within is his area of competence. He's given a statutory mandate by Congress to keep price stability and maximum unemployment. So when it comes to government spending, That's a fiscal side of thing. That's not that's not monetary policy. So I think he's always been hesitant to want to comment about that. I think that that's actually been part and parcel of being the Fed and the Fed chair, is that you don't comment on government spending, again, because that's fiscal policy as opposed to monetary policy. Welcome to Economics 101. So I don't know. I kind of disagree with you a little bit on that one, but I respect your opinion. Charlie Taff is going short Tesla from 250. Where are we going? I haven't even had a look at the mag. Let's have a look at the mag right now. So what are we doing here, Joseph? Let's pull up. Oh my God, Tesla. 4.75% Tesla. Just absolutely, you know what, the bed right now. And we could easily see 240 on the day. The low of the day, guys, 241.58. Adara LePage got breaking news.
Well, Sheriff Gobriel, it's interesting that you mentioned Tesla here because Tesla's actually implicated in the story I was just about to tell you. Fed Chair Powell is still answering questions here for the Economic Club of Chicago, and he talked about cars. He said in general that because we have larger than expected tariffs, they're going to have larger than expected impacts on the economy. We know that one area that Trump has continuously focused on has been cars and auto manufacturers. To that point, Fed Chair Powell says that he believes car company supply chains will be disrupted for years. And he said that this could actually lead to persistent inflation. So not only will this be likely a multi-year just long disruption, according to Powell, it will also lead to inflation persistence across the board. So STLA, GM, F, and TSLA all dropping to the downside on that story. Very timely Tesla look there for Sharif, and back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you very much for that, Adira. I just got to read this comment out, man. Shout out to Mike H and ATX. If my wife can't buy Chinese crap, I'll be in great shape.
Ooh, you know what I mean?
Well, look, Adara, I'm not vouching for the validity of the statement. I'm just reading the statement out, baby. Mike H and TX has an issue with his wife buying Chinese crap.
There you go.
And he's not happy about it, and he'd rather the Chinese not send over cheaper.
There you go. He's allowed to not be happy about it.
So. Mike from ATX, you're killing me, bro. All right, Joseph, what do you got on your side there, my man?
Nothing, man. I'm all out of these trades here. You can see what we had going on. We'll go over our what we got, what we traded here on the day. We'll zoom into our specific setups here. All right, so start off the gate. This was our first trade of the morning. Right out the gate here, you can see a couple minutes after the open, we take this long here on IBIT. We take about 10%, and then we get stopped out the remaining. And then I didn't fire back in. This was a strong underlying, and then we missed this bit of the trend. But I'm like, okay, if we consolidate, I do believe we can continue to climb higher. So that's when I started really small. I'm like, okay, I'll look for the breakout and then the test of the high day, but I'll also give myself some room. If we hold the support level, I'll put out a bid right there to see if we can catch a fill at the bottom of the range, and we did. So then we just continue to the top side, and then that's when we start parceling out, boom, 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 and then we got a small volatility spike right there, and I took off about half of what I had remaining, and then there we go. We take out the remainder as we climb higher, and then we come back to the break even and get out of that trade. So those were the two trades on IBIT, and then we had Robinhood as well this morning, guys. So you can see we took an attempt on the long. I'm like, what are we doing? This market, we're in a bear market right now, guys. So we got to continue with those shorts. And then that's when we head back towards the bottom of the range. I'm like, all right, let me get out of this one. I do believe we're going to continue to move to the south side. We start small, add to the position, and then we slowly take it out and then get stopped out at the break even. But we should have entered right back in there. And then we trade the SQQ as well. So nice little move here. I'm like, okay, are we moving higher in the market or not? And then we just decide to trade higher. So I get out. And then once we started to flush, I get right back in. This is the inverse ETF. We get back in and then just climb all the way up here. And then we take it north of the volume weighted average price. Try one more time. Don't get it. And then we get a nice little scalp on that front. And we trade one more name here, and that would be NVDA. This would be one of our other shorts here on the day, down almost 9% on the session, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Closer to, 8.7% here, down $9, which isn't good considering how heavy I am in the swing account, but that is okay. Okay, all right, I see it.
Inside joke.
There we go. So we start small, add to the position, get a little piece off, and then we get stopped out there because we added heavy. So there we go. Positive session. A good solid.
This is so annoying. Can I show you this? Like, look at the playmaker pull, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we get short there.
Yeah.
We get stopped out there. No, it shows
at the high.
And then we would have been printing up a storm
bro,
right now.
exactly.
A storm. Jerome, bro, why could you not have tanked these markets like 2 minutes sooner, man? You're killing me, Jerome.
Yeah, killing us.
Literally killing me.
Oh, well.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and the markets are continuing to believe Bitcoin is now negative, down about 0.5%.
No way.
Guys, yeah.
Okay, so blood in the streets, guys.
Totally.
Very, very aggressive red day today. Multiple different. Pardon me?
Jerome's not bailing the market.
No, he's not. Adara,
Not bailing the market out.
tell us, is something good?
I don't have anything good to tell you, Sharif. All I have to tell you is Fed Chair Powell is still talking, and the market is, in response, still dropping. Basically, Fed Chair Powell just said that the closest tariff situation was like decades of years ago, and so it's a little bit hard to compare to a situation where tariffs are this large. They're not really sure where they're going to go from here. And so with that in mind, because they don't really have a comparable situation in the modern world, it is a difficult judgment if the Fed's mandates do come into conflict. He said they also could be in a situation where they need to make difficult decisions. So very cautious remarks coming out of Fed Chair Jerome Powell here. And he said because there's a shock from tariffs, they're going to be getting higher unemployment and higher inflation. So Fed Chair Powell just continuing to speak very cautiously. I do think it is worth noting, though, what he said about the fact that it's hard for them to kind of, I guess, plan and come up with policy plans and a strategy if there's no comparable situation, which they don't have in this case. Back to you.
Man, have you seen some of the prices of these resale on Tesla? The Katina man was sending me something yesterday. Model 3, 2022, albeit rear-wheel drive, has FSD, only 60,000 kilometers. I don't know, like
16?
60. Yeah, which is not bad for an electric vehicle, by the way.
No.
60,000 kilometers, not miles. Katina man, how much was that car? The one you sent me yesterday, what was it, 20 or 30? 30, I think it was. $30,000. That car, FSD. Yeah, I told them, FSD. That car, a few years ago, would have been 60, 70,000. I saw Model Ys during the pandemic. I went and saw a Model Y in Guelph, April 2022, before I started here. The guy wanted 95,000. It was like 20,000 above sticker. Yeah, it was going crazy. Now, albeit that was during the pandemic and oil prices had just gone through the roof, so everyone wanted electric vehicles, right, to get around the gas situation. But just look at that. From peak to trough, bro, there is very little demand right now for Tesla cars, used or otherwise, man. And so, oh boy.
Very little demand for a lot, it seems to be. Sharif.
Yeah, demand destruction right now, man.
Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what it is.
Dino Abedini, Sharif, China tariffs is not inclusive to Chinese-made products. It bleeds into all areas of the global commodities trades. Price of full container shipments are up to $20,000 from $14,000 a year earlier. Explain to me, though, Dino, how does tariffs increase the price of the container? Like, why, though? Wouldn't there be less demand to ship stuff through containers if the tariffs are going up, right? I mean, I don't know. Well, at least to the U.S., maybe to other areas. Explain that to me. I'd love to understand what you mean by that because I don't really make the correlation, but I'm not very smart. So, guys, there's a lot of blood. Everything is continuing to sell off right now. I'm not seeing a bid. Nvidia now is down 9%. We could easily see. Yes, bro, it's down 9%. Already with a bad headline to start the day, Katina man, with that Donald Trump headline looking on banning the H20 and the $5.5 billion charge that they had to take. We could easily see by the end of the day when the big kahunas come on, Nvidia can go short sell restricted. So there's a lot of aggression right now. Adara is at the big desk with more breaking news.
So from what I'm seeing here with regards to this most recent drop, a lot of people on X are attributing this to more comments from Fed Chair Powell, but these ones specifically. So people had asked Fed Chair Powell, or I guess this individual interviewing Fed Chair Powell, will the Fed intervene in a situation where the stock market plummets? Because last week we had Fed's Collins saying that could be a possibility. Well, Fed Chair Powell is saying no with an exclamation point. So even if we have a drop in the stock market, Fed Chair Powell says emphatically that they will not be intervening. It's also worth noting here, he followed that up with saying the markets are actually orderly and functioning as you would expect. So Fed Chair Powell is saying that this drop and this market volatility in response to recent tariff updates and this economic situation is apparently as expected, and the Fed will absolutely not be intervening should the markets continue to drop. Back to you.
All right, Joseph. Yeah. It is 2 01 minus 10 seconds.
Ooh.
But as we owe Neil a minute. And a half, he said. He wants every second that he's entitled to.
Okay.
We're just joking, of course. Guys, it's a very red day in these markets. Obviously, if you're trading anything long, be careful. If there's going to be a mean reversion trade, wait for confirmation. Obviously, the big kahunas are going to take you into the close, and they'll be doing the absolute most in a great way. So for Joseph and I, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Joseph today at the big screen. He'll be covering for me on the afternoon rundown show, guys. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Jerome Powell. If you're short, obviously, but we're short, so that it is what it is. I can tell you that we were kind of just cruising. Look, we were already trending down. Like, let's not get too twisted here. Like, the market was trending to the downside. He's still talking. He just said if there's like they'll supply liquidity to the central banks, and if there's a shortage, blah, blah, blah. So he's still going through. I think he's trying to, he's probably not watching the market, but he's saying a few more positive things to make it seem not as bad as it is. But the Q's now 3.5% down. Just a quick little recap here. You know what? Let's show the quote board. Forget this. Nvidia, this is my quote board. 9% down Nvidia, Hood 9% down, AMD 8.5%, Palantir 8%, Tesla 5%, Alibaba 5%, Broadcom and Affirm both 5%, Intel 4.5%, Moderna. Like, it's just a bloodbath at this point with the Qs now riding on those lows. So if you're short, congratulations. If you're long, maybe you're long like right here. But it's been pretty nasty. I was even in that penny stock that Sharif was trading on a straight just reversion trade, and it just started puking like everything else. So this is one of those markets, and apparently Stuart says, and I'll have you confirm this, Sean, because Brian Shan was on last night. Stuart in the chat just said that Brian was spot on with the SPY prediction.
Oh, yeah, no, he was just saying that I was trying to get him to buy something, and he's just like, the short looks better. But I don't think, shout out to Brian Shannon, but at the end of the day, it's, I don't think it was really rocket science for the short. I mean, we were talking about how, and he even admitted that, it's just like he would rather be short than long. I never thought that we would have two $4 winners today on Apple. So that's over $8 right there taken out on this, and we're pretty proud, obviously, of that trade. As you can hear the way I'm talking, I liked that move, and it looks like it's going to be another pay dirt here for Apple. As there it goes. We put this in the chat there on the midday show. We were talking about where we were short, what we were looking to do, and I was like, I'm short against VWAP here. Even you guys asked me 198. So we just took this short. This is now 350 cents in the money, and it was about a 30-cent stop. So that's 10 to 1. This is, I know I was saying in the chat, this is a day trader's market, man. I mean, if you're not here to trade, these are the moves that we're getting. We talked about yesterday being pretty calm and everything, just waiting for something to happen. Well, something happened early and something's happening late. So I just kind of want to hold. I mean, if we do get back to the upside, I think we can maybe get out of this around 195, but boom goes the dynamite right there. And lucky, like, I didn't know what was going on. We're getting out at the 200. We're getting out at the 50. We're getting out as it falls back down in, right? Falls into low of the day. Falls even lower than that. So, yeah, we're just going to sit here and relax for a little bit and wait to figure out what's going on with Jerome Powell and crew right here, because for now, the market is just a little downside, and yeah, we're happy to be here to put these trades on. So there it goes again, man. Obviously a positive day. We only have this one trade on, and it's Apple twice. So when you hit it, you don't need to have more trades than that. So boom, boom, nice move to the downside. And as you just mentioned before, everything falling. Like, we could have picked on AMD, which we had on our radar today as well. That's to the downside. All of the banks, JP Morgan and et cetera, down. Well, J Morgan's not as bad, but still downside from where we were earlier today. Look at that move, 232 down to 229, getting hit there as well. So yeah, the SPY could bounce. I mean, you know, we are looking for some bouncing spots here. Where they are, I don't know. So we'll just keep on watching what this market's doing. But that's back-to-back, man. That's a big trade early on Apple, and it looks like we're in the middle of, hopefully, a big trade late. But thanks again for joining us. You know, it's going to be quite the little while here as tariffs and now I mean, the banking system is well capitalized and resilient, says Jerome Powell
What's he
right
gonna say?
now.
It's bad?
So I don't know what he's going to say, to be honest with you, but whatever he has been saying has moved the market down.
It was the prepared comments that were, I think, spooked everybody, and all of a sudden it seems like he's trying to calm things down a little bit. Someone probably whispered I don't know if he wears an earpiece, but they're like, yo, Jerome, man, tanking the market here, or something. Because it seems like he's backing off the ledge. Well, not backing off the ledge, but saying some things that I want to calm some things down. Look, but Bitcoin has been holding out better than most. Bitcoin had been holding out better than most. I have to correct myself there. It was doing such a great job, but this is the depth to which things got nasty. Now, as we come back into the volume-weighted average price, just a quick, I have my eyeballs on Mara as you come in here. So when you were trending up on Bitcoin, Mara was not breaking any fresh highs. So double top, didn't break out the afternoon resistance. So it's relatively weak. Ideally, Bitcoin bounces higher and drags us into the short here. I'll reload Intel at VWAP if we get it. Alibaba, that's another one. I'd probably get one more shot at this. Yeah, I had just gotten out of Alibaba at the low of the day. It had been giving us VWAP all day, right into 107.5, back and forth, over and over. And it seemed like it was about to do the same thing, and then puke is what the market did. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get back into that. Let's see what happens. I don't know how far this bounce is going to be able to take us, but I do want to look to get back into some shorts. I will almost certainly not get into another holo trade because it was just a day-long trend break. One trend break, it broke VWAP. Once it breaks VWAP, I'm just bidding into the low, like this low in here at 41. And my risk was 51 to 52, but I'm not giving it to 52 anymore. Like now if it breaks 48 above VWAP, I just get it all out. So I'm not even thinking break even stop on this. I'll just hold it, see how far it goes down, but my stop is now above the volume weighted average price. Duke says Tesla's at 240. Yes, you are right. And Tesla having a rough day of it.
Nice one, Duke.
Dukes.
The Dukester is in the building. It's been a rough day, and Bitcoin also losing everything, gave back everything it had today. Right now, back into the downside. So it's been pretty nasty. But we do have our good friend Joe ready to go here with our rundown. Let's go see what names you guys want to talk about.
Afternoon rundown. Make sure you join Sharif and I during the midday and vote for those stocks that we get to talk about right now during this segment. First on the docket, we got NVDA down 9% on the session. Guys, Nvidia shares are trading lower after the U.S. government has now stated that they will need a license to export the H20 chip to China and Hong Kong. Not a good look here for NVDA. $5.5 billion haircut off of that balance sheet. Let's see what the boys think.
Well, I mean, it feels like, I know it's supposed to say, hey, they don't necessarily have to end up paying that. They're looking for that at Q1 2026, obviously. If no deals get done, it's a big hit. They do 39 billion, let's call it, just under 40 billion, let's just say. It doesn't really matter. It's something around there. I'll double check. You can always fact check me if you want. But that's a monster. That's a big chunk. It's not nothing. It's putting them under pressure. A deal needs to get done for these guys. Some kind of a relief. I think otherwise your penalty box for all of the chips, man. It's not looking good. That being said, Powell saying Powell just said crypto becoming more mainstream. That's probably good for Bitcoin. But that being said, it was the first thing I was in. And it ran me off the open, off the level that I liked at the 106. I didn't go back into it. I went to Alibaba. Difference being, I'll always make this call. Like if something is working, like I look over and if we're holding a high or holding a level and trending down, like that's the one that I'm going to prefer to the short side, not the one that's relatively strong. So I got away from Nvidia to go into two that were cleaner, but it just turned out that Nvidia needed some time. It needed some time, and now you're absolutely bleeding. This is straight up penalty box. I mean, they report earnings obviously in this earnings cycle, but I am certainly, unless we get some kind of, no, that was just one short. That was that first short.
Right.
It was the 930 short, and this is my beef with the 930 trade. I've seen this like time and time again. The best short the pop trades in my estimation, at least in my experience, have been the ones where like it pops, makes a high, and then you get short. Like after it's already shown you a top, then you go short, and then if it respects that top, then you re-short that high. It's the ones where it's like just going to the upside there. Because if you're like me, where like I don't like holding it against being an upward trend, I find those are the ones that miss. But I'm not even sure where I want to buy Nvidia again on the long term. Like when I was looking at some of the charts, and I had this daily chart up here. Whoops. What's going on? There it is. When you had this chart, I'm pulling it back. It's like back to the 90s. Back to 80, like go back to this in 2024, like 75 to 80. That feels about right if nothing changes. So unless we get some good news, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing an 8 on that name, and then I think that's an obvious buy for Nvidia, or wait till earnings, because you just need something to change here. And we could show you the other chip names. I think you've seen the charts. AMD down 9%. Broadcom getting smoked today. Like there's just nobody that's not feeling it.
Yeah, no, and I mean, an 8 on NVIDIA, down 15% from now. We'll see where that can go. I mean, it could be in the next couple of days. But Bitcoin right here, nice move back up as Powell starts talking about BTC. All right, Joe, let's just go on with the next name there. A little Tesla action.
Little Tesla action here, Sean. Adara reported on this here earlier in the day. Tesla California registrations down in Q1, 15.1% from a year ago. Not a good look. And shareholders also demanding answers on full FSD here, guys. Tariffs and brand damage. Not a good look for Tesla. Down about 5 1/5 here, guys.
We reported that down sales number early. It wasn't really doing anything off of that, but now when the market breaks, of course, this has no chance. So Tesla, it was great off the lows. I think we can get back into those levels for sure, 220, 224. You're just going to wait to see what winds up happening right now. Forget about what already has happened. I mean, for me to sit here and talk about what has happened, that's fine. We all have eyes. We can see this chart. But at the end of the day, what you're looking for is what's going to happen next, right? So I would still say we want to be able to short anything against here, this 50-period moving average. We've only broken it once since noon, and that was right here, and then it was whapped right down there by Powell again. So I still think that we really want to look short here on Tesla. It's trying to barcode right now. To me, this 243 is worth it. It's coming back in, so maybe 240, 250, something like that, on a little bit of a bump up there. The NASDAQ still continuously bleeding, as is Apple. It's kind of the same thing until we get back here to 195 and change. We're going to remain short on Apple. So for me, it's kind of the same trade on Tesla. Stay short until it tells you otherwise, and that otherwise would be around here, 240, 250. So yeah, Tesla was not on the radar today for me, so we left it alone. But yeah, it doesn't, these sales numbers and this and that is all one thing, but we got to just get China out. And then once that's through and to figure it out, then and only then can Tesla come back up. So I would say you'd have to wait for more Chinese news. Tesla in the doghouse until we get that. I wouldn't touch this thing no matter what the price. We need to make sure that market is on board with deliveries and no tariffs and all that kind of stuff. Tesla will work, but not until we get that all clear. And when we get that all clear, it will be up 10, 15, 20%. And at least then you know that when you're investing in has a pathway. And right now, I don't see it for Tesla. So it's a short for me until something changes. And I don't really see anything changing right now.
No, I think if nothing changed, I was thinking like 170 to 180. Just go right back to the 2024 higher low, not even the bottom, but the 2024 higher low. It just feels like we're headed there. You can say death cross all you want. The more important thing is the trend down's unabated at this point. It's like we always say like let it cook. Right now it's cooking to the downside. I actually think not much more to add on Tesla. You can see how nasty it looks. I'm not looking to buy it anytime soon. But the comment from Powell, the thinking there'll be loosening in bank rules for cryptos, that's a good headline. BTC was holding up pretty well. Maybe that'll get some life in it if we catch a bit of a bounce here, Joe.
Holding up relatively strong here today. Earlier on the session, Neil, so Bitcoin and Ethereum match decline in stock futures here, still positive on the session, up about 1/3%, but it decided to sell off on that Jerome Powell each, guys.
Cruising on Bitcoin was cruising. I shouldn't say you. Like if anybody that was long Bitcoin, I'm going to show you guys IBIT because then it'll allow me to very cleanly see the daily chart bouncing off that 200. But we go 200 to 50 period and then do a little bit of a curl. What I like about it is the fact that it seemed like we're retesting the high today. So you can maybe throw out 49 as like theoretical resistance. I think we got a really good answer at what was going to happen at that price if we had gotten there today, because it seemed like a really, really big level for BTC. That said, long term, I love what Powell is saying. I have no issues with Bitcoin. I love the fact that in a down market today with uncertainty, it was actually getting bought up. But it's hard to get too far. Like it already bounced here to VWAP. It's hard to want to chase this to the long side. I'm actually thinking the other way. Like yesterday in the afternoon, Mara was relatively strong when Bitcoin was weak. Well, this time it's relatively weak. So just short Mara into pops. If Bitcoin starts breaking out above VWAP, then so be it. Like that'll be an out. But this is hanging off the lows, and the miners are kind of beat up anyway relative to Bitcoin. I would have thought hopefully you get like VWAP at the same time, but you're getting a play off the lows here in Mara. Apparently H&R Block. Tax season.
Yeah, just hearing now, he's H&R Block right now. Trump planning on ending the free tax filing or something through H&R Block, through all services. I don't know.
Oh, that's it?
We'll find out. I don't know. That's I don't know if that's good or bad news for those guys. I don't think maybe bad, but as tax is often filed with software, and you don't even really need to do too much with that. I try to use TurboTax and all that stuff too. So we'll find out more about that story. INTU, Intuit. Let me see. INTU, Intuit. There it is, right there. If you're into it, then I'm into it. And right here, this stock is not really into it. It's just waiting for that story to hit. So I was going to say, man, if we're going to say traders got to trade, then when we heard that note there about Bitcoin, we should have probably jumped right into IBIT, right? And we didn't do that. So I think that's a miss. I don't want to say failed, but a missed opportunity right there to trade that IBIT. But now it's fading right back in. That was nice positive news coming from Powell there saying, looks like it's, talked about stable coins. I don't want to repeat the exact headline because I don't remember it right off the top of my head, but that would have been good enough. I'm just surprised that there was no real volume picking up on some of that talk. So we'll wait, but IBIT does make that move up. And, we were talking about it earlier that it looked like maybe crypto was a little disconnected from the NASDAQ. Well, maybe it's not after all. As there goes the NASDAQ, there goes crypto right to the downside as well. So NASDAQ being down 3% is pretty nasty right now. I'm actually pretty happy with the way crypto and IBIT has been holding up over this whole dump down. So yeah, for me, interesting times ahead. You're still above the 200 period moving average. This is that 76, 77 area. And, if it doesn't hold that, then yeah, I do wonder, where we go after if we do break through and hold underneath the 200 period moving average. We have never closed below that 200 period moving average. And again, remember this is, maybe we did right there on whatever day that is, the 8th. So a week on that crazy day. But at the end of the day, I like IBIT, I like crypto, and I think it's holding. So yeah, for me, it's a buy down there. If you can get it at 76 again, 77, 78, I think it's worth a shot. And hopefully the market will stabilize and we'll get back up to the upside. So yeah, I like it. I still haven't heard too much about that reserve. We'll see what's going on there. I think that would definitely be a nice thing to get finalized.
It's been very quiet.
Yeah, like you mentioned it there. He dropped
that.
like Cardano, XRP, Solana, and all that, and now they're just getting their
I guess they got bigger fish to fry right now.
Yeah, they got some kind of fish to fry. We talked about fish over lunch. That wasn't too bad, that little white fish. A little overcooked in my opinion.
What I was, that was my thought. It was fine. It was just a little overcooked.
It was aight. The corn succotash was nice. Okay.
It was pretty good.
Suffering succotash, Joe. How was? Did you eat? You didn't eat yet, eh, Joe? We'll be seeing what Joe's going to be having for lunch a little bit later. I think it was that Cajun chicken coming through. So, yeah, I don't hold that much XRP. My horses are with Bitcoin and Cardano, basically.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, and I think we probably have too much Solana, but not enough. When it rips up, I don't have enough, and when it goes down, I have too much. So. That's my crypto story in my life, right there in a nutshell. Because the thing is like if you actually want something to moon, I wonder on a lot of these altcoins if we're now past that. Like crazy
easy money.
Yeah, like easy money is a good way of putting it. I think now you got to wait for those stories, and I know that Ripple has one with the money decision there about a form of payment, and we had SEC Commissioner Gensler a long time ago getting out of there. So we're hoping that something can wind up happening here with some of those stable coins and some of those altcoins. But again, like my big fear about all this crypto stuff is there's new administration, and I was just saying this, in 2.5 years, 3 years, we start that whole cycle again of candidates talking about what's going to be, a big issue there come, and again, to talk about crypto 3 years from now, I don't know where it's going to be, but that crypto fund could be dissolved. And
well, if Nancy starts shorting...
Oh, no, not Nancy.
Shorting crypto names, then I'll be worried.
Yeah.
That'll get me worried a bit.
Pelosi, I see. All right.
We'll go to Apple in a quick second. I actually had this conversation with a couple of friends who did not, they didn't even realize how rampant. I'm like, there's an ETF with regards to Nancy Pelosi and some of their moves. They're Canadians, right? So maybe they don't follow the U.S. a lot. And I said, yeah, sometimes you can just look for where quote unquote insiders are buying and selling. And I think I would be a little bit concerned if I saw members of Congress start to not favor crypto stocks because I'm waiting for that next piece of good news. I still think you can buy the 70,000, 75,000 level. That's a good one. That's where I'll buy next if we even get there again. Let's talk about the Apple fall. I don't know. I almost had a pun there, but I don't. So let's just talk about Apple falling.
The apple of Sean's eye today, I guess. If that's what you were looking for there, Neil. Guys, Apple down about 3.7% on the session. Shares are trading lower. The stock been moving down on continued weakness as investors continue to weigh the potential impact and risk associated with tariffs and other policy decisions. Weak stock today, guys.
So what was that?
Oh no, the positions keep disappearing.
Oh, the position board is now gone. Yeah, so we are still short. Thanks for pointing that out. We are short Apple still, and look, we put something out every day. It's called a sticky note, and it should be in this thing. We should have sticky notes right here in this. Instead, we have double monitors right there. We should have the dual monitors on that one. So here it is right here. Apple 201 short. China not. I mean, I just made a very, very simple note. China standing firm. Pricing and demand uncertainties loom. Right. So when you're talking about Apple, we wanted the short early. And we talked about that trade early with Nvidia with Neil, and this is the only trade that I was in, and it was Apple was off of VWAP, then it was off of the 200 period moving average, and then it was $4 to the downside, and we captured that. We almost captured all the move, pretty much. I mean, we got out early. We're always going to get out at the 50 period, and then it comes right back in, and we get more out at the end of the closing of the day right there, and then boom, 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 and then all of a sudden I was like, okay, we've been running Apple today. It's been absolutely fantastic, and it's only been one trade. Let's try it again. So we were sort of out for a walk. Yes, that is correct. Yes, thank you, Ramin. And then so we were just doing our thing, as we normally do here. And I was just like, you know what? This is drifting up into VWAP again. Let's try it. Obviously, we did break there. And then Powell came on, and yeah, that was that. I knew Powell was coming. And we just took the risk on the short. We didn't want to reload the short, but we did have our stop right here at 198. Comes nowhere near breaking it. So there we go. Well, not nowhere near it. I guess it did come pretty close, a couple pennies away, but about 12 cents away from getting short. Getting shut down of that short, and then boom goes the dynamite, nicely traded to the downside, and then we just got out. We got out at VWAP. We got out the 200 and at the 50 period. Then we got out at the day's low at that time, and then we just started making new lows. So we just sat in this trade. I put the stop at 195.50 right here. That's where the 50 period moving average is. But if you're in this trade with me and it's like a make or break thing for you, and you're wondering, I still have the full position or anything like that, it should be coming out if and when you break that 50 period moving average. So right now that's at 195. But yeah, the whole day today is Apple. That's it. I have one trade there and there, one name Apple. And it is, we had our best day of the year since the show started early in April. This is going to be my best day of the week, and it's just one name there, being very, very focused, being very, very specific with what we wanted to. So that was it, man. Apple, $4 early, $4 late. Thank you so much, Tim Cook. Don't like the fact that these iPhones may be going up in price, but at the end of the day,
maybe.
We're in Canada, so our tariff situation is a little different. Yeah.
But we were having this conversation. Look, I don't have anything technically to add about. I wasn't even looking at Apple. It's a great look because I think one of the things is you have to know which short you want. I had a wath of names that I liked for the short side trade. I'll get to the weekly chart here in a second, which looks nasty, by the way, for Apple. But I think you had a wath of names that I liked, and the best one didn't really set up as well as I would have liked it on Alibaba. But you have to just stick with it and get what you can out of it, which is what I tried to do. But this weekly chart on Apple, so retest of the two, so I got to color these differently so they show up a little bit better. I'll get to that at some point. The 200 period on the weekly just feels like we're headed for another retest. The 170 to 178 there on Apple seems like that's a pretty decent possibility. As with everything I always talk about here, the caveat being when you're bearish, one headline and everything changes. You just we get the right headline or the right comment from Trump or a deal getting struck, I think you're okay. But I think you're retesting those. It just seems to make some logical sense to me. But in terms of our situation here in Canada being different for the tariffs, I think one of the things you'll find is we'll still have increased prices anyways here, even if we're not directly affected. It'll be like this smoothing out where you'll get price increases like across the board, a certain amount, and then you'll shove it in certain other places with regards to these tariffs. Apple is in a good position that they can sell off some inventory. It's not the end of the world if this ends quickly. Let's put it that way. Ooh, Meta. Oh, goodness. I'm going to get that dip by this quarter the way this is going.
Yeah, you might.
Might? Oh, it's coming down. Let's talk some Meta.
You're going to get that dip by here. Neil, down about 3.5% here, guys. Fitzgerald maintains an overweight on Meta platforms, but lowers price target from $790 to $624. That's quite a bit of a lower there, guys.
Someone in the chat, I couldn't understand what they're meaning. They meant look at gold. I'm like, good. Well, yeah, gold obviously having a fantastic day. We'll talk some Meta. I want to thank you, Woods, for the super chat. It's just a straight 20. No comment. Just giving the love. Appreciate you, Woods. That's what it's all about. Thank you. Hopefully I hope you're having a great day. But we appreciate all our viewers. We absolutely appreciate the super chat in there, brother. Meta, I'm not joking when I said I think we'll see that it's like the 4 mids. I believe I do have something out there. Sometimes I'll put out orders in my long-term account and then we'll get a bounce like this and then I'll cancel it and put it somewhere else. But I know when we had that last day that I had it at 442.69 and I might have canceled and replaced it, but I think we'll see somewhere in that mid 450s for Meta. Look, it's just you're bleeding like everything else. What are we supposed to say here? You broke the low, Powell tanked us, you're consolidating off the low. If Powell's going to talk recession, that's not going to be good for advertising and their advertising business in the short term. So clearly that's going to be a bit of a pressure point for them. That said, I think there'll be a PE in the teens if they get into the mid 400s, barring some kind of an earnings disaster. So that's why I like it. You get under 20, and I like you. At least for Meta, anyways. There's some, Ford has a PE under 20, and I don't like them. But you know what I'm talking about. You get a Meta at a 17, 18, 19 PE, and that's a buy for me. And I think we're going to get there sometime this quarter.
All right. I just want to say that we are now in a trade, and hopefully this trade will be able to work out for us. So we'll hit the sirens upside right now. I'm going to get out if this breaks too much lower than this $45 mark. 44, I'm just giving this to you because we're in a 44.90 break and we're out. I just want to see if the TQs maybe has had enough pain tolerance right now. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening. Yes, I hear you. Oh, my mic is falling on my hoodie. Yeah. I'll get this in a minute. I'll fix it for everybody in a second here. Thanks, Ramin, for that. But yeah, the TQs, we're just going to try along here. I do have targets up here. If we can get 45.38s, 45.40s, something like that, then we're going to get out. I just think it's worth taking a little bit of a shot right now on the market in general. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I am doing it, but here it comes right back in. Again, Powell's gone, but it doesn't mean this momentum is gone. If we break below, I just have to stop out at 44. Here it goes, 44.89. Looks like we're going to try to break that rate now to the downside. Small hit here. Looks like it'll be 20 cents or so as we go to the downside right now in the TQQs. Yeah, not much love happening right now in the market. So we're probably going to get stopped out of this trade. But that's the trade that we're looking at. And I'm going to fix my hood.
What? Oh.
Not Robin Hood. I got to fix this.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I'm a little surprised here. I just saw someone saying GDX is too high. GDX has been in a straight up downtrend since the open. I know we were breaking out. Like, wow, that's a, gold's doing well, everybody.
It's all right.
But yeah, that's a hefty downward trend. So you're getting bleed pretty much everywhere. You would think the miners, I guess it's profit taking. Oh, this is a phenomenon you have to consider. Sometimes when you get massive market moves to the downside or a lot of weakness, so there's certain names which just end up getting some profit taking, even if they've been like a hedge. It happens all the time, and you see that. I think that could be happening over in GDX. Like, what's GLD? Is that same chart? Oh, just curious. Yeah, see, there you go. Like GLD straight to the upside, right? And so GDX made a fresh high, and it's selling off as they take profits. I'm glad that actually ended up being true. It would have been embarrassing if GLD had the same chart, but
yeah.
It's like I should have checked first before explaining the theory, but it's good that it ends up working out here. No, GLD looking incredibly strong. I think this could be an opportunity. Like, if we continue downside the next couple of days here, then a pullback in GDX into the prior high might give you a little bit of a trade. As it seems as if maybe you're getting a little bit of profit taker on the miners. Maybe it pulls back into like 50, and then market continues down, gold continues up, and then you resume the upward trend in GDX. Some saying they want to look at Tesla. My eyeballs are on IBIT and Mara right now, because Mara is starting to. Right, here's IBIT. IBIT is much stronger, or Bitcoin is much stronger, I should say, already testing above VWAP and trying to take it to the downside. So as it's breaking, it's actually starting to break a little bit down now. I'm going to see if I can't get into Mara for the short. So it's a relative weakness of Mara that has me liking it. I just realized something. My executions, right. I'll enable, usually on my 15-minute chart, it shows the executions, but I forgot that it crashed this morning and I had to rebuild it. So the executions usually show on all the charts. And I realized my order wasn't showing up. But I'm on the offer here of Mara, trying to get in. I don't know if we'll get VWAP, but this low here, before we retested the high, 1238, it just respected that on the offer. So I'll try to put my stop just above, see if we can't get short in the 30s on MARA. If I start to see Bitcoin blasting, though, I might just cancel. If I see, like, quote, acceleration on BTC, I don't want to sit on this offer in that situation. Tony likes the Tesla robo-taxis. I do too. I like the automated driving for Tesla. I like the robotics angle for Tesla. I like the AI aspect for Tesla. I like a lot of things about Tesla. None of them seem to matter right now, unfortunately. So I think you just got to grit your teeth, and if your time horizon is long enough and you like the stock, you just try to nibble in. I've said this before, if you're a new viewer, I bought Tesla at 220 while I was on, I got the fill when I was on vacation down in Florida. And then I sold a third of it in front of 280, and I wish I'd sold the whole thing. Did I? Oh. Then I sold I don't wish I sold the whole thing. But some part of me wishes I'd sold more. I don't wish I'd sold the whole thing. But at the end of the day, I don't know why I just got in and out flat there on Mara. It didn't break higher. At the end of the day, I just think you have to be incredibly patient with Tesla. And all of these things that we're looking for in the future, Tesla has a history of not delivering fast, right? So we get excited about something and it's a slow delivery. You throw in the sentiment of this market, you throw in the sentiment of that's going on with Elon the leadership, and then you throw in the trend, everything is telling you to just be very, very patient. I'd rather miss the first 20% of a move in Tesla than just keep trying to catch the bottom every couple of weeks. So I'm holding every single quarter and then just making another decision next quarter at those lows. So I did just jump into Mara, but very quickly here, my position board's correct for me, Ramin. But this HOLO, which I've said, I am not looking to get more shares of HOLO, but it's breaking back above VWAP. I am still in 10% of it that I had bids out for. I was able to get it down to 10% when it held 45. But if we break, I think I'm at 48.25. Yeah, I'm at like 48.25 here on Holo. I'll just get out of it if it breaks out above VWAP. So if you're looking long in this stock, it's starting to hold VWAP and look a little bit good for the long, this small cap. I'm not even sure what the news was. Shreve was trading it, and it just did. It broke a day-long trend, which I haven't seen before on a penny stock, where like the 9:30 low ends up holding the trend the whole day, and then we just took the short on it. But I'm not gonna take more shares or anything like that.
All right, so we flipped it up. I don't want to throw away what we've done on Apple here today, obviously, but just to show you guys what we did on the Qs. So we went long and then stopped out. Then we bought that dip because if I get stopped out on the futures and we don't start to push, then for me, there's something going on. So I want to wait to see if that something is something. So I know that sounds crazy. I went back into the long and we were able to get some out there near the tops, near 45, but then we just fell out again. So now I'm going to try to just say, you know what? Looks like the short is going to be right, and we'll play that until we get back above $45. And we said this yesterday, like for me in the afternoon, it's almost a complete, and I was saying this to Neil earlier today as well, it's like just a completely different beast altogether because I don't really want to fight the trend, but most of the setups for me will come into play off support, right? And so it's like, I was trying to see if we had this 50-period break, which I like, and then now I was thinking like, okay, if we're gonna go long, you know, what about down here where that support is? So I don't know, like, do we just cover everything if it gets down there? Are we gonna start making new lows? Worry about there not being enough time left in the day, but I don't think that's gonna be a problem. There always seems to be enough time left in the day for these shorts, because there it goes again. Have the ability to flip it up. We talk about this all of the time. Oh boy, see if we can get going even lower right now. And so there you go. You saw me take a little bit of a hit there, and now we get right back into this now with the TQ's downside. So take what, a 17-cent hit or so, and then now we're in a 17-cent winner. So what a surprise. We go back and forth here with the futures as per usual. Adara, what you got over there?
Just to let you guys know, we just had a brand new event added to the White House schedule for today. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt set to hold a press briefing in about 2 hours at 4:30 p.m. after market hours, but worth noting, usually her press briefings happen at 1 p.m., mostly on Tuesdays, but now we get a Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. White House briefing again. This was not on the schedule earlier. It looks like this was just announced, so be aware. We have Caroline Leavitt taking the podium for this White House press briefing, 4:30 p.m. Keep an eye if you do trade these post-market moves. Back to you.
Life of me, I can't figure out what could cause them to want to address everybody, or I don't know.
All right.
Oh yeah,
the
come
market
on, like, you know what it is. The market just bled again, so we jumped into Mara. It's already retracing back into the lows. Bitcoin is retracing back into the downside. I just looked at SMCI and wanted to punch myself in the face.
Yeah.
Well, not really.
Oh.
I was gonna hit this key.
Yeah.
There's an old game on the old Macintosh. It was like a golf game, and every time you duffed a shot, they had this like stock voice thing that would go, "Whoops." And so when my brother and I were kids, if you mess something up, we'd always go, "Whoop." Yeah, well, SMCI probably should have gone back into the short at the same price. Remember SMCI went green today? This is like Bitcoin. It was green. Now it's down 5%. The bleed is real. Powell is fighting with the president, and ultimately the war of words is not helping anything at all. But it doesn't matter. You just got to try to short, and so shorting pops is the name of the game. Someone asked what I thought of Intel. It didn't get to VWAP. I was trying to reshort VWAP and Intel, and you didn't get there. Bitcoin did, Mara didn't, so we shorted Mara instead. I could probably look over at Tesla. Is Nvidia? Oh, Nvidia's almost 10% now.
Yeah, man.
Nvidia 100 might be a thing today. 100 could come into play.
So I do agree shorting the pops, but the thing about that is that, you know, sometimes we talk about that Spidey sense, right? And I talk about that all the time. It's like I shorted the lows. I just think that this market right here, we've seen what's been happening. We were long early, and then we just flipped it up, and there it goes right back down into the downside to the point where right now this is 40 cents in the money, and we lost scraps, and then boom, right there to the downside. So I just think that you want to be careful. I agree with what we're saying here for sure. You want to be careful with some of the positions, but at the same time, you know, if you want to be part of the fun, I'm not sure there's going to be a pop, and if there is, just to Neil's point, I think you want to join that party and short said pop. We may be getting just even a small one even right now as this market tries to figure itself out. I'm going to take advantage of some of these thoughts and just you know, start to get out, because I'm not even sure what is going on right now, and let's just keep on getting out on these lows. If it still goes lower, fine, but right now we're 44 cents in, and it's going a hell of a lot lower right now. So here we go, man. We're in this game. It is a $4 winner for you, Ozan, right there, as we are still short on Apple. Like, we were short Apple earlier at $200. It's now down to $194. And again, we wrote the price down right here, so we got this. We talked about it early and often, Apple. So we have 2 trades today, Apple and now the futures. So yeah, man, just keep on bleeding, I guess. I hate to say that, because I'm always and forever long in my account. But for right now, oh boy, here we go now. Now 50 cents in the money on these trades. You can see what I'm trading right now, Apple and the futures, and we go down. We got a question about why do I trade TQQ versus SQQ? Just my preference. I'd rather see blood red in my account than trade the SQQ long. And I don't have buying power. I've got 99 problems. Buying power ain't one. So we can throw out thousands of shares of this stock. So if that becomes necessary, we will do it. So that's what we're doing right now on the TQQs. Great question. Thank you for asking it. What up, A?
I mean, this market certainly is not up. It is worth noting, though, Nvidia, one of many names here at day's lows on watch. Here we have a report coming from a congressional panel. Looks like they did a bit of a review into AI. Apparently, this panel found that DeepSeek did use US AI models, but here's the bigger thing with regards to Nvidia. They're also apparently asking the company about its sales to China. So congressional panel here wanting to look into Nvidia's China sales. When I have more details on this, I'll let you guys know right away. Also, the other thing I want to mention here is we have an update on this White House press briefing. As mentioned earlier, we have a very uncharacteristic White House press briefing. They're usually at 1:30 p.m. on Tuesdays. Today we get one at 4:30 p.m. on a Wednesday, not scheduled ahead of time. And now apparently this White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt at 4:30 tonight will feature a special guest. So keep an eye out, 4:30 p.m., special guest at this White House press briefing. Something to be aware of for sure. And back to you.
The briefing. Maybe Trump will go, but it probably won't be, but I guarantee you there'll be comments about the market and interest rates. I'm pretty sure. You'll see me double bottom out on Intel, so top to bottom, and if it goes up again, I'm going to short the pops on this. Might take if it breaks the low, let me just go to the daily chart. If it breaks the low, this is the prior 52-week low on Intel where it's trying to bounce right now. There was that dip underneath where we had that crazy reversal, but if you look at that same afternoon, or that it made the bounce, this is where the bid kind of picked up, like resistance and to buy. So a double bottom at a pretty key level. I also ended the trade in Holo. Told you guys if it busted VWAP, volume's not that good. It might actually resume down because the volume's pretty low right in here, as you can see. So I wouldn't trust this bounce on low volume, but I am out of the trade. It was one in and then just hold the trend. It kind of broke the trend and broke VWAP, so now I'm out of it. And Mara, we're going to continue to try to short the top. In Mara, off to 1230. We have 1233.35. We're trying to get a little bit more into the low of the day. As long as Bitcoin continues to trend, however, holding through the low. Bitcoin gets to the low, I think Mara breaks the low of the day. Yeah, Nvidia is now 10% down, which does mean the 100 level is coming into play. SSR, it is now short sell restricted. That just means the uptick rule is in effect. It doesn't mean you can't short the stock. It just means if you want to hit the bid to go short, the last print in the tape has to be green. So it just makes it more difficult, well, somewhat more difficult, I suppose, for it to cascade down. But believe me, it can still fall further and people can still go short. 100 in play. I usually like a nice little SSR bounce down here. The 100 level might give you that chance for a quick little reversal trade.
All right, man. So we just covered a decent amount right here of the futures. Could get a little bit of a pop back up. I just put the stop order at the 50-period moving average. We can keep changing that as it comes back in. But right now, we have about 25% left. I'm actually going to cover a little bit more here at 36. There it is. So, yeah, not many shares left for me here today on this spot. So we're happy with how we've been trading it, and we're just going to sort of put that feather in our cap and see what happens now moving downside as we just have that not small piece left, so about 25% or so left. I have to do the exact math. We've traded just a few shares in here right now, hopefully making a difference and get that back in. We just took a piece out at 36. My best outs right here on the TQs is 21s. So good call on that one. And yeah, man, yesterday we one of our better trades, and I think it was carrying the day for me yesterday, was Intel as well. So good move there as it just makes that low again. So you could watch out for that if you are looking there. I know Neil was just talking about it, so good look over there on INTC, obviously. But yeah, Apple. So all my stops are now in. I'm seeing Boeing right now moving around a little bit. We could find out what's going on there. Yeah, just down to VWAP. Yeah, up today, Boeing. Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't trade Boeing today.
Yeah, strange one.
I'm real glad I didn't trade Boeing today. Because that would have been, I promise you, I would have come in thinking short on Boeing, and it would have done the upward trend. I probably wouldn't have been patient enough, and then we'd just be down on Boeing. Like, at least, I'd rather be wrong on something where my execution was bad, but the idea was right, because you can refine the execution. Like, there's something to build from. But Boeing didn't do what I expected yesterday. And today, again, it's good news. You know what? Good news for Boeing that you're green. If you're green today, good. If you're above VWAP today, good. So that's great for Boeing, but for your sanity, if you're trying to short this thing, not good at all. I just saw in the chat, someone was saying, when should I get into Nvidia? When should I get into AMD? Not to sound like a broken record, my answer for when I'm going to get into AMD is never unless it's a trade. For myself. I do think at some point there's going to be a swing trading opportunity in AMD, but I've been waiting for it to close above the 50-period moving average, find the next point of resistance at that close, and then break and consolidate above that close. So it was really close to setting up. Like, it broke the 50-period, tried to break the prior high, completely failed to do so it never really triggered you any kind of a trend break on AMD. That's the only way I want this stock. Because I feel like if it gets to a price that's like too good to pass up, then I'm buying Nvidia that day. It's just, or maybe I'm buying ARM again. I don't know. ARM. Oh my goodness, ARM. I bet you that broke.
You were talking about that earlier.
No, so ARM. And if I ever see this again, sometimes if you see something like this, you just put a stop order and just leave it in there and just see what happens. Because ARM was doing the weirdest barcode where like 101 or 190 cents or something like that. Outside of one little break at 1206, it spent 1130 to 230 holding the same bid and the same ask. Sometimes in a situation like that, if you just had a stop order for the break low, maybe you don't get filled because it's on news, but the worst thing that could happen is you swing and you miss, because it was clean. Like, it just broke that bottom and then now trended down with the rest of the market. I'm only down 4%. Today is a good day for a chip name. So shout out to you, ARM, for not being my recent buy is not out of the money yet on ARM. But I will not be surprised if I look back in a month or before they report and my recent buy in ARM is out of the money. And if you're not willing to deal with that, then I don't think you should be buying any chip names right now.
Right, exactly, and that's the thing. You have to know that there's trouble brewing, absolutely everywhere right now. I don't think there's any of the sectors right now are safe. So yeah, how'd your kids? How'd your wife? Right now, yeah, gold is a good safe haven. It's always great when Ramin is much smarter than me. So thank you for that one, Ramin, for reminding me about gold right there. Yes, good look for anybody trading GLD these days. But we are trading the TQQs, and man, we just, get ready to go one more time right now, as our stop order on this trade was 13 cents. It's now 67 cents. In the money as this continues to go down here on the futures. And we just, like I said, man, we're just staying true to what we believe. And I believe, anyways, that the NASDAQ has lower to go. So we stepped in. We were long. We flipped it up. We talked about that. Have that ability to go barbecuing, and look for the profits that you need and trade the trend. And like I said that story about what I was saying to Neil before is that I find it's difficult in the afternoon to trade because I'm always kind of looking for that counter trend, that reversion move, something that comes to support. Normally it's only at support or resistance when it's trying to break it, especially in the afternoon. So I do find it a little tougher to trade right now, but not today. We say, as it looks like this downside push seems to be coming through for us right now. And again, it had to take the flip. The flippening had to have happened there at the end, and that does come through. So happy with that kind of a move right now into the close. We'll see if we can make something happen even more now. And by something happen, we're just sitting on the bid right now, taking some more out. And if we do look at the TQQs, I mean, we don't have anything right here, so we're gonna have to either zoom way back out. There it is. So we're gonna go all the way back to these levels that we were at. This was basically the 10th. Right there, we bounced off 44 bucks, so 44 could be an issue, and this is why you always want to at least look at zooming in and out and make sure that you do have some longer looks of where we could potentially stop. So right now, I see you 44. That could be an area of concern there for the triple Q. So why don't we, with that being said, I'm going to put another bid here on the TQQs. Get out at 20. Can we get that 20, Phil? I was talking to a few traders earlier, and they're like, man, you only use an ARCA? And I'm like, no. Yeah, we got it. I'm using all gateways at all times, but I do prefer ARCA. All right, over to Neil.
Well, if you like using gateways and bidding and asking and trading in a general sense, then ProfitX is going to be for you because you get to control your odds, control your bets, control the line that you accept. They've got peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation. It's cost-efficient trading of your bets all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Think about it that way. Make offers, match plays, manage risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place your picks, exchange them. Hedge in, hedge out. It's just an opportunity I don't think you can pass up on if you are a trader and like betting. It's the smarter, faster way to play. And the best part is, everyone here, you can use the code TRADERTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. I can tell you, I can't wait until we're a little bit closer to the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Why? Because I have some thoughts on, just who's going to go in the first, how many quarterbacks are going to go up there, and what I love about ProfitX. And if we can stop running that, one of the things I love about ProfitX is that the ability, we say this all the time, the ability to bet the no, not just who's going to go with the number 3 pick. Okay, that's fine. That's all fun and well and good. But what if I just want to say Travis Hunter isn't going to go? I can literally request odds and make it. I wouldn't do it right now as the draft is a couple of weeks away. I mean, you could sit there with a ridiculous line, I suppose. But that's the kind of thing you're able to do here, like top 5. Everyone wants to know who's going number 1. It's going to be Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Even if there's a trade, it's going to be Cam Ward. So I don't imagine, we're at minus 9,000 there, which that's obviously reflected. I'm not even sure how liquid, 183 on that, but 91,000 total action. There's a lot
minus 9,000.
Yeah, minus 9,000. Well, I mean, the Titans have already said he's going 1, so they're enamored with the guy. And even if there's a trade, the guy's going to go number 1. So that's not the bet you want. But the point is, it's like trading in that you bid, you ask. It's like, maybe you want the short from 12.30 to 35 to 40. You can layer offers. You get picked up on all of them. You can do the same thing. Taking money line or whatever it might be. You can just sit there and maybe you get swept up by someone who really likes the other side. So big advantage there. And Trader Forever, yeah, we actually didn't even, you said it this morning, but we didn't spend too much time talking about this with regards to TSM. ASML kind of, they had a bad guide. Look, it wasn't good for ASML. TSM, that's a big deal tomorrow. They're down 5 points. All the chips are bleeding. You do not need them throwing more cold water on the chip space, which is entirely a possibility. Like just about everything else, they just recently death crossed. So yeah, there's that happening too. It's never the best sign in the world when you have a death cross. But TSM, that's going to be a very big earnings name tomorrow morning. So buckle up, everybody. Volatility is here. VIX is back over 30. Probably solidly right now. I haven't checked in a hot minute.
Is Mara doing anything, or because
it just bounced low of the day?
Yeah, okay.
So it's at the low of the day now. I was trying to reload, but there's no point having an offer at the price from before, because if it gets up there, we can make a decision at where it curls. Maybe it makes a lower high, but I want to let it try to ride through the low of the day. Is when I see IBIT, here, I'll show you guys Bitcoin here. When I see IBIT, like, it's bouncing on a higher low, and Mars at the low of the day, so it's relatively weak. So any other push down in IBIT, and we're breaking the low of the day. So when I see this start to curl again, I'm going to jump into the short in Mara again, or reload the short. If I see it go to VWAP and IBIT, then I'm reloading the short in Mara, and I just think it's relatively weak at this point. So I have an obvious sort of like leading indicator is the word I'm looking for. Aldrin Greer, VIX back to 60 on Monday. It's great for trading. It's great for the shorts. I hope not for everybody's account. Let's just keep it real. If the VIX gets back to 60 on Monday, that's going to be a problem. That's a problem.
We are almost entering the hour of power right now. Welcome for everybody who's joining us right now. We hope you're joining not only for the first time, but for a long time as well. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe, as we have a whole bunch of different trading for everybody here, right? I mean, we all have many different styles of trading, and no matter which style you guys are doing, I hope that we're able to cover some of the names. Make sure you do hit the chat, as we'd love to sort of look over that, go through that. The guys on the midday trading, different. I mean, Joe trades much different than Sharif. Sharif will look at some of the higher flyers, things like that. Joe, he's not here right now, but I see the way he was trading. He trades like a little bit of IBIT. So more kind of sort of what I'm looking at, some of the big cap names and things like that. And then
IBIT, Tesla.
And then IBIT and Tesla. And just to show you an example, right? Like, I've traded 2 names today, right? How many symbols have you traded?
Well, not including buyouts.
No. Just like names that you're showing on the show.
So we'll go in and out one time on about 5 names, and then continuously trading 3.
So 8. So there you go. So 4 times the symbols, right? And I think it's just a matter of figuring out what's good, what you're doing.
Well, this is just to expand on that, because I say this every single time. Like, there's a big difference between. We'll show Alibaba. By the way, I'm not going to trade Alibaba again. I think sometimes, it is at the low of the day, but for a stock like a big cap tech name, or just any larger cap name, maybe you want to stick with it and go over and over again. Like Intel's an example. Then we go over this, like
Apple.
Where you'll go, Apple, where you'll trade it multiple times. But if I'm trading Holo, then I'm taking 1 trade in Holo. If I'm trading SMCI, so this is like a trend break. When I trade SMCI, I trade 1 shot in SMCI. And obviously, this is a situation. I think SMCI would be an example where, it gave you the same level again. I took the trend break, but you could have taken a second time, but it was a simple trend break. And then the similar thing, where is it? Just give me 1 second. Where's the bottom on SMCI? I need to see this because, we're not till $28 would be the local bottom on SMCI, so we're not even close. That's got a lot of room to fall. And then I look at something like NIO, and that was the one and done. It's a short to the high. It never set up again. So there's a big difference between, I'll always trade more symbols in my style. And that's been, when I was a penny stock trader, that was always the same. Because the way I see it, if you have like a very specific, like mean reversion style trade, most often you'll see one setup for it, and then it's like a go, and then sometimes you hold it all day. Like the best one this year for me was like a Walgreens, where I had it, and I was literally holding it to the close. And sometimes it's just how it is. It was 1 entry on that bad boy. But the market, like I said, the market's right back in at those lows. So we're just going to hold on to shorts. If we get more pops, maybe we can play into some of these pops. But I'm not seeing anything that seems to want to bounce.
And you're right there, pro day trader. I just checked. Yeah, Obi and Sean have similar styles. Yeah, Obi won name today. So me too, Obi won right there. So yeah, again, just thanks for joining. Obi-Wan, yeah, Obi-Wan trade right now. Yeah, I know Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan trade, yeah. Obi-Wan trade Kenobi today, so shout out to Obi right there, so that's good. Okay, let's go. There goes the TQQs. Like I was saying, bigger positions, couple trades in and out right there. We'll still hold it. Now $1 in the money. We have $9 combined on Apple today. Give us another one right here. There it is. It's your hour of power. Give another $1 right there for you as we continue to trade. So Apple is over $9 today. We've had, because you guys might be saying over $9. This trade is only $4.50 in the money. We have this trade from earlier. If we had, I'm just adding this plus this. If you take out all the outs, I can't add it up. It's just that was 200. You're down now all the way. Keep on going. There's that last trade. And then the trade that we put on live with you already right here today was this. Remember, we started long, right? But then we didn't feel it. It didn't go. It broke lower. There it goes. Nice downside play right there for the TQs. And there goes the NASDAQ. We've really, really made it here on the TQQs, right? And so boom goes the dynamite there to the downside. So that's about it. Hey, Pro Day Trader, that's for you to ask the questions every day. Are we green or red? And then you keep notes, my guy. We don't talk about that for each other, who's more profitable or anything like that. You guys, the idea at the end of the day is to try to figure out if you're green or red. The amount of money that you make is just a function of your share size, and how, like Neil was saying there, different styles, right? And so like someone will trade maybe 10 different names, and if you're using big shares, great. If you're using small shares, great. Holo will have dollar moves, and it's only a $5 stock or 50-cent stock. So that's where it's just one of those things.
Like Holo top to bottom went 36 to 50.
Right, and like as a percentage there, we saw Sharif on the midday show as well, like trading some of those small cap names. So it just goes to show the only thing really is green or red. And that's the only way.
Well, the other thing,
then it's not even accurate.
Well, yeah, but the other thing you have to always consider too is for everybody in your trading style, like when you make a trade, remember when it's a winning trade, it's just you always look at just how much you made, how much did you risk on that trade, right? So what did you risk to make on that trade, and then just as long as that makes sense to you. And I really hope no one just Mullen just always does this to people. Someone just said to me, Mullen is going, and 2 seconds ago it was up 25%. Or at least a minute ago. And I was looking over and I'm like, why is it going? I didn't pay for shorts today. I was about to go process. Is there enough time? Like, do I want to short this back into the previous close? Before I could blink an eye, it was right back at the bottom on like a volume spike. It went from no volume to 4 million really quickly, and then it's right back at the low of the day. So forget about it. Nvidia is trying to bounce here. Close. It didn't really, not really a test of the $100 level, but it is trying to bounce here on Nvidia. Yikes, maybe you're seeing some kind of a bounce. You just double check.
On what, on Nvidia? Oh, on Nvidia.
No, I'm just looking at all the other chip names. I just canceled an offer. It's 3 o'clock. You don't need to have resting orders out there. Like I had that order out when it was going to VWAP. I don't need that order out when it's at the low of the day, because then you can get sucked up if there's news or something like that. I just wanted to double check the other chip names if they're participating. AMD's not bouncing. Intel's not bouncing. SMCI is definitely not bouncing. SMCI doesn't have a green candle on the 3-minute since
oh my God.
2:12. It's been an hour for SMCI, and they just put one in at this bottom. I wish it was SSR. Yeah, Dr. J, you're 100% right. You're saying this because you know I always talk about this book. Neil, great book about that called Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. Everyone always asks me, what book for trading? And I tell people the same thing every single time. Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke, and it's not a trading book. She's a poker player. It just comes down to evaluating decisions and the proper way to evaluate decisions and not worry about resulting, worry about, like, in the poker world, if you go deuce 7 versus aces and win, you know you didn't make a good decision, but you might have won. So it's thinking along those types of lines. So shout out to you, Dr. J. Love Dr. J. Met him one time in Fort Lauderdale. Really cool dude.
Yeah, shout out to Philly. What up, Philly? All right. The market's still going to the downside. We don't need to do anything else right now. This is continuously bleeding down right now, and we've taken enough profit here on this trade that we can now just go with it. you know, $6, $7, $8. And I mean, you could see right here, even the styles right now of trading, right? So, you know, I just got aggressive with the TQs, and if something sets up for any of us, we're going to hop right into it again. And so right now, I think the thing that's moving, I keep seeing IBIT. Nothing. See, this is the problem, and we talked about this, and this is why Neil and I are pretty light on our positions. I just speak for myself on this one too, but it's like unless something actually sets up, it's like I know the market's going down. You know, we can clearly see that. We took advantage of it. We're sitting in shorts, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you want to punch the short on all of these lows. I mean, where this market goes from here is anyone's guess. The market's already had its move. The NASDAQ's down 4%. You know, that's why we put out the sticky note. That's why we put out some ideas early. We only have all shorts on here. We had that thought early, and now it's playing out late. It played out early as well. Like you could go over and say, you know what, let's have a quick look at Tesla, maybe into the close. Look what the heck is happening with Tesla right here. I mean, see, like, so again, if to our points again, if Tesla's on your radar, for me it's Apple. It's why we're sitting in this $5 in the money. But if you have Tesla on your radar, then you have the same trade right there. You could have shorted VWAP rate, and that's at 230. It's a little bit different trade than the one I have on, but the idea is the same. You're shorting into the 50-period moving average, right? So it's these kind of trades and these kind of ideas where really you're going to have to figure it out. You know, what stock do you like? What is the momentum to the downside here? What kind of, people use Fibonacci's, people use many different, you know, ideas on indicators, where to get in relative strength, volume. I hear Joe talk about volume profiles, not volume profile, but the signature that he calls it, waiting for that wick with the volume to follow, so on and so forth. So there it is. What's up, Charlie Taff? You've got it, man. That's a face slapper right there. This individual. I was going to say, I don't want to say man, because I think Charlie is an awesome girl's name. So shout out to Charlie out there. I know a few of them that are female, including one of the better players on my rep baseball team right there. Yeah, Charlie's Angels is a dude.
Lead character in.
So thanks for me for that one. But yeah, here we go to the. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for that. But there it is. Huge move to the downside for Tesla, down 7. I should have asked Rivi and Randy what he's up to, because Rivi and Randy may be in.
Buying tomorrow.
No, not yet.
Tomorrow.
Ooh, you think Rivian's down another 10% tomorrow, huh?
Well, what level? Is he buying 1050? What level is he buying?
Whatever, yeah. 1050, 1020, anything. I mean, just low.
1020 maybe.
Even 1050, man, still 10% down. Okay, will we be able to get that tomorrow on Rivian? Yeah, anybody's guess at this point. I would say no. Generally, when you get a huge move down like this, the thing is, this move is not.
You have to remember, though.
This is a different move, I feel like.
Like it's the end of the week tomorrow, right?
Oh,
so
right.
Like you know, like it's a holiday on Friday. Yes. Tomorrow's still like it'll be expirations. It'll be over the weekend risk for all trades. And so that's why, yeah, like I think you could see some craziness in tomorrow's trade. Just because when it's a Friday, when you get a Friday coming in, you have a really bad Thursday and you have like some jittery hands on a Friday, that's how we should be thinking about today. So yeah, I don't see why you couldn't. Maybe not 10-20. That's extreme. I didn't realize it was actually only down 5%. Like
I thought it'd be down more. That's why I went over there.
Yeah, when I see Tesla down 5%, my assumption is Rivian is having a worse day most times, and that's simply not the case. Like Tesla is down 7%. Rivian's only down 5. Only down 5. Apparently the USD is collapsing.
Well, it's been collapsing for a hot minute.
It's been going down for a while. That's one thing I got to throw up a little bit more.
Yeah.
As you guys watch me throw it up live. Do we have it on eSignal? Oh, is it? You know what? I don't know what it's DXY, but I don't know what it is on eSignal.
Oh no! Well, here you could just do. You come over here. I have UUP, so UUP.
Oh yeah, you can do that. I want it on eSignal.
Ultra, is it? I know it's bullish. Yeah, it's just bullish. It's not the actual. It's not levered. So yeah, I mean, here's the U.S. dollar. If you just on our account on our trading platform, we just have UUP. We don't actually have, like you mentioned, the DXY. But to the downside, yeah, the dollar has been getting absolutely destroyed, down 10%. If you just use UUP, that's $30. This is December 19th, so let's just call it the beginning of the year. I don't know what's up with that gap there for us, but $30.70 all the way down to 27. So that's like 10% in a couple months. Huge move. And again, that's going to be in relation to you know, the euro, the Japan, the Japanese yen, Swiss franc, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, downside play for sure. Wow, this is really starting to get going here on the TQs. I'm going to have to put another bid out here. So, again, if you guys were watching me early, that's 17 cents worth of a hit. We're now in the money at $1.25. And obviously, we just have we don't have, not a small piece, about 15% left. Now we have 12.5% left as we take another fill right there to the downside. So, nets move up today in the account here, but net moving way down in the portfolio. I already phoned Marissa during lunch and I said, I now have to retire at 61. Give it an extra year. We need an extra year now in the retirement account for this battle. So we'll see what winds up happening right now. TQs still going downside. We're happy to be here. For me, it's one of the only, like, look, you know, being Catholic and everything like that, you know, Easter, obviously, it's very special. We get together with family, and it's one of those things. But you know what, man? I'd rather be trading on Good Friday. I don't like long weekends. I like it because this weekend, Friday I'm at hockey all day. Saturday we're at hockey all day. Monday is signing day as my girl takes AA hockey right there. So she gets that. My wife's preparing a signing table and everything, man. We're getting ready to go on that one.
Doing it all the way up.
We're doing it all the way,
You
man.
should check out that app I was talking about.
Which app?
Remember the app for the, it's literally called the Signing Day app.
Oh, okay.
Remember, it's
I don't remember you mentioning.
No, because they're actually public company, and what you do is
yeah.
you upload your videos.
Oh,
and it's
okay,
for
yeah.
getting recruited.
Right, yeah, cheese, yeah, exactly.
You should check it out.
Right.
Now,
So
okay,
anyways,
when I
yeah.
say that stock is doing really, really
Thank
poorly.
you, Vizbot.
But it's a really cool. I think.
Yeah, well, the stock, I'm not going to judge a company by its stock price.
It's a cool company, just don't look at the chart.
Not these days,
Really
but
cool
yeah. Anyways, yeah, so it's super busy weekend. It starts actually. Last night was volleyball and basketball. Tonight is CrossFit. Thursday is practice again, and then Friday is game day. So weekend in Brampton. So a couple games there.
Well, I guess you're
One
playing
in
at
Scoville.
I forget what they call that rink now.
Yeah, I don't know either.
They changed the name recently.
We're playing at.
It's going to be. I'm just happy tomorrow is. Well, it's going to be a little bit of probably some Wii time. Because my daughter's.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, I keep saying Wii, but it's like she loves the
Switch.
Wii. It's a Switch, Wii Sports. Because on Saturday we're going to. It's a Jays event day, so we're going to the Jays game, and then Friday he's not watching. It's like going to like a surprise party on Friday.
Oh, nice,
on
good.
Sunday. Sorry, I said Friday. On Sunday it'll be. But
Boom.
Jameson saying, look at CoreWeave. So just one thing quickly. I do have a target on Mara on the 15-minute. You pull back, 1190. That was a lower high. That'd be, what's that, like on Friday? Yeah, so Friday's lower high in here was a key price for most of the week. We break 12. That's where I want to see if we can get down to. At CoreWeave, if I was a buyer of CoreWeave, like if I wanted to own CoreWeave in the long term, I'm not saying I do. I think you can just buy Nvidia, I suppose. But I would probably be thinking about picking it up. Here, I made this mistake with ARM when I wanted to own ARM, and then I just didn't pull the trigger. And you like it, you want to hold it in your long-term account. It was a recent IPO. I saw it go up. I'm like, oh, it's starting to come back in. And I was like, oh, it's going to go lower. It's going to go lower. I can just wait this one out and buy it in the 30s. Well, it never got there. It broke 50. I'm like, I'm going to get this in the 30s for sure. And then it started breaking higher, and then I never got in until it was already breaking out, and then you're buying crazy dips. Maybe I'll get a second chance. I think if you like CoreWeave, maybe a chance to be able to nibble here. $36. I said this in the morning. Obviously, we didn't get there for a bounce play, but $36 is its all-time low. That could happen tomorrow.
36, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's only $2 away.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Like, Rivian might not be able to get there, but this is pretty much, yeah, like we have another bad day. You can retest that bottom. That's a trade. And it does good volume. 5 million shares volume today on CoreWeave. Oh, snap. What just happened on CoreWeave?
What? Maybe you're talking about it too much.
I don't know.
Nice move to the upside right there.
There's not that many. It's not a lot of shares they brought to market. There's a lot of insiders that like it. So, like, you can see the reasons why it starts to catch these bids. Because it just runs out of people with the opportunity to sell. And it can go squeezing a little bit here. Yeah, good move on CoreWeave. I don't know. I'm not chasing this move. Doesn't make any sense to me. Like,
The market might be back.
well, Nvidia's bouncing a little bit. CoreWeave, I guess, is just exponentially moving more than Nvidia. That's all.
I just put the stop in for Apple. I just want to update everybody. 193.70. We're short of 197.70 there. We're going to get out. I was going to get out if it breaks the 50-period moving average. So we just kept on following it down. So that's going to be my indicator there. For the TQs, we just took some more out in here. Like I said, now we had 12%. Now we have 10% left on this trade. I think a little bit less than 10%. It's a nice little move in the TQs there to the downside. And you guys asking TQ, SQ, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, just they're virtually the same.
They are basically
price at this point because of the market. So I just, like, if I go long, like right now I'm short Apple, so it's red in my account. And if I go long the SQQ, that would be equivalent of going short the TQQs. So I just stay short this one. And now the fact is, they're close to the same price. So, the big advantage before was for some of you the day traders out there that maybe aren't trading firm capital or whatever. You may have traded SQQ when it was down at like $10 or something like that. But now with them being more equal, like TQs was just $90, and I was still trading it then. So right now at $43, you got to adjust a little bit and figure out, what that ratio does look like. Yeah, chuck of all trades. I mean, let's look. So for me, we sort of brought this out already, the TQs, and we had zoomed it back out, right? So here's a 20-minute chart on e-signal, and I sort of, looked at it right here and said 44 could have been a spot, but right there, that bottom goes all the way back to the 10th of April, and that's basically where we are right now, 43.15s. Looks like that's the bottom. So, is that the bottom? No, but that would be I don't know where the bottom is, but just looking out, we always say instead of panicking, don't stress out, zoom out. So right into there, 43.15, 43.20 if you were looking for a cover. Now remember, we were short Boeing. Yes, we had all these trades on. We have to cover at the end of every single day. We actually covered yesterday Nvidia at the end of the day because we were short that name and it tanked. So, getting covers right at 4 o'clock, 4:05 is basically the latest that we could do. Neil and I are both trading equity right now on the floor. So it's not options. We don't need to cover those in the open market or anything. So if there is after hours trade, we could cover a little bit there, but it's encouraged that we are flat in and around 4 o'clock. So so I'm just going to try to let it bleed now. I don't have a stop for the TQs because we only have less than that 10% left. So I would say it's probably prudent for me I'm looking at it. That's why I keep looking over here. I'm looking at this and Apple. And then, if there's any move up, it could be prudent to put a stop order in and around here, that 50-period moving average, which is 44.21. So you could be in there. My e-signal hasn't frozen. The only thing it's telling me is IBIT over and over. Here, like on this alert, nothing right now is hitting VWAP. Nothing's hitting. It's just because it's trying to get to that VWAP. But it's IBIT, Boeing, IBIT, XOM, Mara, which you're out of now, Roblox. I don't even know what happened to your Mara. Was that
it's just trailed. No, it trailed. No. It broke the low of the day, but the second it broke the low of the day, he's come to my chart for a second. The second it broke the low of the day, I had a trail in for the trend. So this is 1, 2, break the low, breaks the trend line and close above it. Now, I'm not taking it long. Sometimes there are situations where that's a break of the trend and we go into the long trade. But as a rule, I'm going to get out of the short when that happens. I had the chat up because I was going to read. There was a question in there. Normal special, you're responding to what I was going to address. Someone in the chat was saying that Trump had said it was a good time to buy. He said that was, no, he did not say it again. That's previously before. No, in normal special, I don't think that person was spreading any lies. They're just saying that previously he had said it was a good time to buy. There's nothing new. Trump hasn't said anything today as far as I know. I just noticed now, I happen to be here. Big shout out to Vanessa. Welcome to Trader TV Live, new member here. So we appreciate you, Vanessa. You found the place where you can actually see the market moving in real time and what's happening not an hour later, but what's going on for real as we get breaking news, which Adair is doing a fantastic job bringing to you. Hasn't been much outside of Powell rocketing the markets to the downside. The Piper, I happen to see it and you're tagging us in here. I need help, took the short on NQ.
Boom.
Candles are $3 tall. How can I win while keeping a stop loss? 10 EMA is losing 40. The candles are that big. Like, you just have to, you work your trade based on how the stock is moving, right? So you look at what the relative range might be. And if you've got, I'll just use the example. for Mara. Like when we're doom and gloom, the biggest candles are about 10 cents. And that's when the market's absolutely tanking. So you kind of know that, for myself anyways, like I want to keep it underneath that 10-cent level, my entry point. And that's just, look, I'm just spitballing. You have to figure out your own trading strategy, whatever it might be. But you know, you want to tailor your outs to some degree to how much the stock is moving in a general sense, if that does help. But I mean, the market's going down, so I would suspect that you're not in any trouble. I wouldn't think.
Guys, look at this market right here. You are still, now we're 130, not handles. Like I said, the price has changed. Now we are now at $1.40 in the money on this downside play as we keep on going. Yeah, there you go. So some people in the chat there. Thanks, Ryan, for mentioning that. Yeah, everybody can do their own thing. It's Fibonacci. So there we go to the downside one more time as you continue to go southbound. So, all right, let's look at something else. Is there any other names you guys want us or want me to look at, us to look at? We'll do that. It is now 3:20. We can have a quick look to see. I'm going to call up my favorite research page of them all, Trader TV Live Research, and just have a quick little look to see what ADRs has been posting today on this page. So here we go, the Trader TV Research page. Definitely go check that out. I'm just actually refreshing because I was already on it. So let me see what most recent posts have been here. So yeah, 35 minutes ago, calendar for tomorrow. So let's have a quick look. I mean, if you're able to hold overnight, this is what you get tomorrow morning. So building permits, housing starts. So at 8:30, siren up, initial jobless claims. So the next shoe to drop here could possibly be jobs. So we're going to wait. Oh man, Philly Fed as well. This is, I want to hold on to their shorts just a little bit. And then you got the disaster that's coming. Look at ADRs, even puts the Eastern times in there. So TSMC there going tomorrow at 2 a.m. So wake up, set your alarms tomorrow, 2 a.m. For that one. UNH at 5:55 a.m. You can, definitely most traders, I think, would maybe be up at 6 o'clock, whether or not you're in the gym or you have kids or not. There it is, UNH 5:55 a.m. AXP tomorrow 7 a.m. So tomorrow it is time for those of you that are rise and shine. Lot of trading tomorrow, especially in the pre-market. If you do have ADR access, or you can even trade these markets, get entitled with eSignal, pre-market trading, Blue Ocean, anything like that. There's Netflix as well. And of course, when we talk about Taiwan Semi, go over there, 2 a.m. Netflix tomorrow night. Netflix is going to be cool to watch. I think it's going to be a big quarter. I would definitely favor the long, would not want to be short that name. And you watch, it's going to be down 20%. But Netflix does not move the market. I've seen it many times. Netflix goes down like 5-10%, you're thinking like it's disaster, and the market's just like, meh, meh. It's not a huge player. There's not that many other names that would be affected from Netflix, right? Like what, Warner Brothers, Paramount, yeah, but not even Disney, man. These guys aren't even making money streaming. Like something, Apple. I mean, it's like, what are you worried about? Disney and they're maybe 1% of their revenue. Don't quote me on that. Maybe it's probably higher than that, if anything, for streaming, let alone Apple, things like that. So I think that Netflix does that. And then even tomorrow, I don't know why I zoomed out on that. I just wanted to keep showing it to you. Schwab, and then there's Texas Instruments, so that'll be another one. And then Wolf. Not much on that. And yeah, so thanks to Dare. You definitely want to make sure that you check it out.
Is it Wolf Speed or?
No, WULF. So Wolf Speed.
Okay.
Yeah. TeraWolf. So that's that name there. Yeah, so thanks to Dare for all of that. And then tonight, of course, we have a few more names reporting, but nothing too huge like we did.
Kinder Morgan is probably the biggest name reporting tonight.
On energy spot, yeah.
Yeah, energy, yuck. Yeah, I always mix them up. It's so I guess it is TeraWolf. Well, at least that probably won't be boring, TeraWolf. That's not looking very good at all. It's only 325, so there's still one chance, or at least maybe a couple of shots that we can get a little bit of a pop when you're trying to bounce here. I do see, the crazy thing is that IBIT's signaling a re-entry into the short. Like it's like losing VWAP as we speak over there in IBIT. So I might just hop back in. My leading indicator, so trend out, but leading indicator is telling me to nibble right back in. And you've got 12.19, call it 12.20 as a local high in there. yeah, I might just jump back into this off that 1220, mostly because of what I'm seeing in IBET. Like IBET's working right back into the lows. So it makes sense to me to jump back in. I just want to make sure I have the early locator up. Nothing much. UiPath was a sell yesterday, wasn't it? A buy today. UiPath was an early look buy of 3 million. It's been a sell every single day except for today on UiPath. 2.5, 3 million sell yesterday. FNA, that's from the morning, and then Enbridge is dual listed, so I don't really care about that at 900,000. Just UiPath on the early look imbalances, everybody. So unless you're that interested in Path, I will always double check. Is it moving?
Here, I'll give you someone who's interested.
Well, she's not buying it today, and if she's doing so, if she's buying it, it's not helping the stock today. Like everything else, it's just straight to the downside. But a buy imbalance for the first time. But 5 or 6 days in a row, this has been a sell imbalance of about 2.5 million. Today, someone likes it, I guess. That just seems a little bit counterintuitive, but who knows?
So here's a question for you. If you see tomorrow Trump in the morning says something about buying the market,
just do it.
Are you going to? Like I'm saying in your personal account.
Personal account?
Yeah, like what would you do? Like have we learned from that last one, or do we think that
No, I wouldn't buy for my long term.
Right,
I would look, I think I've learned enough that I'd come in looking for longs trading because I think we learned that lesson. But in the long term, like if we're just retesting the lows days after, then what's the big deal? Like it's not like it lasted forever or anything. And we got a short-term rally. That's a tradable event if he says buy.
Right. Yeah, agreed.
Because I don't think I gave that enough respect when he said it the first time.
Oh, that's what I was asking. Like, does it create that huge move again, or are people like, okay, I see what's
fool me once, kind of.
Holy, this is now $5 in the money and going what looks to be a heck of a lot lower. Apple has no love these days, man. Apple just getting absolutely destroyed. We started the show flat, basically. I mean, we had this Apple trade on. That was from 130. I mean, we could have put more on. We feel like a moron not doing that. But there's that trade. And then just basically out of nowhere, we go boom on the TQs. And this trade was, again, I need like, Fabian, I need like a Spidey something there, because I don't know what was going on with me here, but we shorted that market, man. We were going long, we flipped it up, we went short, and then the rest is there for me as this just continues to bleed lower. Like, obviously, we wish that we had that magic 8-ball answer that could just predict what's going on in the market. But will tomorrow be a green day in the NASDAQ? Let me ask what this thing says.
I might wear red tomorrow.
Mr. Westermeyer, you may need to. Ash Perplexity. We're doing it live. I'm gonna. Well, what?
You have it up. I have ChatGPT.
Yeah, you know what?
You can't ask ChatGPT that. It refuses to answer.
Well, it doesn't answer the market questions.
I don't think so. It didn't used to. Let me try. Will the
Perplexity, my guy. Will the NASDAQ be down tomorrow? The NASDAQ will be open tomorrow, it says. It's not a holiday. However, whether the NASDAQ will be down or up tomorrow cannot be predicted with certainty, as it depends on market conditions and news, which are inherently volatile and uncertain.
Same thing with ChatGPT if you ask it. It doesn't say I won't answer, but it just tells you the same nonsense.
Yeah. So
flip a coin.
But the thing is, I can just ask myself, and the thing is that my answer is it don't matter, because we're coming here, we're giving our ideas, we're trading the ideas, we're letting them run. There's no better time to trade than right now. Like I was saying this last year, I was saying this at the end of last year, saying this at the beginning of this year as well. This has been one of the better times to trade. If you're a momentum trader, it's been absolutely fantastic. If you're news-based, it's been absolutely fantastic. If you're trading imbalances, it's been absolutely fantastic. If you're trading commodities, it's been absolutely, Neil, finish it, fantastic. And no matter what you
those metals have been ridiculous, and they're strong.
Yeah, not probably, man. I mean, it's been fantastic, right? I mean, if you're trading gold, it's been fantastic. The moves that it's had, amazing. Oil,
as long as you're short.
No, just trading in general, like longs or shorts. Like some of my best days have been that day that I had the best day ever in the show here for myself. Well, whatever, doesn't matter. Was long. You know, and it's just like some of those days, I think, anyways, some of those days, it's just a matter of what does the market give you?
Well, it's true because in 2008, a lot of the best days were long days. Some of that, I said before, some of that was a factor of, let's be real, they put a lot of short sell restrictions on in 2008. There was like, you couldn't short some banks on some days. Like you do a whole waft of stuff. You'd come in the morning and it's like, you can't short this, you can't short that, you can't short that. So you kind of didn't have a choice. You had to make your money long, but it didn't matter. The volatility is what is king. No, I was just saying that about commodities. I've never really looked at trading them. I did look at that MP today and then ended up not pulling the trigger on MP materials. It's still up 8%, but it's bleeding like everything else, man. Like sometimes they just sell it all. And this was one of those situations. MP, like if you were in this earlier, you were screaming and laughing just like you were in Bitcoin. And then Powell hit the podium and Powell took the markets down. Thankfully, it's still up 8% if you took this. And this is just like GDX. Yesterday when GDX gapped up, sometimes they take profit. There was some profit taking when this broke out its all-time. Well, maybe it's not an all-time high. It's a 52-week high. I don't know the stock well enough to say all-time high. I'm not pulling it back any further. But bounced off the 50 period and resuming the upward trend is the more important thing. So there's a moving market everywhere, and that usually means you can find longs and shorts. All right, I'm going to keep an eyeball on the locator here. There's a couple of things I'm looking for at the close. I'll tell you, I'll be in a few things for some closing auctions, and this one might be one of them. Just keeping an eye if I see it over 1 million shares or so. But yeah, you're expecting to close a couple of deals today, and some of them have a wide spread that I really like. But it is 3:30. I just showed you UiPath is the only thing showing you much of anything of an imbalance. Nvidia just double bottomed in here. We might be headed back up.
I just covered more.
Like if this breaks 101.50, every time I put in an order on Intel to go short again. All right, let's play it by ear. I'm watching Nvidia as Intel comes in to the prior low, 1890. I got the eyeballs on Nvidia. If Nvidia, well, I always have like the charts of what I'm watching above, and they're all my black charts. Like if Nvidia curls in here, I like the continuing downward trend on Intel, and we'll see if we can get back in around that 1890. So that's what my eyes are going to be on. I think there's maybe one more shot till you get the imbalances. Mara, I'm giving it to that local high, which is in a couple of cents. I see Bitcoin is stabilizing off of 14.7, so that's like 18.8, 83.8. So those are two things I'm watching, and pretty much that's it. There might be an imbalance trade, but that can wait for another 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
We have here also, I just want to say we put in our stops. So our stop is now in 193.30 for Apple. That's where the 50-period moving average is. If we break higher, we'll get out and take 470 on that trade. 450 on the trade. It's 470 right now. And then the futures, I just covered more. So we have less, we have like 2.5% left. So we just covered more right there. 50s, boom, got two outs. Just thought that maybe that, I mean, the bottom could be in. We thought the bottom was maybe in right there at $44. And then we zoomed out. Thank you for making me zoom out, whoever that was in the chat there, as you were asking about where's the bottom. We zoomed out. That's why we got more outs right there at 43. So those are that, and this is this. So now we're getting ready to get stopped out. My stop for the TQs was 44.40, but I'm going to cancel that right now and just do what we did on Apple as well. 43.90s stop. Oh, let's just go 44 flat. I don't think it's going to matter. I do want to give it a little bit more room. There it is, out of Apple. It's your face slapper for me today. Absolutely huge today on Apple. You know, it started off with a nice early take there and ended with an even better one on the short side. So there it is. End of the era there for me with Apple today. And now we'll just wait to see where we go from here and the rest of the market, where our stop is in here as well for the TQs. We almost got, that's why I give it just a little bit more room on all of these plays, you know, because again, we don't have, and you know, I wish we had a little more shares, obviously, but that's always the problem. If I had more shares, maybe I wouldn't be so like, oh, let's just give it another 20 cents because we just did break it. But I'm going to give it up to $44. I always like to look at a key level and then go a little bit higher on that. Now I have Occidental flashing on that scanner of mine. I don't even know why.
What is that scanner saying?
I have to figure it out, because sometimes when nothing's there, it will do that. So I think it's just this it could be this right here, the 5-minute on the 200 period moving average. But anyways, at the end of the day, Occidental moving around right now. It's up on the day, so that could be something. On our trade rate, because we just started talking about
That's
e-signal.
Nvidia.
Yeah, there it is, Jive.
No,
that's going to be nothing. That's just going to be a volume.
That's a Jive
probably.
turkey.
That's a Jive turkey. Yeah, Tesla, Soxal, Spiders. Ooh, a name that we didn't look at too much today, Amazon. Let's have a quick look to see what that's doing. Okay. I saw, I was talking with Marissa today. What did we order? It was $150 something worth in the morning. I was like, what? What are we buying on Amazon for $150? Because normally we just buy staple goods on there, but I can't remember what it was. Palantir could be a nice little bid at some. It's down right now. Oh boy, where's Joe's not here right now, but I wanted to ask him about Robinhood because that was another name that he's been in as well, and I like Robinhood down here. Amazon down 4% as well. We just heard that in our ear.
I'm punching out of Intel. Just very quickly, Nvidia broke 102, the prior resistance, so I was in Intel in front of the 1890. I didn't even let it hit my stop. I'm just punching out. I don't want to give back. Gave up about 7% of what we were up on Intel. But even without it breaking that, this is what I was looking at and staring down. And Nvidia was trying to curl. It breaks out. We punch out. Try to keep it simple. And I don't think, unless there's something on the imbalances, I don't know, what else I'll do. Tell everybody I am taking this. As you saw that 800,000 imbalance, I'm working into that thing. Well, I guess I didn't get a fill up there, but I'm into this. And you probably won't see too much activity. If it comes out millions, then I'll probably just be building into one imbalance trade, maybe two. But that was a pretty solid bouncer on Nvidia. It's enough to want me to get out and play for some kind of imbalance trade. It was huge volume. That's the other thing. That's like double barrel, big green candles. Not the biggest candles of the day, but a couple of big candles there, which you got to have a good charting platform to make sure you see those.
All right, this time we'll do the read. Traders, listen up. Your first month. And look, no more important time. So, okay, I'm not doing the read. I'm just going off cuff again. No more important time to get e-signal than right now, as we have tons of earnings, many different markets. Make sure you do get entitled immediately to whatever markets you want, because e-signal has that data for you. Readily available. E-signal, the best spot for you to go for your needs. Again, we talked about Taiwan Semi coming tomorrow in the AM. Get it off e-signal. We are waiving that first month free. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite charting experience. Capitalize on this platform. It has everything. Infinite data, instant trading. It has those hot lists that we just talked about. Back testing, game changing. If you don't have reliable charts, take a look at e-signal. If you don't trust yours, some people worry about the lines, this and that. This is an all-in-one platform. We've talked about this with Joe, looking at the options change. He stamped that. Execute your best trades. I do hear Adara in my ear, either singing or humming. So great job there. As we go, no worries. That's nice.
Kind of delightful.
It's nice to hear that.
It's delightful.
I was humming something. So thank you. Do that one. I don't know where she went. Maybe she's just running around here. Adara and Neil, get ready
prepping for the aftermarket.
Yeah, exactly. Getting ready for the aftermarket show again. Not, it's not the earnings bonanza that starts really next week, where it is going to be the #1 spot.
Put up or shut up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Put up or shut up week now. Well. Again, I wish this market was more earnings based. I'm not sure it's going to be. I think it's obviously important that we follow earnings, and you don't want to.
It's true.
It's just like ASML, right? We were all cruising. Everybody was pretty happy with how far it was down today. And then I magically said, if you rewind the clock to 8:30 or whatever we talked about it, I said, I think ASML will be down 8%. It was down 8% at its lows. I randomly picked that number because it was 4% when we came in. And I said, that doesn't sound like it's low enough. And then unfortunately, ASML, more pain in that trade today. And, what were their earnings that bad? They missed both sides of it, but with
the bookings number was.
Yeah, with the guide is the problem. And I can't really see many of these companies having great guides. So,
but look at UAL.
Yeah, what is UAL doing?
Oh, never
probably
mind.
got killed, my guess.
It was, okay, never. Look, I hadn't pulled it up since the morning, so.
Yeah, good point, Neil. Look at UAL, says Neil.
When I did this with GDX and gold, it ended up working out brilliantly because what I was sort of getting at ended up being true. UAL doesn't hold. No, but the point is, It was more about the guidance.
Yeah.
They just decided to give you two guidances and say, which one do you like? They gave you a recession scenario, and they gave you a if things are normal scenario, and said, we toss our hands up. This is what we think if things just get better, and this is what we think if the worst happens, which is not bad. I think that's pretty reasonable on their part.
I just want to give a heads up, and because we're in a new position, that's what just hit there. It's JP Morgan. So there it is, man. I knew there was something I wanted to look at. We traded this yesterday. We're long at 228 quarters. It literally just popped in 30 seconds ago when I hit that announcement. We get something out there at 40. We take 15 cents. I know it's small. There we go. We take 56 cents. Let's go, man. Sean, you only trade tech names, really? Here goes JP Morgan right now, climbing up the ladder of profitability here today as JP Morgan. Oh boy, this is another one. Can we get it one more time? What's up, DJ? He's in the building right now.
Another one.
We'll see if we can get
another one.
I don't know. JP Morgan, there's the dip buy right there. And I just I was here before this wick. We were trying to buy it into this. So there it goes, man. A nice little long here for JPM. We did buy it. It is moving. It's starting to go downside or upside on JP Morgan. I just looked at it and I was like, let me find something. I should have. Oh, yes, sir. This happened to me yesterday. So all of a sudden right there, now goes JP Morgan. So Jamie A. Company, thank you so much for this. But I don't know, he has nothing to do with this move. But there it goes. It's 55 cents right there again. Yeah, you were right there. What's up, Mr. Easy Street? This is what it is. It is a bang-bang situation. So bang, bang, says Mick Foley. Bang, bang. Already right there. It's a 75-cent banger. So we talk about this, right? Found the stock. There it is, man. We go 3 for 3 today. We have this name in our pocket. It's JP Morgan. It's 75-cent winner, and it is a minute and a half right there. So there we go again. You know, we talk about trading. We talk about all this kind of stuff, and there's one for you right now as well. JP Morgan, there we go. We'll get out a little bit there at 85. So now we have 35% left. So we got it at 2/3 on this move up, because if we're going to get that price and it's going to go down to the 50-period moving average, why do we have it there, right? There's the next top right there as well. So all is good, man. We do get stuffed out of our TQ's position for just a ho-hum trade right there. TQ's nicely cooked to the downside out of that one, out of our Apple and into the banks. Can we get $1 on that one? $9 total on Apple. I don't know what that was on the Qs, 2 or 3 right there. And then now we're back into JP Morgan, not back into it for the first time. Let's see if we can make a little happy time ending here. That didn't sound good. Happy ending still doesn't sound good. Can we have a good ending to today's trade? It looks like JP Morgan is giving us that opportunity.
I thought that was okay. It depends on where your mind goes with that. So great trade over there. As I said, I'm just going to be in this ML that you can see here.
Oh,
so I'm sitting in it. It's as long as it comes out a sell, it's almost 1 million shares. It's a pretty thinly traded stock. It's done less than that. When you look at the imbalance, it matters how much liquidity is available to offset any kind of an imbalance. So it's not huge, 800,000 shares, but it's only done 500,000 shares on the day. So that's what I like about it. UiPath is still the only thing looking remotely interesting in terms of an actual large number. But that's nothing. It's like 3 million shares to the buy side, and UiPath is, really, it was just tanking all day with the rest of the market. There's an offer on, Nvidia, 180,000, is that right? 180, where'd you go? There you are. 150, they're about to hit this.
SSR, is it SSR?
Yes.
See, there you go, that's why.
So what I was gonna get at is, when it's going to the downside, people can't hit the bid. So they were just chasing it down because you can't hit the bid to go short, so you have to get on the offer. I'm going to sneeze in a second. You have to get on the offer, and they were chasing it down, but they just filled it in one shot. So you'll see large offers when it's SSR, chase it down until they get an uptick, and then it'll get filled in a single shot. If you catch it early enough, which I only saw it when they were filling it, so I'm not punching short as they're filling that order. If you can try to get like midpoints and dark pools while they're chasing it, it is possible. And then you can get in front of an order like that. Sometimes you can pick up a fill. I just heard we might go to ADRs. So I'm just waiting for the imbalances here. Bart Simpson, imbalances are absolutely available on eSignal. You can't look at them. Everything's entitlement based on eSignal. So I'm sure you have to actually go get the entitlement. And it's as long as you have level 2, then you should be have the ability to get entitlements for the imbalance locator. We have it here at Real Trading for free, just piped into our system. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
Keep an eye here on BULL. This is the second afternoon in a row that Charles Gasparino, frequent Fox business contributor, has posted on X about certain senators trying to get Webull here, I guess, delisted and put some pressure there on the SEC. Today, it's Senator Tuberville, again, as reported by Charles Gasparino on X, basically saying once again that Webull's ties to China, which have to do with the company that essentially runs it, should be investigated because they have national security implications. Also, I guess Tuberville calling on SEC to, quote, aggressively review the matter. The CEO has denied the allegations, and apparently we have Charles Gasparino speaking more about this right now on Fox Business. So it is worth noting a little bit of bias here, of course, in that Charles Gasparino is reporting on this story pretty actively. And it mostly just seems to be different takes by senators. But regardless, SEC apparently could be pressed to look into Webull if these senators continue. Back to you.
Man, what's the beef with Bull, you know? JP Morgan, we just took some more out there at 229. We'll see if we can get going even further. I am waiting at 229.23 to give you that entry into the heralded club. So we'll see if we can get that dollar. We are waiting for those imbalances to come out, and if they do, they do. But there it is. You can see it right there on the chart. This is only my third symbol of the day. We traded Apple short, we traded the NASDAQ short, and now we trade JP Morgan long. So I posted that all up there on Twitter. You guys can go have a quick little look there as well. But yeah, Webull, okay, there's a nice little move down. So I got out of more. I just got out of something else there at 229. So we are now into about a third left of JP. So hopefully, actually a little bit less than that. Let's call it 30% or so. Yeah, okay, so there's the move. Not much happening right there as well. HTZ, I heard Hertz was doing something today as well. So we can have a quick look on that.
It was Bill Ackman.
Yeah, so just now, huge move up on Hertz just now. So there it goes right here. Good move up there, if there is anything. I mean, Adara's been talking
this
about...
This morning it was Ackman increased his stake. That was this morning, man. I don't know what's moving it here. That's insane.
Hertz,
there's got to be something new.
I'm just checking out. I don't
see anything
open or anything like that.
I have TweetDeck open. I don't see anything.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a Benzinga. This is what I have. We have something about Pinterest here. Other than that, yeah, just there's the Charles Gasparino. Adara's already the best. Like, I don't even need to do anything. That's why I don't even look anymore at news. I just sort of sit there, wait until Adara finds something, which she already did. So there you go. I'll worry about the trading, as you guys can see, and we'll leave the news reporting there to Adara. If I do hear something in my ear, obviously I will repeat it and try to figure out what I think it means for the stock. But for right now, do you want to go over there? Yep, okay, no problem. Adara is looking more into that for us.
We can see that you have the price action up, though.
Yeah, the price action right here. It looks like, again, up 30%. You do have some size trying to follow this around right now on Hertz. So you could see the size is more on the ask than on the bid. So traders trying to get out, but it's getting eaten up, man. 40 million shares. All just a quick little level 1 action or level 2 action here. These are all 100 shares. So it's not, you have to see a real big number for it to influence a stock, because you have done 41 million shares on the stock today. So that's just 20,000. Like, if you're trading options or anything like that, to get 20,000, there it goes. I was gonna say worth of shares. I'm not even sure what that would look like here on this name, but there it goes. Nice upside move anyways at the end of the day here on Hertz. We'll see if there's any sort of size. We can scroll down. We don't have all the levels here, but we can scroll around and figure out where they are. But right now, Hertz getting back up to $5. It hurts so bad it's good today if you're long. So there goes Hertz. Nice move higher into the close.
Must be nice.
We've sort of zoomed
Say you're buying it and then get 30%.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday with somebody as well on whatever that was. Yes. Oh, it wasn't MPP. That's there was a stock yesterday that someone was buying. The stock was in a world of hurt, but anyways, whatever it is. But that's the activism world, right? I mean, they buy stocks that are down. They try to get a board seat. They try to figure it all out. And at the end of the day, it's allowed. And, so just try to follow the money around. It's kind of like, that's why I asked you about Trump. It's like,
hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, if he tweets again or truths again about, wow, this market's getting a little bit too far to the downside, if it pops another 10%, then I don't know what to do. But there it is, man. It hurts now.
Another high now.
Popping. Pershing Square was just earlier today on that. So. Yep. Okay. So only 30 seconds to go until the imbalances, and at that point, we'll go over those, and then we'll grab Adara for that story. So far so good here on that. This is what it looks like right now on those imbalances as we wait to see. Why did honey just pop up on my computer? I don't know. I'll have to say.
Honey?
Yeah, the ad thing.
For PayPal? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, doesn't Honey is owned by PayPal? There we go. Just a couple seconds left.
Oh, here we go.
Until the imbalances.
Nvidia's $8 million to the buy side.
Ooh, yeah.
That's the first thing I saw. Obviously, that's big. Okay, so Apple, 1.2 million, AMD, 1.6 million, Tesla, 1.1 million, Amazon, 1 million, but Nvidia at 8 million. Yeah, I'd say that one takes the cake. Shoot, I was still on Hertz. Nvidia, it's obviously moving on, screaming on that. This might be a chance for that flip trade. So eyeballs at 355 or just before 355 with an imbalance this big at 8 million, you might see a bit of a flip event in the next 4 minutes. I mean the imbalancing getting paired off or going into a sell in a general sense because you're getting some resistance in here, obviously at VWAP or maybe 105. Let's go to Adara.
Here's Pinterest. It looks identical to the market here. So I looked into this story. The headline basically was from the information saying, quote, Pinterest went on acquisition hunt to fulfill ad dreams. The information a lot of the times will just kind of have these articles that summarize some things that a company's done as of late. As far as I could tell, it's pretty similar. It doesn't sound like any new acquisitions were necessarily announced or hinted at through this article, but it's from a paywall. From what I could find from the research I did into this on X and on my own, it does not sound like there's anything super new or earth-shattering revealed here in this article. Again, it just looks like the information getting a little bit more in depth into Pinterest acquisitions as of late. Now, let's take a look at HTZ Hertz. So Bill Ackman's Pershing Squares apparently has a 19.8% stake in Hertz. That makes them the second largest shareholder, and apparently their stake is a combination of shares and swaps. It's also worth noting, this is pretty interesting too, they actually received confidential treatment provision from the SEC, which allowed them to delay their filing. So Hertz, as you can see here, nicely to the upside pre-market. No news that I could find at the time, but yet now HTZ popping here as Bill Ackman's Pershing Square, second largest owner of the stock, 19.8% stake through both shares and swaps. So HTZ and watch, this is something definitely I want to look more into myself with regards to how this deal went through, but great look for Hertz as we head into the end of the day.
Well, you're not hurting if you bought that one. That's a low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, that's pretty low, but that's a good one there. Well, props it up for anybody that you're not hurting if you've been trading today, especially with some of these calls. We just got JP Morgan now at $1.40. Sorry, $1.15 right now. Looking to get that $1.40 to the upside rate underneath VWAP. Sorry, the 200-period moving average. But there goes JP Morgan. We bought the lows. And boom goes the dynamite. Now $1.25 in the money as someone sitting here trying to get something out in and around 50. Not a bad idea. Let me put something at 55. We'll see if we get that fill. Maybe we can even just cross down, take a fill. There we go. So we cross down, we take a fill there as well, as it looked like it just stopped there at 50. So you know what? Let's just put $1.25 in our pocket. We just tried to punch out. Now we're starting to get going. Let's just punch out. We just cross into that there. There it is. Good day. All right, so a good day here today for us as there goes JP Morgan. Traded in, out, boom. We tweeted that out as well, so there you go. What's up, Eduardo? Time again, a great level on Tesla. 234.50 says Eduardo on Tesla. What's up, Eduardo? Hope you're doing well. 234.50. Okay, wow, yeah, there it goes. One more time. Thanks, Eduardo, for that. It does look like it has a good look on it. We'll zoom back out tomorrow on that level, so I'm going to write that down, 234.50. We'll find out what that means. But I want to look at Nvidia here because there's the move back for my guy Joe. Nice move back upside there for Nvidia. It's still climbing into VWAP right now. I'd say short, but not against that imbalance. So, all right, Adara's got news. Let's go over.
Here is HTZ. I want to clarify this headline a little bit. So as I said earlier this morning, we had a lot of volume on this. There wasn't necessarily a story. So it looks like right before 8 a.m., it was initially reported through a 13F filing, or at least it was circulated here, that Bill Ackman's Pershing Square management did report a stake in the company. So here's the thing. It looks like through shares, they own roughly 4.1% of the company, as reported by Wall Street Journal. But they also have swaps. So through that aspect of their stake, apparently collectively, they have a 19.8% stake in the company. I just wanted to clarify that because there is a lot to do with this story. Again, this was reported actually pre-market, but just popped now due to the, I guess, the extent of the stake, 19.8% through shares and swaps. The other interesting thing, as mentioned earlier, too, is the fact that the SEC allowed them to report this later. So they delayed their filing of this 13F, showing their pretty significant stake in Hertz, which collectively makes it the second largest shareholder in Hertz. But before I send you back to the guys for the end of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. First, it was commission-free trading. Robinhood made that happen. But the next shift is even bigger. Limited risk trading. And Trade the Pool is rewriting the stock trading rules. Your only risk is a flat one-time fee, as low as $47. How is that possible? Well, you're trading the company's capital. No deposits are needed, no personal capital at stake. This is about breaking barriers, not your savings account. Just real opportunity without any fear. So scan that QR code to get 10% off and join tradethepool.com. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And you might have just heard Sean said he was about to short Nvidia. Nvidia pared down to 1 million to buy, from 8 million to buy to 1 million to buy, and it goes right into VWAP here. Just come to the chart for a quick second. It goes right into VWAP. There was a pullback, trust me. Like it did when it paired off. It had wicked VWAP and then come back in. I said I would take this one and let you guys know, but it did come out. The one I was looking for came out to sell, but there was no opportunity to accumulate a position. I just had what I already had at the 30. So I bid some out. I'm just going to throw it into the auction and let this one go. We do have Kinder Morgan after the market tonight. KMI, it hasn't been good, but you never know. It has a crazy wick bottom. We do expect some volatility, obviously, in this kind of a market here. So any earnings name can be a parabolic runner for sure. But the big story today, thankfully, we're not closing at the lows. At least it seems like we're not closing on the lows. The big story today obviously had everything to do with Nvidia, had to do with the charge that they're taking, the 5 potentially having to pay. I mean, ultimately, we'll see how it plays out. You could get a news story tomorrow that we've cracked a deal with China and everything is honky-dory, and all of a sudden NVIDIA doesn't have to worry about the $5.5 billion, and then we're probably at $120. That'd be great, but that's not the world we live in today. We live in a 7% down on NVIDIA day and a 3% down in the NASDAQ day. So all you can do is try to go short. It was great being short over there. I got to get to the desk. You have a great shorts all day long. Good luck into the close, everybody. The market doesn't want to close on the low.
True.
But it's kind of a dead cat bounce today, everybody. We'll cover that and more. And give us some questions. If there's something we're not covering during the day, I want to hear about it.
Right.
Talk more about this sector or that sector. I know we dismiss energy oftentimes and don't look at that.
Well, you can deal with this or you can deal with that.
You can deal with this
or you can deal with that.
Don't make me do engine number 9 up in here.
I almost made you.
I'll be here to the close.
Okay,
If my train-
yeah, good. Get over there, my guy. All right, so I just want to show you guys, we did have that JP Morgan long. We stopped out. We didn't stop out of it. We punched out. It's too bad because we go all the way up to $230 right there on JP Morgan from our long at 228 quarters. So that's an absolute monster there at the end of the day for JP Morgan. And I like trading that name, especially when it gets to like extreme levels. We'll try to look at that tomorrow. Good long there at the end of the day. Let's just review. This is why you got to stop out when levels are broken, right? There's your 50-period moving average. Boom. Nice out there on Apple at 193.30s, right? Now it's 194.40. It does make sense to hold things into the close sometimes, but not for me, as there you go all the way to the downside there as well, and then all the way back up. Look at the TQs, man, getting out at 44. Now we're at 45.30. The NASDAQ was down 4 and change. Not anymore right now. As you can see, it's a nice battle back here for the name and for the stock. TQs, of course, that being the NASDAQ. So just with a couple more minutes to go, 3:58, we want to give a big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much for being here with us every single day. Everybody that's been in the chat supporting us, midday show, this PM show, AM. We're back every single day live at 8:30, so join us then. We'll break down all of the potential trades. We'll talk about trades we like. We'll talk about trades we don't like. We'll talk about the earnings plays. We'll talk about ASML. Everything that reports, we'll talk about that tomorrow morning. So yeah, good day so far with only less than now 1 minute to go. Let's see where Tesla ends the day today. Wow, nice battle for Tesla. You were 100% right in the chat there about 234. That looks like it's a good level there. 234 for Tesla. So, yeah, let's just, keep the good vibes going. Adara's going to be ringing the bell, and then join us after hours tonight for the recap show where it's earnings time. We mentioned that there's not going to be huge amounts of earnings plays today, but there'll still be a few. So join Adara and Neil here tonight as they look to make those, that information for you. So, all right. There it is. Less than 8 seconds left. All right, Adara, let's ring that bell. 3, 2. There it is. Thank you. That closing bell, as per usual, is brought to you by the Work Sport, which is WKSP there on the NASDAQ. Go check out Work Sport. Thank you so much to everybody for joining us one more time here today. Bears vs. Bulls, Ramin, Fabian, Brendan, Sharif, Joe, the whole crew, man. We're here every day. How we keep the energy levels up? Probably caffeine, but I love being here. We're going to be back tomorrow. Let's give it over to the recap show if they're ready. It looks like they are ready. So, yes, they're ready. Thanks, and we'll see you tomorrow. Until then.
Thank you very much, Sean. And wow, what a day it was. It hurt if you were long today. It hurt if you were buying the dips. It hurt if you went long when Powell was taking the podium there, but I guess it didn't hurt if you were long Hertz. So that's my segue. Welcome to the Profit X recap show, everybody. Look, it's a sea of red. I get it. No one's going to be happy with a day like today. I mean, look at Hertz up 57% there. That's crazy, but it's a sea of red. Unless you're looking at, hey, energy not bad, gold to the upside, volatility to the upside, but the NASDAQ taking it on the proverbial chin today, down 3 points, and it all started, this whole topsy-turvy day, Adara, started out with NVDA and their $5.5 billion potential charge that they would possibly incur in Q1, their Q1 for 2026. That took them down 7%. You had ASML reporting this morning. It was all about their guide. It wasn't great. It was a miss. And unfortunately for ASML, that dragged the rest of the chips down as well. So it was a lot of pressure. Whether you're looking at AMD down 7.5%, we already showed you Nvidia down 7 points. Broadcom, actually not that bad for Broadcom, only down 2%, but I mean everything to the downside. And it's just across every single sector. The Chinese names bled a little bit here today, down 2 points over there on FXI. And when you look at that, I like the weekly look on there. It's too bad I'm not bullish on China because that would be a buy down there. But I'm not, so I'm not taking it. I can tell you that much. You got to be patient when it comes to all of these plays. The only earnings name we have, Adara, is, well, the big name, I suppose, would be Kinder Morgan. But there's someone else. Alcoa also reports. And I was telling Adara, I remember back in the day when Alcoa meant it was the start of earnings season. But we've already had the banks. We're going to get Netflix later this week. We got Kinder Morgan. We have a lot to unpack for the day that we just saw. And anybody, if you have any questions, if there's a sector that we're not doing a good enough job of covering, or maybe something's moving and we're not always getting to it here. I know we talk a lot about the futures and Bitcoin. We talk about the crypto, small cappers that are going, all the big cap tech gets covered. We try to talk a little energy for you guys, even though it's not really heavily traded here. But if there's something out there, then let us know. But a heavy red day here, Adara. That hurts at the end of the day is just wild because it was old news from the morning and an interesting way to pump it up in the afternoon. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about that in a second, but first I want to talk about the amazing moment where this man, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, quoted this man, fictional character Ferris Bueller, as played by Matthew Broderick. So you might be like, Adara, what are you talking about? What does that mean? Well, during his prepared remarks today for the Economic Club of Chicago, Fed Chair Powell, I guess, and this is how he worded it as well. He wanted to quote a Chicagoan, so he quoted a fictional one by the name there of Ferris Bueller, and he said, life can move pretty fast. With that in mind, Fed Chair Powell said, we have to make sure we're slowing down and we have clarity on everything before we move rates too quickly. So did you ever think you'd get Fed Chair Powell quoting Ferris Bueller? I certainly did not, but hey, I guess it was not Jerome Powell's day off today. And it certainly was maybe a day off for the Bulls, Ferris Buller's day off, because the Bears really took over. So the Bulls did get a little bit of juice back at the end of the day. Let's talk about Hertz now, though. So I made this joke in the chat. I honestly, like, if you're Bill Ackman right now, your favorite songs are probably Everybody Hurts and Uber Everywhere. Because, I mean, come on, those are two recent buys of his. But so HTZ, here's the deal with HTZ. Initially here, we have that 13F filing, which, again, really delayed, but we'll get to that in a minute because that's also part of this very twisty story. So HTZ here, through a 13F filing, we see that Bill Ackman, our pal there, has announced with his Pershing Square, they have a stake in the company. It's about a 4.1% stake, I believe. That's fine. We get a little bit of a pop. And it's weird, too, Neil. I want to mention this as well. I saw hers moving pre-market. I looked and I couldn't find any catalyst for it. But that's because that was about an hour before we got the story. So there were other, I think people knew.
Oh, of course.
Ahead of time, because there was tons of volume in this that was unexplained prior to that announcement. I just want to put that out there. And I did look into this. But
I can 100% concur with that because I know I was here at the same time. And by the time we knew what had happened, it was already, busting out another 20% to the upside.
It was already one of the volume leaders before we knew what would happen. And I think that's the big thing I really want to emphasize with HTZ. So then, we get this move into the close. That's because on CNBC, we actually hear, with his swaps, in addition to his shares, now Bill Ackman and Pershing, they actually have a 19.8% stake in the company combined. So again, 4% equity, 19.8% total. That makes Pershing the second largest holder of Hertz. We get that pushed to the upside. Also, they got a fun little exemption that allowed them to have a delay with their 13F filing from the SEC, and that's why we got this so late. So that's, I guess, a couple pieces of the story here for HTZ. But yeah, I mean, honestly, Neil, my favorite catalyst from the day will still be Jerome quoting Ferris Bueller, because I'm sorry, if anyone had that in their bingo card for 2025, you are either a soothsayer or you are lying. Also, Kinder Morgan earnings just came out.
Yep.
Adjusted earnings per share here, 34 cents, slightly missing estimates of 35. Sales, 4.24 billion, well beating estimates here of 4.08 billion. So again, sales beat, EPS miss for KMI, and thank you all for, sitting through my Hertz / Jerome Powell rant right now.
No, well, you can kind of tell with Mr. Powell, you're at the tail end, you just don't care. Like, he's got that, whatever, I'm going to be on the way out, I'm going to have a little bit of fun doing it, so good on him. The market did not like what was, the market did not like what was going on with what he was saying at all. But in terms of Kinder Morgan, it's been under pressure here, unfortunately. The pipeline company, nat gas, anytime you have concerns of recession, it's just not going to be good for demand for energy. So while some nat gas names had been doing a little bit better, let me just go to the daily chart here. It had been doing much, much better recently. You've broken back down, and you're actually threatening here on KMI on these earnings to lose that 50 period, which you just got back there yesterday. You just got back to the 50 period on the daily, and it looks like we're heading underneath. Not a lot of price action. You were already at the low of the day, so it was already down a couple of points. The expected move, you have to remember this, KMI is not going to be like some 20% mover. The expected move was only 4%. And the previous move was 1%, and you came into this down almost 2 points. So, yeah, it's not looking that great, but I don't think it's going to be that kind of crazy doom and gloom for KMI. All I want to say, just to go back to Hertz, obviously this is moving around a lot. It's actually holding near $6 in the aftermarket here. It's a 39% short flow. I saw someone in the chat say, short all of Bill's buys, Bill Ackman. Let's just throw out there. There's a couple of things you got to be at least a little bit concerned with if you're trying to short this. As I said, 39% short float. And on the daily chart, this is it's not nothing, but it just made back in here at the beginning of the year, made a golden cross. So you got a flattening out of the 200 period, a flattening out of the 50, consolidating off both and breaking out technically. And then it broke out the local high here just now at 530. I think the dip buyers are looking at the $5 level, maybe even the 460 level, and looking for continuation. But it might just be you already got that consolidation and accumulation going in. So it's squeezing right now. And I get it, these types of things can fall back in, but that's dangerous. There's a lot of shorts that are caught off guard here. You can say whatever you want about the ability to get the extension on the 13F and the manner in which it pumped this afternoon and how and why. A couple of mentions here and there. It's like, hey, we're not getting enough press. Let me in here to give you some update about the swaps that I got and see this thing squeeze. You can say whatever you want about all that. But at the end of the day, price action is price action, and it's squeezing. So if you're looking to short it, you better have a good plan of action. It's now 70% up, just cracked $6.40. It is still going higher and higher and higher over there on Hertz. But we promised we'd talk about some other things here. Farm Trader, I'm not hating on Bill Ackman. It's like, don't hate the player, hate the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I hate his tweets. I'll be really honest about that.
You hate it? You do hate him?
Oh, no, I don't like his tweets. I dislike how long his tweets are. When you're trying to give news, same with some of Trump's longer Truth Socials. When you're trying to give news, it's a little bit hard to work through a Bill Ackman tweet. And if you guys have never seen a Bill Ackman tweet, just go and look at them, because a lot of the ones that he posts that move the market, they tend to be like this long. And here's the thing too, like people will be like, oh, what did he say? And you're trying to read through it, but you're also, you know what I mean? You don't want to go to AI because you want to make sure you can summarize it yourself. But long story short, when he announced his Uber purchase on February 7th, 2025, which I just looked at, and actually if you shorted that, you would be exactly flat because it's basically exactly where it was the day that he announced. But regardless, I remember there was a whole portion in that announcement that he's gotten into Uber where he's like, oh, well, my friend Edward Norton, famous Academy Award nominated actor, showed me Uber and I didn't believe, there's a lot of name dropping, there's a lot of fanciful language, and no issue with him individually. I'm just saying his X post could do with a really, really good editor. That's my take. Edward Norton, get him to get you in contact with one of his Hollywood buddies. I don't know. One of a writer friend.
Oh, I'm sure he's got all the connections out there.
But then why is he getting an editor deal?
So, you know what, though? At least he's being him. He's doing his thing for sure. Some people are saying it wasn't an Ackman thing. They don't like the manipulation. I get that. No one out there is going to be in love with the fact that, some people have the ability to simply buy something. Hey, it's not getting enough press. Let's just get on camera and be able to pump it to the upside. That's the game. I can't pretend that I'm going to like it either. Norman Special, we said talk about some things that we maybe don't cover, and Norman Special says silver had a great day. We've been talking some silver. I told you gold was going to drag them up eventually. It's like they're just pulling it up by the bootstraps, right? So GLD up 3%, 3.25 today on GLD, breaking out some new highs. We'll get to GDX and why I think you saw some selling in GDX today. But silver, SLV, broke the 50 period on the daily, everybody. When you come out, we knew it was coming in here and giving us that breakout. It is now in the midst of that break to the fresh 52-week high for SLV. But we do have Alcoa out. Slight move up and then a pullback here at Darius. So Alcoa did get a couple of points, actually almost 3% to the upside. Pulling back a little bit here. They were the second earnings name that we had. First KMI, downside, but not a huge move. Alcoa up 4% now after hours.
Yeah, thank you guys for the kind words, and I appreciate Darwin's Edward Norton reference there. Don't talk about Fight Club. Here is the Alcoa situation. So, I accidentally put AAA. So AA, not any anonymous organization, just Alcoa. They did report here Q1 adjusted earnings per share of $2.15, well above estimates of $1.70. Sales, though, bit of a miss. $3.37 billion versus estimates of $3.53 billion. So much like Kinder Morgan, we have where they beat on one metric and they miss on the other. However, KMI barely missed EPS estimates. This is a little bit more significant of a sales miss here for AA, and I'm just going to make sure I remember that correctly. Also, with KMI, the other thing I want to remind, yes, I was correct, so KMI just missed EPS. So it's interesting, they missed their EPS for Q1 by 1 cent. Their guidance for fiscal 2025 for EPS also misses by 1 cent. They're guiding $1.27. Analysts were looking for 1.28. So yeah, KMI missing it by that much, to quote Get Smart. Great classic show there. And yeah, Alcoa missing it by a little bit more, but nice EPS beat for AA.
Yeah, mixed bag there for Alcoa being up that 3 1/3, but I feel like you'll want it to be all good. It's a good sign for them that you get a mixed bag and you're still to the upside. And I'm not trying to be a hater, I'm just kind of pointing it out here. Sometimes even a mix can be positive because you've already gone down to the lows. So you've already you broke a prior low, the 2023 December low got taken out, and you're consolidating right back above it. So maybe it's just run out of some sellers in here. This would be like a key 24 hold in the next couple of days, and maybe you've got a little bit of something for Alcoa. Here we go. Ben fishing. Got to get some fishing. Oh, we're into the spring. Everyone's got to be thinking about that. Prediction. Thank you for the super chat, Ben. We appreciate you. The NQ appears slightly more likely to close higher than it opens tomorrow, provided the economic data comes in favorably. Well, this is from Grok. Grok is giving predictions. We were trying to ask, Sean was trying to ask what the NQ was going to do tomorrow, and he asked Perplexity, I asked ChatGPT, and we couldn't get an answer out of it. If Grok is doing, that's a heck of a lot of fun. So maybe next time we're doing that, we'll just ask Grok. But yeah, probably don't make any buying and selling decisions based on whatever Grok says. If it works for you, great. But I wouldn't necessarily be thinking that. I know for myself tomorrow, remember it's a long weekend. So tomorrow is the final trading day of the week. Long weekend coming up in here. Trepidation a little bit today. You might get a bit of a relief rally. We've seen it happen before. My first thought is going to be if I find resistance to continue looking at shorts, especially the things that worked out really well. Like I still feel pretty bearish about China. They got good economic data and just trended down all day. So I think that works. We'll go back looking at some Alibaba. The chips were under a tremendous amount of pressure. Try to keep it relatively simple. Anything can change tomorrow morning. We can get data. We can get news overnight. Obviously, any tariff headline is going to be able to move us. There's no question about that. Harshil asking about what do I think about Netflix? I love me some Netflix. So it was a while back, but I was always trying to trim the amount of stocks I own in my long term, and I owned Disney for a long time, and I just ended up saying to myself, why is it that I'm not a huge fan of travel names and I don't invest in them, and I like Netflix more than Disney is an investment for streaming, so why do I even own Disney then? So I sold all my Disney and put it and added to my Netflix position, and it ends up working out well. Now the caveat here would be, I think they're gonna have good numbers. I think relatively speaking, nobody's, I hate the term recession proof, right? Like it's consumer spending, but I feel like it's the last cable that gets cut. I love what they're doing with the ad space. So many people like myself don't even care about what they pay to not even to worry about the monthly fee. But it's the last thing I would cut the cord from. And I know anecdotally from most of the people that I associate with, they say the same things. That said, it's not incredibly cheap. So I don't know, like I'm not a buyer up here. Let me just get that out of the way. I'm not a buyer up here on Netflix. I think you want to wait for the report to come out. And if it does dip back into the 200 period, it's already shown you the good down here at 800 and a quarter. It would seem extreme if you got there. I want them to split, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. The $1,000 level could be a great breakout trade. I'm not sure we get a chance at that. It's likely to gap it for sure. But like I love Netflix. It's not my top priority to dip by because I already did make a pretty major addition to it, so I feel like I'm pretty well overweight on it. I like Meta. I think I'm underweight in my portfolio on Meta. I'm dip buying that sucker. That'd be one of the reasons why I'm not dip buying on Netflix, just for myself. But that's going to be a big earnings name. It's not going to move the market, but it is going to be a big reaction and a potential double-digit mover.
Yeah, we're not only in earnings season, we're in spready ticker earnings season. And why do I say that? Well, let's talk about what's reporting tomorrow. TSM, UNH, AXP, and then after the bell, we get Netflix. So please just punch. No, but in all seriousness, it is a really, earnings season is always really good opportunity to trade a multitude of tickers. But if you like these ones that don't always get a lot of liquidity, you are in luck for the next, I guess, couple weeks, but especially like, I saw this on the earnings schedule and I was like, oh my gosh, is it Christmas? Did Christmas come early? Did Christmas come 4 times a year? Because yeah, this is certainly going to be an earnings period. I will be looking at that as for sure. Also, speaking of spready tickers, Costco coming out with a catalyst today, announcing, you just saw this now coming through, put it in the chat, they've increased their quarterly dividend from $1.16 per share to $1.30. So Costco, again, not one that gets much volume at all, even from a spready ticker standpoint. COST is a little bit harder to intraday trade. Regardless, it is worth noting here, if you are a Costco holder, congratulations, your dividend increased on a quarterly basis by 14 cents per share. So shout out to you, congrats to you, and yeah, no matter what cost, it looks like COST is continuing in this little downtrend that we have been on in the 3-minute. But back to Netflix a little bit here, Neil. Another level that I like on that. You mentioned 8.25. 857 has been, I know such a specific level, but at least on an intraday basis, that 857 level has been really key. 940, though, a little bit of a level as well. So those are, I think, two levels if you're kind of looking for potential areas of bounce, not advice, but just as someone who trades and charts that a lot. 857, 920, 940. That 940 breakout yesterday, I mean, yes, we had some good news on it in general, but I really do believe that 940 breakout was at least partially technical if you look at the daily chart for Netflix yesterday.
Yeah, fantastic. It's a great look. And look, Costco, that's another name I think should split. And I get it. Like, fundamentally nothing changes when you split. But hey, it makes the options game easier. It makes the cover call game a little bit easier for everybody out there. And as a day trader, it obviously makes it easier to trade. Who was trading Amazon when it was $2,200? On our trading floor, I think maybe in, let's just call it in a decade or so, I think there might have been 3 trades total in Amazon. Now Amazon gets traded all the time. It's just, that's the reason you want these splits, obviously. Shout out to you, Stevenson, ATN, and Alexander. Ooh, cost cookies at $10. $10? A good cookie. Stevenson, ETN, thanks for the great risk management words. Been on a losing streak since Friday. Finally break the cycle today. 14K loss trade at Nvidia, SPY, SPX, and QQQ for the win. That's what it's all about. Just find what's working for you. Just manage your risk accordingly, and just try to deliver the goods. Trading is not going to be easy, so you have to sort of find where your edge happens to be. You don't know. Like Daryl likes stocks at a higher price and spready tickers, and that might be where your edge is. And for another trader, it might be small cap names, and for others, it might be just simply trading the futures. Maybe it's Forex. I don't know. But the thing about trading is to find that edge and just make sure you hammer down on it and make sure that you have a plan of action for sure. So all great points in the chat. We appreciate you guys. If you got any more questions, let us know. I see this here, AOB FL. Is it a good time to buy right now? Miss the dip. And then someone else said they regretted not buying Netflix at $250. Always understand your time frame. And I'm just going to use the Netflix example because that just came up, and maybe I'll throw to a weekly chart. If you like a stock for the deep long term and you just want to own it forever because you like the company, then you don't want to be too picky about where you buy it. Like, to me, if you miss 250, like, I'll tell you, I like when a stock dips like this, I like buying in here after you've regained the 50-period moving average. So I don't mind missing the bottom by like 60%. I don't care. If we go back into an uptrend, I'm a buyer there. I'm a buyer when you start holding and breaking away from the 200-period moving average. I don't mind missing out and buying it in the 480. I like buying on the uptrend, and if I'm trying to buy on the downtrend, I wait quarter by quarter, key price levels, something that changes fundamental in the company, but just try to get it in. And that's what you do. Just try to be able to get it in. And to answer the question, do I think now is a good time to buy? We've said this over and over again. I know if you watch the morning show in the midday, in the afternoon, you've probably heard it a lot. I'm not bullish enough to say this is where I'm putting all my bullets in for this year. No, I'm not. I'm waiting for names to report. I bought some ARM recently. Great. It's because I wanted ARM at that price. But ultimately, I'm going to be waiting. I'm going to be waiting on Meta. I'm going to be waiting on my next buy in the index after we get through earnings season. That's just how it is for me because we are a headline away from all systems go again. But until we see that, my patience is still on for the long term. I think we're in for a little bit longer of a haul here. We're not getting out of our way. The bond market's not telling me anything that makes me feel honky-dory about things here or there. So I'm just being patient and prudent, enjoying the volatility for the day trading game while being patient in our long term.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is we have some IPOs. We've had, Bull, that was Webull, that was of course a de-SPAC situation or a business combination. But someone in the chat here, I'm going to check who it was asking about one of the IPOs we have tomorrow. Let me figure out who this individual was that asked me. But I need to go figure out who that. I just have to close this poll so I can check this. Regardless, we have a couple IPOs tomorrow. Oh, it was MLN asking about AIRO, this IPO. So there are 3 IPOs that are set to happen tomorrow. And there are varying sizes. So EDHL, by far the smallest, Everbright Digital Holdings. That's the offering amount here, 8.6 mil. Then we get to AIRO. That's the second biggest IPO we have tomorrow. Aero Group Holdings, all three are debuting on the NASDAQ. But AIRO offer amount $92 million. But then we get to the big boy, CHA. Shoggy Holdings. I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Shoggy. Either way, this one here, almost $500,000 offer amount. So $474 million offering. That, like, AIRO looks minuscule in comparison to that. So CHA, EDHL, AIRO for context as well. EDHL, they're pricing $4 to $5. AIRO, $14 to $16. CHA, $26 to $28. So this could be a pretty big day tomorrow for IPOs. Something to be aware of, that is for sure.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about it, Adara, and the smaller ones on those IPOs, sometimes those are the ones that go the most ham. And we've seen this before. Like CoreWeave was a great long. If you traded CoreWeave, I'm not complaining an iota about the move that we saw in CoreWeave on day one. And it's actually not doing too bad. It's not doing too bad recently. Like you would have expected sometimes an IPO. Why do we have a weekly up? We just go back to a daily for everybody. Yeah, sometimes you'd expect with the market doing what it is, CoreWeave would already be underneath its IPO price, but the squeeze and like just crazy price action is really happening on the smaller ones often. Like think about, Webull was a SPAC, but think about what happened over there in Bull. Sometimes because there's not a lot of shares issued, you get that bigger and better move because there's just not that much out there. You can soak up the float. You can get more squeeze action. So don't sleep on those. If that's your cup of tea, if you're a small cap trader or you're someone that trades the runners, then it might be for you to look at some of these smaller IPOs as they've come out because we've seen some of them be absolute bangers, no question about it. We did get another super chat here. It's already 425. But look, Ben Fishin, I can promise you this, and I can tell without even asking, I know Adara probably has been paying more attention to the testimony that's going on with Meta. I get the Coles notes when I do my reading in the morning. Thoughts on the Meta whistleblower testimony. So in a general sense, and I've said this before, I tend to not get terribly concerned with big cap tech being in the eyeballs of the regulators. We just keep seeing it 99 times out of 100 that you end up getting a lot of talk about breakup and a lot of talk about this and that, and then you just get you get a slap on the wrist, and then you get to move on. And to me, what happened yesterday is what I expect to happen tomorrow in a general sense. So until that changes, then I'm not terribly worried about it. And that's just been my attitude for years when it comes to the Mag 7 names. And I'll continue to hold that true until it gets proven otherwise. It's just the world we live in, man. Like if you thought the banks were going to get punked for the financial crisis, well, then you missed a great buying opportunity. I'm just saying, it is what it is when it comes to that. So I'm not terribly concerned with it. I get it. You do have some explosive stuff coming out of there, but for me, it's not dissuading me from looking to buy this quarter on Meta. It's going to be price action that matters for me in that regard. I'm buying it regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, I want to clarify before we get to that, because I do want to address that. JP Morgan coming out here with some scary revenue decline estimates for our friends AMD and Nvidia. So JP Morgan estimating that Nvidia's revenue could take a $15 to $16 billion hit in 2026 due to China export restrictions. So they're really expecting about 8 to 10% of its expected revenue to take a hit. Then we have AMD. JP Morgan saying that's going to take a $1.5 to $1.8 billion revenue hit. They're expecting that to be the EPS impact here of about 10%, and then revenue impact of about 10% for 2025. So JP Morgan does not really have a great outlook here for AMD or Nvidia when it comes to revenue. They also mentioned, again, EPS for AMD as well being impacted, which from what I've seen of this note, they didn't say about Nvidia. We have another super chat here before I get to the most recent one. David Treziak, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Peace and love, patience and profit to all. Thank you, everyone. Well, how succinct, how awesome. Thank you so much, David, for that super chat. Now I want to talk about the Meta whistleblower thing. So I think you're talking about Sarah Wynne Williams. To my knowledge, I just looked this up to check. She has not yet testified at the FTC trial. She testified for Congress, I believe, last week. And she had that book come out, which actually I've heard was not that good. I'm sorry to hate.
Oh, really?
Apparently, the issue was just like everything she said was things that people already knew. But anyways, no hate to Sarah Wynne Williams. I have not read the book. I cannot comment that much about the testimony. Truthfully, I've been following the FTC trial a bit more than I've been following the Sarah Wynne Williams situation. Even then, the FTC trial, you get to see the headlines, you get to read through the headlines, but there's not necessarily, like, if we could watch the whole trial, like Law and Order, I'd be so down. But that's you don't always really get that opportunity, right? Furthermore, one thing from the FTC trial that did come out that I'd love to talk about, Zuckerberg, I guess I believe it was an email or text back in 2018, he expressed some concerns that the FTC could get them with regards to their Instagram acquisition specifically, and said that that's something they might have to deal with before they get investigated. So that could come back to bite them. At the very least, he was aware of it, but he did make a pretty good point in that TikTok and YouTube are all very competitive, right? Snapchat, very competitive. So his argument is, yes, obviously we have a lot of products. Are we a monopoly? Are we the only ones in the space? A fat no.
Well, what's crazy is I literally, you can't even see this, but my wish list on Audible, I had just added Careless People, that book, my wish list, because I was considering, hey, maybe I should listen to it. I'll get some. And now you've told me it's not that good, or you're hearing it's not that good.
It wasn't. The reviews I read were not great.
If I hear too much more of that, then I'll maybe get away from it. But look, I like this. You're on the train. I think it's an interesting listen. I don't think it's going to affect how I feel terribly about Meta, unless it's something completely out of left field. But it is already 4:30. Wow. You know what we do around here on your Profit X Market Recap Show. At this time, we try to get a little bit of roll call action in there. Dara, feeling good for some roll call?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do some roll call. If you want to get your name read out in the chat, then you need to make sure that you hit that subscribe button, everybody. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. Get in there. Thank Fabian, Ramin, Andre, the boys on the midday crew. There's Fabian right there with the killer flow. We got Sharif, we got Joe, my man Sean. Actually, he just left. He was going through some charts, I imagine. He just took off. Brendo, Adara, the entire team. For sure, Bianca, who we have now doing some social as well. So that's what it's all about. And also thank Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. But get your name in that, and let's do some roll call.
Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you to Ben Fishing and David Treziak for the super chats. But yeah, Bears versus Bulls, really, you're here every single day. So thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you to Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Bianca, Neil, Sean, Joe, Sharif. We have Obi, who was not here today, but oh boy. And we have Brendan, and we have Jonathan Davis, Brendan Works, Sebastian Etienne, or sorry, not Sebastian, Stevenson Etienne, BKM Trader Venato, Neil Roberts, I Appariciate. We have Nakul, Sir Poopy Paper Hands, Normal Specials, Save Man, Woman, Peace, Pillsbury, Vincent Fisher, Matthew Elliott, Bush, Conception. We've got Bilbo Bagholder, I love that name, Pop LaCork, love that one too. Sean Finds, Never Always Ever, Crypto Trucker, So Many Beats, Normal Special, Beat, Bear Slayer, NYC Urbanista, Ron Miller, Andy Fischella, Mean Gene, 1980, Brendan Townsend, 8 Too Much, E64 or E46 Daily Drive, Hansby, and Profits. Profits is a great one to end with, in my humble opinion. So we're going to see you guys tomorrow, hopefully making some profits. Last day of the trading week, because it is a holiday shortened week. But does that mean we'll have a shortage of trading opportunities? I suspect not.
Oh, absolutely not. Not with the volatility that we have when you're ending the week, when you got options expiration, when you have a long weekend coming in, and you have got this type of volatility. There's going to be action. And we'll be right there, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Why? Because we're Trader TV Live. We're the only trading show out there that you need. We'll see you guys. Rest up. Buckle up. It's going to be a fun one. See you tomorrow.
Yep, pretty much.